gonna backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. That's though how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give me something you can talk about.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing this fine? Thursday, August 14th. I'm late, sorry. Oops. Some things came up, etc. You know, it happens or whatever. So, hold on. I don't like the tone of this light. It's a little bright on that side. One of these days I'm going to have everything set up how it's supposed to be or how I like it or whatever. Good morning. Good morning. We're here. I mean, even though I'm 30 minutes late, shout out to London in the chats. You're not late. We on your time. Oh, James, please listen. I do try to not be too late. Okay. I try, but thank you. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So where are we? What are we doing today? Oh, girl, I can't start a stream without having a cosmetic product. That one was MAC Fix Plus in the cherry blossom bottle. Then the other day I'm at leave-in conditioner up there. Then I think I had the Fat Water by Rihanna. What is it? Fenty. The other day too, girl. That's how y'all know I'm not a plant. And speaking of which, that's how y'all know I'm not a plant because I can't start on time. I can't get my eyeliner even. And I always got a cosmetic product just right there off screen. And my camera's very crooked. Look at that shelf today since we talking about it. But thank you, Biblical Beauty Prayer Live. Shout out to you. See, you've been in the chat a lot more lately. Yeah, so what are we doing? So we're talking about Tory Lanez. I started this to get kind of updated. But before we do that, I want to let y'all know, okay? Even though I have resisted taking a stance, on is Tory Lanez innocent or not? Is it free Tory or not? I've kind of resisted. I'm not using umbrella emojis. Although shout out to y'all that are. Drop an umbrella emoji in the chat. Oh, shoot. I was going to have my parasol today. Okay, I'll do it another day. Even though I'm trying to be unbiased, and look, maybe I'm a little bit biased. Maybe I have a little bit of bias because when I see Rock Nation on one side of things, I just look that direction in general. So I would say there's a little bias, but really I'm keeping an open mind in this case. And I've been covering it this week. I've been covering a little bit. I think I started a little bit last week. Different things. His case is up for appeal. Is going to be doing oral arguments on Monday. But despite my, wholehearted attempts to be neutral and, as unbiased as one can be, I don't come across out here saying right now, okay, I reserve the right to change my mind one day. But as far as right now, I'm not an unbiased journalist. No, I'm not. I would hardly even call myself a journalist. I don't even think I would. I don't even think I would call myself a journalist because I don't even want all the responsibility that goes along with that. I'm just one of the people, we the people. And I'm just a girl on the internet. I'm in my house and, climbing a tree playing a leprechaun or whatever. That's what I'm doing. However, unbeknownst to me, apparently y'all are paying me. Now, I have major issues with this because to my knowledge, I wasn't getting paid to cover this. But according to the comment section, y'all, I got to show y'all one. Okay, don't send any hate to anybody, okay? But there's a public comment this person left. She said, she ain't talking to me because she's talking about me. So I guess she's talking to y'all. So I needed to bring it to your attention. She said, no matter how much you guys pay this white lady to research, and she put research in quotes, as to, I don't know, imply that I'm not researching somehow. Baby girl, I was in school for 30 years. I legitimately think that I went to school for like 27 years. So if there's one thing I can do, pass a test and research, okay? Now, what the conclusions I come to, you could take them or leave them. Maybe I won't come to any, but so I'm the white lady. I don't know if y'all figured that one out. I'm the white lady because she left this comment. Look, she left it on my 2 days ago, yesterday's video. She said, no matter how much you guys, so I guess she's talking to y'all. Unless she's talking to, I don't know, she thinks I got a lot of personalities and I'm paying myself. That's honestly, that would make the most sense. But somebody, I guess it's y'all. Somebody's paying the white lady to research. And then she goes on and says he will never get another trial because he is guilty, and I'm glad. Okay, whatever. Just leaving that to the side for a second. Why nobody told me I was getting paid? Because I know y'all saw me yesterday about to get off the stream, like near about, in tears under the financial stress and pressure that I've been facing. And I even said it yesterday. Well, if you're wondering what my response to her was, nobody paid me, loser. Go away, you stink. And, on second thought, should I have, personally insulted her? Maybe not. But that's how I felt in the moment. So I said what I said. Anyway, hit her from channel. So please, can I have a raise to like more than $0? So anyway, I just wanted to say that I'm apparently getting paid unbeknownst to me. Obviously, I'm not. But that being said, I do have one other kind of announcement. Right. I do have one other announcement I want to make. Okay, so it's actually very appropriate that we just read that stupid comment because it fits right in with what I'm about to say. This coverage of this case is not getting the clicks and the views. Okay, it's not getting the clicks and the views, which means it's not getting the dollars. And that's okay. That happens sometimes. And even yesterday there was times I kind of got a little discouraged because I have the crushing, overbearing weight of a federal lawsuit on my shoulders at all times. And I grew up in the trailer park. I don't know if y'all knew this. I grew up in a trailer on a bayou. Okay. It wasn't even a trailer park because it was on a bayou. It was just a trailer sitting there on some land. So, I mean, I went to school on the west side of the tracks, if you know what I mean. I didn't really, there's no silver spoon to speak of. It would be, better for me in my life if I wasn't dealing with this lawsuit. So I'm covering this Tory Lanez thing and I'm like, something's really pulling me toward the case. I feel I don't know. I don't want to get too woo woo or whatever, but sort of energetically or maybe, I don't know, spiritually or something. Just something's magnetized. I'll say that. Something's magnetizing me to this Tory Lanez case. And I'm going to tell you, it's not the clicks. It's not the views. Because you can go and look at the clicks and the views I normally was getting on a Diddy video and look at these Tory Lanez ones. Look at the views I could get on a Britney Spears video. Go and look. It's all more than Tory Lanez. I didn't know Tory Lanez from Adam this time, a couple months ago. So, or I still don't know him for the record. I still don't know Tory Lanez from Adam. But I mean, about this case and all of that. I haven't spoken to Tory Lanez. I haven't spoken to anybody from his team that I'm aware of, unless one of y'all on Twitter is on his team and didn't tell me. I got a couple people on DM and gives me documents and stuff. But I mean, I haven't talked to anybody. So last night I was like, I just been in kind of a mood the last couple of days. And I'm like, it's not getting the clicks and the views. Do I want to sit on live for hours and hours more again? And really not, is that a wise use of my time? Is that a responsible use of my day? I could be reading articles, making 5 videos a day. Get on, read a TMZ article. Oh my God, breaking news. Make a couple up and down videos and then keep it moving. I could be out by the pool. I didn't even open my pool this summer because I want to spend money. I know. This lady's bitching about a pool she didn't open. I know. it's hard to know what to do, when the bills is due and stuff. But I have an announcement to make. Even though, and look, I might start a channel one day where I just read articles all day and go up and down videos. Maybe, who knows? I reserve the right. Okay, because one day I do deserve to make money. But with all my talents and gifts that I've given the world. But I have an announcement to make. I'm going to be covering this case. I'm going to be covering the Tory Lanez case. I'm going to be following it through. It ain't paying my bills. If you're wondering why I was 30 minutes late, I was crying. I do feel like something's really wrong with this case, with stuff going on. And it's like, I don't really care. That freaking comment was probably a bot or whatever. There's so much bot stuff going on, but sometimes maybe a little bit it does hurt my feelings to be accused of like getting paid. I mean, I could see why that would be a good theory, because it's like, that bitch ain't getting views. She ain't getting clicks. So why she's covering the case? Well, y'all, this is just how it happens. This is how it happened with Brittany. This is how it happened with Bam. This is how it happened with Amanda Rabb. This is just how it happens. I get this feeling. Sometimes it's a tingle on top of my head. Sometimes it's something else. And I mean, I'm just going to have to throw, all my faith in the Lord and the cousins and the ancestors. And I'm going to have to see this one through. So yeah, put my I don't know, taking a y'all saw moms or grandmas have, I got one from my house, those like footprint, it's like you get to the end of the beach and the whole time you look back and it was the Lord carrying you and it was one set of footprint, the footprint thing. We're just gonna have to do that, we're just gonna have to keep moving it forward. I don't know what flashed through my mind, like the wood paneling, like the whole time it was the Lord carrying me or whatever. It'll all work out. I really think that. I got my drum. Yeah. I just can't help myself. Like if I were to sit down and be like, all right, let me go cover, something gonna get a click, something gonna get a view. I'm just like, but what's going on over there in that Tory Lanez case? You know what I mean? Like, there's just something like, there's something about it inexplicable, unexplainable. And that's just whatever. I'm gonna be here. So if you don't like it, unsubscribe. Bye. Now the case could all be, pretty much on hold or whatever as of now. Because after the oral arguments on Monday, the case could get, I think there's a chance it gets overturned and remanded back down, or maybe not at all remanded back down. And it's just, not at all remanded back down. And it's just, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Not at all remanded back down. And then it's just no appeal, no denied. But then he does have another higher level of appeal he could go. And I actually think it might be worth going all the way up to the Supreme Court, because I think this case implicates Brady versus Maryland, which is a landmark case. And I think it would fly in the face of Brady versus Maryland if this fingerprint evidence wasn't addressed. Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much, James Allen, becoming a member. Shout out to you. Thank you, Alex, for the $19.99 super chat. Don't ever doubt your purpose, cuz it will pay off one day. You're highly favored and we love you, girl. Thank you. Thank you. Love you, mean it. Thank you, Kaylee, for the £4.99 super chat. Appreciate you so much. I know it's disheartening. We completely understand. Just know we're grateful for everything you are doing. I know y'all are. And look, I know y'all been out here doing it. Like, I know. Y'all been out here every step of the way through this case. And I'm sure it was like really infuriating when it was going on. It's infuriating to see it happen now. And again, I'm saying all of this stuff without even adopting the belief that Tory Lanez is innocent, right? I mean, that could also be true, But just even if he's not, like, there's certain arguments you're supposed to be able to make at trial. There's certain things you're supposed to be able to put forth to the jury, certain evidence that you just have to be able to show people in trial. And these fingerprints, I mean, that's really, there's so many other good arguments. I'm not even trying to take away from the other arguments. It's just these freaking fingerprints. Because in the Diddy trial, there was some fingerprint stuff amiss too. It was like they lost the fingerprints like a year later. Someone ordered them to be destroyed, even though that wasn't the normal thing to do. Thank you so much, Hibiscus Rose, for the 1999 super chat. Have faith, BJ. And I am. I'm leaping in faith. They're going to try to put me in one of their encampments soon. They're going to try to put me in a conservatorship or jail. They're going to say the woman has lost her mind. Thank you so much for the 1999. Thank you, Giggle Garage, for the 1999. You got this. Your bravery and willingness to stand by your convictions is truly inspiring. And I can't help it. I just have to. And that goes the other way too. You know, whenever like people are saying, oh, well, don't say this because people are going to look at you a certain way. No, I can't help myself. I just have to say what I have to say. Thank you so much for the 1999. Thank you, Tab H, for just Mariana. I just saw what you put and made me laugh. Hold on, we're not there yet. I didn't know how much something like this takes for you. Absolutely, everyone, please leave a small little tip. It's a lot of days I don't really feel like this. A lot of days, especially during the Diddy trial, I was tired, but it was like at one point there was 13,000 people in the chat. And in a way, it kind of felt like it was a nice relief from, I thought it was going to keep going in that direction. And then, I knew it wasn't going to keep going at that direction of like Diddy level. I knew that was a one-time kind of thing. And that's why I did come on every day. Cause I was like, I'm trying to be a part of this moment too and experience it and, fully be immersed in it because I wanted to see how these trials work. Like this type with the celebrity, like with Britney, it was different because a lot of stuff is a conservatorship course, not the same thing as a criminal trial. So, and in law school, like I didn't really even focus too much on like trial stuff. I was like more like in the business law and like, creative writing law, fashion law. I wasn't like, I didn't practice in courtrooms, when I was a practicing attorney, I was like in a corporate transactional. So it was just, I wanted to learn about it, whatever. So then I start, settling back into reality. And I actually think everybody who is covering, I haven't talked to anybody, but I think everybody who is covering the Diddy trial probably had a similar thing where it was like, okay, your whole life is just Diddy, Diddy, Diddy for basically 2 months. And even during that time, like I got so sick, I got like a flu or something. I just got, C19 or whatever, C22, C25 maybe now. And it was like, I don't know. Everything is seasons. Everything has its ups. Everything has its downs. And for the most part, it's not like I'm up here suffering all the time. But there's definitely times where it is just, I'm just like y'all don't want to go to your job some days. Or some days you just can't even sleep at night because you're so excited about tomorrow. It's just a job. It's not just a job too. It is. And then it's also like a blessing. And I try to not take it for granted, the good parts of like what I get to do. And one of the very, very bad parts is that there's no certainty at all. Like tomorrow, somebody at the upper higher ups could get mad at you and just, you don't have a channel no more. And that's why y'all see me playing nice with YouTube. Somebody tomorrow could do whatever, I don't even want to give them ideas. But I'm very grateful. I feel fortunate. I feel like in a way, like I'm, I am definitely blessed in many ways. I have my health. I have my, have my family, and I do have this little, platform. I ain't CNN, but thank God. But and I'm not even the shade room. I'm not Tasha K. I don't have huge platform, and I don't know, who of even my platform or my audience really, cares about each specific thing I talk about, but I get these feelings. I get these kind of like, it's like, I take it to be an assignment. I take it to be a work assignment. I'm put in this job to do this work, and I get assignments. And sometimes they are more difficult for different reasons. And sometimes it does take a lot. But I don't want y'all to be like, it's not like, oh, boo-hoo. Oh, boo-hoo. I get to work from the comfort of my own home with a roof over my head in a safe area. Oh no, boo-hoo. No, there's good parts to everything too. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm like, complaining or something, because I guess I kind of am in a little bit, but I don't know. I'm just trying to like, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like I just need to like express my state of mind or something. Because I was kind of going back and forth. Like when last time we talked yesterday and when we got off, I was like, I don't know, maybe I'll come back, maybe I won't. And I'm just kind of like, my fuse is short because I'm just thinking about this stupid lawsuit. And it's like, when are these people ever going to leave me alone? And like, how is this even legal? Like, I don't really feel that safe in my own house. It's just like over your shoulder all the time. And then it's like, oh my God, I have all these lawyer bills. And it's like, I spent all day reading the wrong transcript. Anyway, I just wanted to let y'all know I'm going to be covering the case. The Lord said, so take it up with the Lord if you don't like it. Take it up with the ancestors. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you for the $10, tab each. Thank you, Mariana. She said a gift for your gifts. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Wow. Thank you, James. Thank you, James Allen, for the $50 super chat. You're meant for this. God, don't make mistakes. You're a blessing in this YouTube world. We got you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. That is so sweet. God, don't make mistakes. But, sometimes, James, you kind of like wonder, like, you're like, oh, no, God, don't make mistakes. You look over at somebody, you're like, nope, God, don't. I'm being mean. I need to stop. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Thank you. Hello, Jamaica. Mello said, hello from Jamaica. Keep doing what you're doing, girl. You keep me going while I'm at work. I know. I'm like, I'm going clock back in tomorrow. Becky said, healthy to have a vent. Anyway, so I don't know if y'all knew or not. Y'all can keep paying the white lady to research, but Tory Lanez is guilty and that lady is glad. Oh, thanks so much. Rebuke. Yeah. Where's my bell? Hold on. Rebuke her. I have all my little noisemakers sitting around here. Not all of them. I have them all over my house. Okay. So what should we do? We should probably finish the transcript I started yesterday. I am looking forward. Still, we have to get to the transcript for EJ, who's the stylist, and we still have to get to the transcript for Sean Kelly. And I'm realizing the documents I have are a lot of order. So we're just going to roughly go in like, the best I can order. Where we had finished off yesterday, I think it was like, I guess we had just finished Kelsey. Thank you, Pauline, burning the Palo Santo. Oh no, girl, I'm not a threat. Thank you, Ashley, for the $1.99. Your passion is your power. You're a godsend. I don't know if you was meant to say threat. No, I ain't threatening nobody and nothing, girl. No, seriously. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. I know you didn't mean that by that, but you know that they're going to be doing anything they can to blame anything on me they can. And this has been going on for years. So when I say they, I just mean all of them. It will. Everything surely does pass, doesn't it? And I'm going to remember my parasol one of these days. Okay. Let me go and find see. Okay, hold on. For the lawsuit, Ashley said it was the wrong verbiage. No one contact anyone mentioned in this video or send any threats or hateful comments. That is a serious instruction. If you do so, you deserve to have the cops called on you or whatever. I mean, look, girl, just leave me out of it. They have rewired my brain, y'all. Like, I have to think like this now. Every word that comes out of my mouth, I'm like, this is going to be twisted in a lawsuit. It's crazy. It's crazy. We really do live in a place that's like it's like a hell, and it's run by clowns. Like clowns are running the hell prison, and it's true. And it's stupid clowns, low IQ clowns, which makes it even worse and more unbearable. But thank God for the cousins, because at least can you imagine if you were here alone without the cousins? Oh my God. Okay. Can you imagine? If like you're the only cousin and you're like in this open air hell prison run by circus clowns. Okay, I'm making my way to the document, okay? I was reading the motion for a new trial again, but let's get through the trial first so I even know what happened in some way. Is this the one? I think this is the one I was reading yesterday because I started reading the next day, and I guess apparently like the PDFs I have are not like exactly in order. Like I guess they probably somebody just took like the Kelsey transcript out and it was separate for that second day. But I just kept reading right through it. So then I ended up on like the next day after Kelsey's second day. I ended up on like the next day, and everybody was in the chat yesterday, like, the second day of Kelsey already came and went and you missed it. And it was like, girl, I don't it was a whole fiasco. It was a whole fiasco. Yeah, the civil justice system is an absolute mess, and I agree with the quotes around justice. Okay, so I think this is, let me pull this up just so y'all can see what I'm looking at. I think this is the one we were on, that I was like accidentally reading, and I was like, we're gonna have to finish that tomorrow. Well, now today is that tomorrow. I think that's a famous Mr. Krabs quote. Never put off for tomorrow what can be done today. For what is today but yesterday's tomorrow. I don't follow that advice if you're wondering. I don't follow it. I am a procrastinator. Okay, so this, were we here? This is the, we had just finished the DNA experts. Okay, yeah, we did the pew pew expert. Okay, so we were more than halfway. DNA. I thought we were around page 100 and maybe we were like 120. We read this. This is the DNA expert. Okay, wait, we were like actually pretty far through here. I was just over it yesterday. I was just over it yesterday. I don't know. I think it was like, because I'm a Pisces moon. When it's a full moon, I get like really, it like affects me like the most, and it's like a full week. No, it's not the same alignment with another week. That's what I know y'all are about to ask. And no, I'm not pregnant. I'm about to, I'm about to block the word pregnant. Y'all aren't saying it right now, I don't think. It was just like one day, the other day, I had like a moment like this where I was like, some people wait a lifetime. No, not that kind of moment. I had like a, emotional breakdown or whatever on live, and then people were like, "Are you pregnant?" No, I'm not. I'm trying to get married first, if I can help it. Do you have your first witness? Okay. So we read this, right? So you don't have, I have a little box here, so I must have thought that was important. Did you have a sample of DNA for Kelsey? And I was like, that's weird. That was one of the first things, even before I found out about this fingerprint stuff, where I was like, what? Why didn't they take DNA? Now watch them end up finding out somehow they did take Kelsey's DNA. And then that evidence was hidden. That would be crazy. Okay, were we here? Okay, no further. May the witness be excused? Yes. Okay, we'll take a 15-minute break. Don't discuss the case. Do you have your first witness? Yes. So the judge is like, as I told you, sometimes we take witnesses out of order to accommodate their schedule. The people have not rested yet, but the defense needs to call a witness to accommodate his schedule. Oh, Tory Lanez called a witness up. Or, his lawyer. If I ever say that, like Tory called the witness, it just means someone did it on his behalf, like his team or whatever. I don't actually mean like he stood up in court. It was like, for my first witness. No. Wouldn't that be funny? Not funny, but like unusual. Okay. Do you want to call your first witness? Okay. Yes. Okay. Mr. Taylor. Who's Mr. Taylor? Okay. Mark Scott Taylor. Who's this? Is this a DNA expert? Forensic scientist. Okay. He owns a lab in Ventura, California, known as Technical Associates Incorporated. He is a laboratory director there. He has a bachelor's in zoology. It's basically biology degree with additional coursework in animal systems. Okay, cool. I've also completed the coursework for a Master of Science in Cellular Biology, but I went to work at a laboratory and did not finish the research on my research project. So I've gotten the coursework, but have not gotten the degree. Like he didn't do his, what's the master's version of a thesis? He didn't do a thesis. Okay, please tell us about your training and experience in DNA analysis. Okay, yeah, I had a background for a number of years at the coroner's office in their laboratory in a number of different areas that related to DNA, or what we call serology. But at that point, DNA wasn't being used in forensic science. This was, in the 80s or whatever, 70s. He's like, in 1980, I formed the company Technical Associates and I built a laboratory and started doing consulting work out of it. And in 1985, so 5 years later, an article came out in the Journal of Science that described the first use of DNA analysis in forensic casework. That was a big surprise because previously they'd been teaching in school that DNA just falls apart as soon as somebody dies. And it turns out, well, that's not true. So we can actually do some very important testing. And as a consequence, because I had dealt with identification of DNA in my graduate work I had done, I started taking a series of classes to basically catch up on what had happened since I had been working in the forensic science field. So this is like a very serious expert. Like he'd been there when they discovered DNA, basically. Not really, but like he's not just like, oh, I trained in a lab and my, teachers taught me. It's like, no, I was there. I was reading articles. I was like an expert even then. Then he's like, I took classes in molecular biology, statistics, specifically classes that were put on by people who invented the procedures that were being used in forensic science. Those were what was known as RFLP, or restriction fragment length polymorphisms, often called DNA fingerprinting, and a newer system known as the PCR system, or the polymerase chain reaction. So I took courses by the people who had invented them. As a matter of fact, the course that was put on in the PCR was by one of the employees who was the one who invented it, and he actually got a Nobel Prize for doing that. But these classes went through how the different systems work and what was happening with regard to the DNA in the system, how to go ahead and isolate the DNA and to do it in a manner where you won't contaminate it, so you got a reliable result coming back. And then how can you go about doing the testing? Because what we're looking at for the DNA analysis is we want to see what is the sequence of bases that are in a sequence of bases. I think it's bases that are in the DNA at different locations in the DNA you have in your body. We get half of our DNA from our mom and half from our dad. And so we're looking at, I feel like I'm in 8th grade biology again. I'm like remembering stuff, polymerase. I didn't even remember that word existed till today. We get half our DNA from our mom and half our DNA from our dad. And so we are looking at what you got from mom and dad at a series of locations. So I took those courses. I took a special course at UC Berkeley that dealt with the actual functional laboratory work on that. So did so did these other courses from the people who were putting it on. And then I happened every meeting that had presentations that were going on about that. I'm also a member of the California Association of Criminalists. I mean, this man could have cut this down. The American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I went to their meetings and looked for anything that was dealing with DNA analysis at the time. This is in the 80s. I was doing this. In addition to that, they started putting on a company who was very prominent in developing systems. They are called Promega. They put on a big meeting every year. And so I attended all of those for many years during that period. During that period, I then set up my own laboratory. I remodeled it so that it could be used for doing DNA analysis that required a different structure, basically. And I got that taken care of. This man has given us his life story instead of his qualifications. Then I went online with the first DNA analysis that we were doing in 1990. Oh, that's when I was born. Shout out to 1990. We were the first laboratory, and so he's in the CIA. I mean, is that what we're getting at here? I mean, like, this man, how could you be this connected and not be in intelligence? We were the first laboratory in Southern California to do PCR-based DNA analysis. Is this the test they were giving us during the COVID, PCR? Not DNA, obviously, and we're doing a DNA analysis, but like the PCR, I'm sure it's like polychain, whatever. We were the first in Southern California to do these analyses. The two systems that I mentioned before, kind of gone by the wayside. Girl, we don't need all this information, sir. So in my lab, I decided to go that direction. Okay, sir, how long have you had Technical Associates, the business? He said since 1980. Okay, prior to the Technical Associates business in 1980, were you also involved in doing forensic science prior to your own business? He's like, what? I don't understand your question. Prior to Technical Associates, were you involved in doing forensic science prior to your own business? He said, yes. Initially, when I first was hired away from graduate school, I went to work as a research scientist at the LA County Coroner's Office laboratory. Okay, next question. So when was the first time you performed a DNA analysis in casework? He said 1990. Okay, so that's the first year they were doing DNA analysis. He did it. He did it that year too. Girl, sir. Oh yes, this is a Punjabi suit. It has the patiala salwar. It has a orange chiffon dupatta that I'm not wearing because who wants to deal with that? Yeah, could you repeat that? I zoned out. Yeah, no, exactly. He basically he's like a really good expert, and he was like doing DNA testing the very first year it ever existed, apparently, or something. Like, I mean, he's like very, yeah. He can add where he went on his first date at this point. I mean, what? Okay. So when I think it's very unlikely this guy doesn't have some type of intelligence connection, because why do I say that? Because I'm a conspiracy theorist, first of all, but second of all, because I think they probably all in on everything with each other. And third of all, I studied a little bit in research that remember that guy that attempted to assassinate Donald Trump or whatever, Thomas Michael Crook or whoever. I looked into the building, the business of the building he shot from on top of. So he's on top of this building. What was that building? It was a business. And I looked into this business, and it was so interconnected with like the first nuclear bomb and like this glass American research testing or whatever. And it's like, this is a freaking spook op. And now I'm in here. And what's the name of the business? Technical Associates. Okay. Anyway, I don't even know what this guy is about to testify. I mean, he is a defense witness, so I would assume it would be favorable to Tory Lanez. Maybe I'll like him, but like, maybe, I guess you could like some people that's in the CIA or something. I'm not saying he's in it. I don't even ever heard this man a day in my life. I'm a conspiracy theorist. Don't listen to me. Okay. When you say casework, and is that in court? He said, yeah, for court presentation. He said, we get hired by various attorneys to take a look at their cases, review the case, do the DNA testing on the case. And we started doing that all the way back in 1990. They've been doing it 32 at this time. Okay, how many times would you say you testified in court? He said about 400 or more than 400. Court approved? Yes. As an expert, that's correct. And how many samples would you say at Technical Associates that you performed in extracting DNA analysis? How many samples did you do? He said more than 35,000. Okay, and how many times would you say you did that for court cases? He said the majority of that is for court casework. Okay, and have you performed any research in the area of forensic DNA analysis? Yes. Have you taught any classes in DNA forensic analysis? Yes. And can you tell us about that? Yeah, I was hired by the Los Angeles State, Cal State LA, that's what it's called. Can't think of the whole name. Cal State LA to teach the DNA section of their criminalistics master's program to develop a course. To present that course in like a lecture series and then to set up a series of laboratories so that the students could learn how to collect evidence for DNA analysis, how to preserve that evidence so that it wasn't or wouldn't deteriorate or wouldn't be contaminated, how to go ahead and do the various steps that we do in the procedure, isolate the DNA from that, determine how much, then amplify that, then do the typing on it. And for their final, okay, so he describes the syllabus he put together. Okay, for this case, were you hired by the defense to evaluate the DNA testing? Yes. And the DNA testing was performed by the LAPD. Yes. One of the things we standardly do is to be called upon to look at work that's been done by another laboratory in criminal cases. So we were asked to review the work that they had done. We indicated that we needed to have a certain discovery. We needed a general idea what the case was about, It was stored, how it was stored, how they processed the evidence, how it ended up getting in there, which is the DNA type, okay, etc. Blah, blah. Okay, can you explain to the jury what DNA is? Oh my God, we're going to be here for 42 pages on this one. Yes, thought you'd never ask. DNA is deoxyribonucleic acid. It is a molecule and it is the genetic material. It is, you get half from your mom in the form of the egg and half from your father in the sperm. When they fuse together, you get your full complement of DNA. Immediately, it's like magic. It's like magic. If I didn't see babies just be born all the time, I mean, I'm not like in the room or nothing, but like if I didn't just see new babies are popping up, I would just be like, that's magic, that's fake. Like, it's crazy. I know, just science. I know. Immediately, when the parent DNAs, the sperm, the egg fuse together, a new embryo starts replicating that DNA. So the DNA you got from your parents and makes copies of it, generally an identical copy, but not always. You do have mutants sometimes. Oh my God, he said mutants. You do have mutants. It's like a mutated DNA, I think. But generally, it is an identical copy. Then both of those cells do the same thing. So you have one cell, then 2, then 4, then 8, then 16, until you end up with a body that's made up of trillions, each with the same copy of DNA in them that you got from your mom and dad. And now this has proved to be an incredibly big step forward in forensic science because we had used various mechanisms to try to identify who a drop of blood came from, or seminal fluid, or saliva, or things like this. Or in many cases, when we had missing persons, a bone. Well, it turned out the systems we had just didn't work well compared to DNA, where we could go back and look at samples that were many years old, and isolate the DNA from them, develop a profile, and then compare it to either the individual we thought it might come from if the individual was still alive. So for example, yeah, please give me an example. Okay, you all over the place, sir. He said, for example, a mother and father. That's a very easy comparison to do because whatever mom and dad do, if this is their child, they got DNA from those two. And that's what we're looking for. And so it became a very strong science that revolutionized what we could do in forensic science. Okay, and then Tory's lawyer yawning. He's like, okay, so how is forensic DNA analysis performed? He said, well, there's a process. Oh, here we go. Collecting whatever the evidence is. If it's a drop of blood, here we want to know who it is. I might take what looks like, a Q-tip. We call it a swab. Get it wet with very sterile water and swab that area and pick up that blood. And at the same time, I would swab around just in case somebody had done that. And that was maybe some other kind of blood, like dog or something like that, as opposed to human. And we want to know what's in the background too. So we take that, making sure it will not deteriorate. Leaving it wet, room temperature would deteriorate the DNA. So you dry it and freeze it. Then we would take the cells of the blood and we would break those separately into tubes. Okay, who cares? They do an analysis. Okay, 20, 30 different regions. Oh my God, it's just too much. As we do this, it gets rarer until we've done the calculation of the statistics. Very rare at this point. The numbers that are mind-boggling, 5 times to the 10. So they find it's like a 1 in a quadrillion chance that this could be someone else's DNA. Okay, next question. Because I don't need to know how they do a DNA analysis for 10 pages. Let me ask you this. Based on DNA analysis, what can you tell us about the LAPD investigation into this case? The retrieving of evidence at the criminal case. He said, what can I tell you about the retrieval of evidence? Yeah, the DNA analysis that was done in the evidence on the criminal case we're talking about today. He said, oh, right. Okay, so they went ahead and they performed a DNA analysis on the gun that was used for the shooting in this particular case, or what they believe is the gun, and the magazine. And what do you do when you do this is you go to the gun itself, you take various areas on that gun, and again, you swab them, like I mentioned earlier, like pick up this blood. But in this case, we're looking at much, much smaller quantities of DNA generally than what we would find in a blood drop. And you don't necessarily see it. So you don't know whether you have gotten anything when you collect it until you actually do that testing step. And then in addition to that, on the magazine, same thing. We take that magazine and we're handling this all with basically looks like an operating room. And we're wearing masks, lab coats. We have it on a clean surface that's been bleached. We put the evidence down. We swab that magazine. Then separately, again, cleaning all of that up. We would do the same with the pew itself. Okay, the lawyer says, let's focus on the handgun first. Can you explain what the LAPD concluded for their testing of the swab from the handgun that was in this case? Yes, they were able to get DNA off of the gun. They looked at the DNA, and based on the number of alleles that were present there, they determined that they had DNA from 4 individuals. And at least one of those individuals was a male. And we can tell that because women have 2 X chromosomes, and men have X and a Y. So if we see that there's a Y chromosome in the DNA that we collected, then we know that there was at least somebody in there who was a male. And we can't necessarily tell how many others there may have been that are female. That's harder to determine. Okay, so we know 1 male DNA was found on the handgun. He said at least 1. Okay, at least 1. Do we know if there's the possibility of female DNA being on that gun? Yes. He said we also see an indication that there is DNA from a female there, based on the balance of the X and the Y chromosomes that are present. Okay. And is it inconclusive whether Mr. Peterson's DNA was on that gun for certain? The expert said yes. When they tested it, the profile, we know that there were 4 people there, but when they compared it to Mr. Peterson, they said, well, there might be another guy there, but we can't tell. Ooh, hold on. This is something I haven't heard. There might be another guy there who touched it. Thank you so much, A. Carter, for the $5 super sticker. Shout out to you. Thank you so much, Ari, for the, what is this, yen? 15,800 yen. Sending you all the love. Lots of hug. Thank you. Love you, mean it. See, Mariana knew what I was about to do. She knew. I was going to my box. The box from the toolbox. Okay. This expert said, when they tested it, the profile, we know that there were 4 people there. There were 4 people there in the truck. But when they compared it to Mr. Peterson, they said, well, there might be another guy there. Quick question, who packed those bags up again? Who helped to pack those bags up that ended up in the car? Was it a male? I'm just wondering. I don't know. I'm just wondering. I ain't talking about Jaquan. No, not him. If I've got somebody who is a 15 18. Okay, so this is the 15, 18. This is like from his like complicated analysis earlier that I did not read. And it ends up that I'm a 15, 18, and some of my saliva got on there. By looking at that one, you wouldn't be able to tell that I put some saliva there because I had because I had the same type as the person who left the blood and the stack on top of each other. Whenever we're looking at these things, we always find alleles that are shared by people. So if I looked at any two people in the jury here, I would take a big bet. You're going to share some alleles with the other person. Okay, yeah, right. Because like alleles are like the things that cause genetic characteristics, right? Like if you have a certain allele, you can have, you can do that clover thing with your tongue, or your like attached earlobes, or like blue eyes, green eyes, brown eyes. I think these are like alleles that determine these like characteristics. I mean, I don't know, girl. I didn't run the test. I'm just telling you what they was trying to tell me in school and things. Oh my God, no, not that. Oh my God. Who was there? Who was helping pack up? I know I'm like 5 years late. Y'all been having these theories and questions for a long time. Could be any male. So reason. Just throw everybody's name in here. What about Odell Beckham? Did Odell Beckham Jr. give a DNA? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's just a joke. Anyway, so basically they're like, okay, yeah, like the blue eye gene, like two people with blue eyes or whatever. I mean, I'm not exactly saying that, but I think that alleles are like, yeah, like more than one person has genetic traits for certain things. And so like these alleles, I'm reverse engineering. And I'm not a scientist. Like to me, like I already told y'all, like science is basically magic. I don't get it really, but like I think alleles is like, yeah, there's like certain characteristics. That doesn't mean your DNA matches, but there's like small little subparticle categories of what makes up a DNA profile that you might have in common. So I don't know how the chromosomes factor into that. Truly, probably won't research it either. Anyway, so he's like, so if I looked at any two people in the jury, probably some of them are going to have alleles in common with another person. There just aren't that many of them in each locus to make them so they're individual. Boy, you are speaking Greek. Okay, what we're looking for when we're getting a rare profile is all of the ones you have, but you do share them with other people. So because of that, when we get multiple people in a mixture, it just gets more and more complicated. So what they found was, we just can't tell you whether a person is here or not here on the gun when we just don't have enough information. And it literally means that we can say nothing about whether his DNA is present. Okay, finally, something that makes sense. Because like what they do is I think they like break down the DNA molecule, like they break it down. And so what they're like testing for you're not able to like separate it out into 4 different peoples. You're just able to reverse engineer basically like how many is in there. And then it's like, yeah, some was men, some was women. I mean, again, I'm really not exactly sure, but this kind of does like vaguely make sense. It gets more and more complicated, but what they found is we just can't tell you whether the person here was here or not here as far as DNA on the gun because we just don't have that information. It literally means we can say nothing about whether his DNA is present. That is a lot different, and it does add some color to inconclusive. You do have to kind of understand how the DNA analysis works, which I clearly don't because I skipped over that part. Anyway, what is the significance of this finding, sir? The significance is that they've got other individuals there who touched the pew-pew, and that if they had other reference samples, they could look at those reference samples and see if those are the people that are present there. But with Peterson, just because of the profile that he's got, we just can't tell in this complex mixture whether he's there or not on the gun. Okay, so let's go back to the same thing with the magazine. You talked about the handgun. Can you explain what the LAPD concluded after testing after the testing of the swab? It's the magazine from this case. So they just talked about the pew-pew. Now they're talking about the magazine. Yes, The expert goes on. So when they tested the magazine, they saw that, again, they had at least 4 people. Again, at least 4 people. Interesting. And so, coincidence? Maybe not. Oh, okay, where's my box? Hold on. This expert, I don't know how much he's, like, actually helping. Where's my box? Okay. But this helps. Because if he for certain did not touch the magazine, and it's the same 4 people that touched the gun, then he for certain didn't touch the gun. I mean, if A then B, if B then C, whatever kind of thing. Or if A and B then C, I think is that construction. He said maybe not. They aren't together, the magazine and the pew pew. There may be some similarities there. Oh my God. I just keep seeing Corey Gamble floating around in Kylie's house inside my head ever since a moment ago. Like Corey Gamble, like lurking through Kylie's house is just like an image in my mind. Oh, thank you, Mimi, Light Seer. Shout out to you. Yeah, we have little drums. Anon Mouse said, 4 persons makes DNA difficult to unravel the story. 5 and the math won't math with today's technology. Unfortunately, I read about DNA testing until my eyes bled during another trial. Okay. Well, Corey would be there because he's basically like Kylie's stepdad, and he does like kind of like act as security, or he has in the past. But I mean, why was he at Kim Porter's house the day she was found, dead or whatever? I mean, why was Corey babysitting Kanye West when he needed to go talk to Donald Trump almost 10 years ago? Why was Corey, I don't know, a lot of places. Why Corey Gamble? A lot of things. No, Amber, this isn't true either. They will lock your ass up if you are poor too, so they'll lock you up. I don't know if he was still there at 4 a.m., Reese, because the way I kind of read it, like by the time they were left there at the end, like they were kind of excluding Corey. They were like, everybody else wasn't there anymore. It was just us. A mystery. I don't know though. It's different versions of the story too. I don't know. Okay. So just to recap on this question, because I think it's important you see I put a little box. Let's go back to the same thing with the magazine. You talked about the handgun, but can you explain what the LAPD concluded after testing the swab as to the magazine from this case? The expert said yes. When they tested the magazine, they saw that they had, again, at least 4 people. And so, coincidence? Maybe not. They aren't together, the magazine and the gun. There may be some similarities there. So, in looking at that, they absolutely excluded Peterson. He is not one of those 4 people. He is not on the magazine. And so when they take a look at that, that's a clear exclusion. He can't be there. It just isn't there. I don't understand his reasoning at all. I really don't. There's no reasoning at all, but okay, that's good to know. He's the expert. When we look at what they see among those 4 people is at least 2 of them are males. Okay, so the magazine, at least 2 are males. So they got high enough Y chromosomes so that those 2 that they know, there's at least 2 males there. And on that one, the other 2 individuals may be male, may be female, but we just can't tell. So it could be 4 dudes touched it. I want to know the DNA that was found and how, the gunshot residue. Was it more particles on Tory or Kelsey? And it's reasonable to interpret that the other 2 could be females, right? It's reasonable to interpret the other 2 DNAs could be females. Yeah, that is possible. Okay, so as to what is the significance of Mr. Peterson's DNA not being on the magazine? Well, he's excluded. He's not found there. They swabbed the whole magazine and they did not pick up any of his DNA. Typically, we expect if people touch something, unless they just wash their hands, that they're going to leave DNA behind. Studies have shown that if you wash your hands and dry them and touch something, you may not leave any DNA behind, but you still might. But you may not. So what they showed was even in people who did not leave DNA behind, in 10 or 15 minutes after they washed their hands, pretty soon they got DNA on their hands again. And that's because you didn't pay attention to what you do with yourself. If I put my hand on, my face, I got DNA from my forehead. If I scratch my hair, cells are attached to the hairs as it grows out. I pick up some of those cells. And these cells that we get from various areas, if I rub the sides of my mouth, now I got saliva on there. Lots and lots and lots of cells are in saliva. And so that gets back on your hands again. And we do things like that. So now I spread it on both of my hands. If I put my hand down here, I am going to leave my DNA there. So this is expected. And in the testing that we've done in people's hands, I've surprised my employees sometimes. They come in, I say, shake hands. He says, what? And just shake hands. And then we've taken, and I've had another employee come in with a test tube, for example. I say, okay, give us each a test tube. So we hold the test tube and then we give it back to them. He puts it in a sterile tank and then he tests them. And what he finds is when we shake hands like that, we have transferred DNA. In one good one that we did, her DNA was on my hand. My DNA was on her hands. Ew. And we tested it. The test tube that I had both of our DNA on it. The test tube, she had both of our DNA on it. So it can transfer, even though I never touched her tube and she never touched mine, but it can transfer that way. And this is very important because it turns out that people generally have DNA on their hands. Okay, so based on what you've investigated, is there any evidence Mr. Peterson touched the gun, sir? He said, not as far as the DNA. It's inconclusive, so we really can't say anything about it. Okay, and as far as the magazine, they found none of his DNA on it, and so again, they have no evidence that he touched it. He said, well, if the gun belonged to Mr. Peterson, that's Tory Lanez, and it was his gun. Oh no, this is a new question. Oh, no, this is not a question. So sorry. Let me rewind. This is the expert's full answer. It goes on for 2 pages, so I accidentally split it up. Okay, so the question is, based on what you've investigated, is there any evidence that Tory Lanez touched a gun? He said, not as far as the DNA they found on it. It's inconclusive, so we just really can't say anything about it. As far as the magazine, they found none of his DNA on it. And so again, they have no evidence that he ever touched the magazine. Okay, next question. Now, if the gun belonged to Mr. Peterson and it was Mr. Peterson's gun, would you expect somebody who owns the guns or uses the gun, has used it in the past, has held it in the past, put bullets in the magazine, would you expect that gun to have Mr. Peterson's DNA on some part of it? He said, yeah, my expectation would be yes, his DNA would transfer. Okay, and the fact that there is no DNA that you can sit here and say conclusively that Mr. Peterson has on the gun or the magazine, would that mean that that gun is most likely not his? He said, well, I can't say that. I can't say that it doesn't belong to him, but I can say that it would be surprising if he's handled it and his DNA isn't on it. Okay, like that's fair because you really can't. I mean, you could have a brand new gun. You could have just bought it in the car. They could have left out the gun transaction they did. Now it's his. Now what? I mean, just because you own it doesn't mean you've touched it. It is very likely you would expect to see somebody's DNA on their own gun, but you can't know for sure. And that's what this expert is saying. And it is true. He says, well, so I can't say it doesn't belong to him. You need to see ownership records or something. But I can say it would be surprising if he handled it and his DNA wasn't on it. If someone holds the gun, shoots it 5 times, pulls it, takes it out, holds it, shoots it 5 times, puts it in the car, would you expect that person's DNA will be on the gun? He said, I would expect that if their hands aren't gloved or something like that. Okay, so besides Tory Lanez, did the LAPD collect any reference samples for anybody else? No. This is one of the reasons we're here. Why didn't they collect a DNA sample for Kelsey? They collected gunshot swabs. So why did they collect swabs for the gunshot residue and not the DNA? Hello? Why did they collect swabs of Kelsey's for gunshot? Was it that once they found out that the gunshot residue was positive on her hands, they were like, whoop? Or did they actually, I'm starting to wonder whether they actually did run a DNA test and know. Maybe not this guy, or whatever. But I'm starting to wonder whether they did run a DNA test and they did find her DNA on that gun in that magazine. And we just not getting told that. I mean, if they did do that and they kept that evidence, that's again a textbook Brady violation. Textbook. But I'm not saying that's what happened. I wasn't there. In a case like this where there's a pew pew, there may be some confusion. And you should, okay. Sorry, again, I'm just so beside myself. So the question, and I put it in the little red box, besides Tory Lanez, did the LAPD collect any reference samples? Did they get DNA samples from anybody else other than Tory Lanez? No. The next question, is that in your opinion important? And why? He said, well, in a case like this where there's a shooting, there may be some confusion and you should collect from everybody that's there. Anybody that had an opportunity to hold the pew pew, anybody that had an opportunity to shoot it should have been collected. It's very easy to do. Like I say, you take the equivalent of a Q-tip and rub it inside the mouth. Put it in a little thing and label it, and off to the lab it goes. And they may decide not to test it, but now they can't test it. Wow, now they can't test it. That's true. Did you see any DNA samples for a person by the name of Kelsey Harris? No, not from DNA. No. Okay, now let's talk about gunshot residue. And I know we talked about this yesterday, but I also want to go over this pretty quickly. When somebody fires a gun, you'd expect there to be GSR on that person's hand. He said, yeah, if they fire it, again, like they're not wearing gloves or something and stuff, yeah, it would be on their hands. Okay, I don't want to waste too much time on, the background history about GSR, but you've also testified in court cases as an expert in these gunshot residue cases. He said, yes, I was one of the people who was involved in developing the part. Oh my God, this fucking spook. I was one of the people who was involved in developing the particle analysis technique we use for DNA analysis. Okay, but we talking about gunshot residue, buddy. Besides discharging the firearm is a question. Are there other methods one may have on other methods? One may have gunshot residue on their hands, even though they may not have shot the gun. He said, certainly, yeah, there's ways. And we've demonstrated this. And I don't really like, okay, so I'm going to stop him right there for a minute because I kind of don't really like that he's using these like in my lab, unless it's like you did an actual study and it's cited somewhere and I can look at the methods and stuff. Cause it's kind of like, what's the difference of like, me and my intern hugged each other and transferred DNA than like, what he's saying. Like, I need to know, what can you cite the study? When was it done? I mean, I'm not like very trusting of like experts in general without like some evidence. And he's just like, oh yeah, we're at my lab and we did it. Like, I said, hold my beer. Like, meh. Thanks so much, Evelyn, for the $4.99 super chat. Still catching up on the last video, but heart. Thank you so much. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that it's the LAPD. I mean, I think we need to gut that whole thing and replace it. Truly. Ugh. I have my lab. Sometimes we talked about going out and just becoming familiar with things such as shooting a gun, that type of thing. And if somebody is standing next to somebody who shoots the gun, it's very easy for them to get DNA on their hands because the puff of smoke that comes off when you fire it, especially like a semi-automatic when it ejects, the puff has gotten lots of GSR particles in it. And if they're standing there, that stuff could get on their hands. It can get on their clothes and various things like that. And we've taken and tested that. And yes, indeed, that is what happens. Okay, I'm going to give you a hypothetical, sir. If somebody is firing a gun and I run over to that person and I try to hold their hand and rounds are fired, right? Like I'm trying to move their hands and rounds are fired while I'm trying to hold that person. Would you expect the residue to be on my hands? They don't even want him to ask the hypothetical, but the judge is like, no, you can answer the question. Yeah, he said, I would expect the gunshot residue to be on that person's hands too. So this is the defense theory where Tory was pulling the gun away from Kelsey or making her shoot to the air or whatever he was doing. And that's how he got gunshot residue on his hands, because his hands were right by that gun whenever it was fired. Would you also expect the shooter to have gunshot residue? Yes. And sir, the fact that no DNA was done for anybody else, no other DNA samples were done besides Tory Lanez, do you believe that was something where police officers made a mistake or botched this investigation? That's never going to be allowed. Wasn't allowed to be asked. Okay, let me ask a different question. And this one's not allowed to be asked too. The judge doesn't let him ask it. Sir, do you believe it was proper for the police officer not to take DNA from potential shooters? The judge is like, you can't ask that. Sir, in your experience and training, he doesn't let him ask this either. They're crazy. This judge is crazy. Sir, in your experience and training, when there's gunshot residue on two people's hands, would the police officers do DNA on both people, or would they just do DNA of one person? They don't let him ask the question. Sir, when do you find out the results of gunshot residue? I knew it. Oh man, I'm too good. I'm too good. That's why you were saying what you were saying, Kaylee. When I was like, wait, I'm wondering if did they find out the results of the gunshot and not do the and you were like, yep, exactly 100. I didn't know for sure because I was saying a lot of stuff at that moment, but that's what you probably were saying 100 too. Sir, when do you find out the results of gunshot residue? He said, typically with any of these tests, it's a period of time after the incident took place. Depends on how busy the lab is, but anywhere from weeks to months to sometimes years to find out the gunshot residue analysis. Sir, if gunshot residue was taken on the date of the incident and DNA was also taken from only one person, would you expect from the other person gunshot residue that was taken for their DNA sample to exist also? Okay, so he finally gets to get his question in. So basically, this is just another iteration of the first of that question just now that got sustained 3 times, where like basically, why didn't they take Kelsey's DNA? I mean, why didn't they take it? Giovanni, BJ cracking me up this morning. I'm gonna put comedian on my resume, y'all. Keep up the great work. Happy Thankful Thursday. Yeah, it sounds weird. Something's weird going on. Okay, so the question is like a kind of convoluted thing. It was so convoluted that the prosecutors didn't even have time to object, I think. Sir, and the gunshot residue was taken on the date of the incident, and a DNA was taken from only one person. Would you expect from the other person who had the gunshot residue on their hand for them also to have a DNA sample existing as well? He said, I would expect so, yes. And was that done in this case? No. I have no further questions. Okay. So now it says cross-examination, but it's not cross-examination. It's not the cross-examination. It's the, oh, yes, it is cross-examination because this was a defense witness. Right. Okay. So now the government's coming up. Prosecutors. Okay. So you prepared a report in this case. He said, no. May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Okay. I'm going to show you a document that appears to be authored by somebody from Technical Associates Incorporated. I'll show you this document and ask you if you recognize it. He said, yes, I prepared this, but it's not a report. This isn't our standard report. It's basically just a summary of what my findings were and what I would be testifying to. This is not for preparing a report now. So you didn't prepare an actual standardized report in this case? No, he said no. Okay, so this summary was prepared when? He said day before yesterday, December 15th, 2022. You would agree that your testimony covers fairly complicated subject matters? He said in some areas, yes. Okay, question. And that preparing a report would be important to allow the parties to prepare for your testimony? He said, yeah. But you didn't do that in this case? No. Despite me calling you before the trial started and asking for a report so I could prepare for this very moment? He said, when you called me, I'm not allowed to speak to somebody without clearance from the attorneys we're working for, and that's standard in this field. And I did not have that clearance to speak with you. Well, the prosecutor snaps back. Isn't it also standard when you prepare a report that you turn it over to the prosecution if you're testifying in the trial? He said, yeah, if I was testifying in the trial, which I did not think I was testifying in this trial at that point. But you're testifying now, aren't you? Yeah, I am now. But you didn't prepare a report. He said, well, I mean, that's why I prepared that summary. Okay, you just said something. You said there's an indication that there's DNA from a female on the gun. That seems pretty important, doesn't it? He said, it is an indication. Okay, so where is that in your summary of findings in this case? He said, it's not there because it's just an indication. Not there. So maybe not that important? Objection, argumentative. And the judge is like, you can't say that. What are you talking about? Fine. How much are you getting paid for your testimony today, sir? $250 an hour. And how much have you been paid in total by the defense for this case? He said, I think like $6,200. You got paid $6,200 to write something yesterday that's not even a formal report? Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, sustained. How much of your yearly income is derived from testifying for defense attorneys? He said, oh, I don't have it broken down that way. The great majority of the income I get from laboratory is either in reviewing materials that have been from testing that was done or in actually doing testing. There's only a few cases where I actually go in and testify about the case when something happens. A lot of times we end up not hearing that we're going to testify until the last minute, which is what happened in this case. The prosecutor goes on, okay, well, let me ask you this. What % of your testimony in court is for defense attorneys? He said the great majority, like over 90%. Okay, and I would imagine that generates quite a bit of money for your little business, doesn't it? He said, well, I mean, all of these things are expensive in this business. I'm asking you, and he said, and that's one, but I'm asking you, does that generate a lot of money for your business? He said, depends on how much testimony I'm doing at any period of time. The last couple years, very little, because there's very little testimony. So it does change. In a non-COVID year, he said, well, it's more significant, but it's not as much as the review or the testing. Okay, but testifying for defense, actually, this is actually a strong defense for him because they're trying to kind of like impeach his credibility like they did with Dawn Hughes, Dr. Dawn Hughes, was like, how much of your income comes from this? Like 60% of what she does comes from it, like testifying alone. But he's like, I don't really testify. I mean, I run tests. That's how we make our money. We run the tests. I don't got to get on the stand to testify to make money. That's basically what he's saying. But the prosecutor is trying to make him look bad. Like you have a financial incentive to testify for Tory Lanez and make it look like he's not as guilty or something. But it's like, he's like, I mean, somewhat. He's like, no, the review and the testing is how I make my money, not testifying. Okay, but testifying for defense attorneys is a significant portion of the income for your business, right? Yeah, that's correct. And it's important that you continue to drum up business for cases in the future with defense attorneys, right? He said it's important to get cases, but I haven't done any drumming up in years because it goes by word of mouth and people just call us all the time to work on their cases. Yeah, but it's not just testifying, which is over 90% for the defense, but your testing and general review of cases is also overwhelmingly for the defense, is it not? He said, yeah. I was actually referring to all the work we did when I said 90%. Prosecutors have their own labs, sheriff's lab, police lab, labs like that. We take over when the defense attorneys need to have work done. Oh, man. Woo. He's like, all of it is testing for private individuals. The cops have their own labs, stupid. Don't you know that, prosecutor? He said, we take over when the defense attorneys need work done. And we will do testing. And that's what I'm saying. Like, this is a spook operation in my conspiracy theory mind. It's a spook operation. It's the CIA. In my conspiracy theory mind. It's the guy that was there the first year they were doing DNA testing. He was doing it. And he started his business 5 years before that. And he's basically the police lab, the sheriff's lab, and the other labs like that for people defending themselves. Is a spook, in my opinion. In my opinion, I don't know. I never met this man. I've heard of him until today. So how could I know? Um, I was reading somebody else's comments. We'll do the testing and review them and explain to them what's happened in the case. A lot of them don't understand the science that we deal with. Okay, so I want to ask you about those labs. Is your lab accredited? No. Do you know what the ASCLD is? Yes. What is that? The American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors. I have a certification from them that I'm qualified to run a DNA laboratory. We've not done accreditation because there's no rules. We don't need to. Okay, well, the FBI lab, they're accredited, aren't they? Yes. The LA County Sheriff's Lab, they're also accredited. That's correct. The LAPD lab, they're accredited, aren't they? Accredited and corrupt. That's. And wouldn't you agree that the DNA advisory boarder, which I'm sure you're familiar with, they advisory board, they recommended that all DNA labs be accredited by their little special little in the club accreditation barnacle? No, he said, I mean, I that's what they say, but your lab isn't. Yeah. Have you ever been audited by a DNA advisory board? He said, no. We audit ourselves. Oh, and they don't audit you because you're not in an accredited lab. He said, well, we're not applying for accreditation. So you say you audit yourself. I mean, this guy like invented DNA basically. Like, I mean, please. I think he's accredited, even if he doesn't have the little barnacle sticker from these stupid idiots that want to run clubs and make gatekeep every damn thing. So you say you audit yourself. If you fail that audit, who would know? He said, I would. I mean, I agree. He does probably, I mean, they probably need to audit DNA labs, but he didn't run DNA. Again, like all these questions are important, but this guy isn't saying he ran the DNA and found a different result. He's actually agreeing. He's agreeing with the DNA results or whatever or he's not contesting them. He's conceding, I should say, the DNA results. He's not saying that the LAPD lab got the wrong results in their samples. Maybe it's because he kind of implied that they should have collected DNA from Kelsey, and maybe the prosecutor's coming back and saying, but you're not even accredited, so shut up. Doesn't matter what you think. Maybe that's what the point of that is. Oh my gosh, you missed class yet? You missed class yesterday. Kill with Kindness 84. Thank you for the $4.99. You're seated today. Okay. Tia said your reenactment of Bot is pretty spot on. Because that's exactly how he acts. Please, I'm channeling that bot, the bot. I never heard him. I never saw him. I don't know what he looks like. Would the general public know if you ever failed an audit? He said, no, we would correct it. Would the general public know? He said, I don't know that they would know under any circumstance, even if they were accredited. So if you fail an audit, the only person who would know is you. He said, and other members of my staff, yeah. But if an accredited lab fails an audit, it would be known to the public, wouldn't it? He said, I don't know what would be known to the public. Okay, well, would you agree that if you're accredited, all of the procedures have been reviewed at certain time intervals? He said, that's correct. And their validation studies have to be gone through? He said, yeah, to some extent. They can go and ask for specific casework if they want to. That's my understanding. Yeah. And in fact, if you fail one of these audits for proficiency tests, you can lose your accreditation. He said, yeah, you can lose accreditation. But none of that applies to you, right? Because you're not accredited. He said, well, yeah, we haven't applied for accreditation. So there's really no oversight at all in your lab. He said, that's incorrect. What's the oversight? He said, every analyst that I have has to go through what we call testing, which is to determine the quality of the work that we do. This testing is done by a company. There's multiple companies, one primary one that sends us what's basically an evidence packet with little ID of what's on it. Every one of our analysts runs at least 2 of these tests, proficiency tests every year. So they do have proficiency tests, and it's like put on by this company. He said, I'm the only director of a laboratory I know that runs that test myself also. He's like, I'm running these tests. But still, I mean, if, it's kind of like that lady that administered the bar exam. She was the president of the National Council of Bar Examiners. They write most of the bar exams in the country. She never took a bar exam. Never took it. Never took one. I don't know if she's still the CEO. Maybe they wised up and got rid of that idiot, but never took, much less passed, a bar exam. So just because it's, you the one administering things doesn't mean you're not breaking rules. He said, we've been doing that since the late 80s. So the entire period of time, we've never made a mistake on these proficiency tests. We've gotten every single one correct. And that's a very clear validation of the work we're doing. Okay, fine. These are the sort of blind proficiency samples that you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, so now, by the way, let's say you're telling me you get it correct. But let's say you don't get it correct. But he didn't run anything. His lab didn't run any tests. Why are we asking these questions? This lab didn't run any tests. All it did was analyze the stuff that was done by the LAPD and comment on that investigation. So it's like, if you run something and get it wrong, what's the protocol? It's like, who gives a shit? Who cares? Do they even have the legal authority to notify anybody about it? He said, I don't know whether they have the legal authority to do it or not. But whenever we are requested to show our proficiency test results, we send out a summary of them. Okay. And would you agree that if you fail these tests, Mr. Taylor, you could fail every single one of these tests, and that the group that's monitoring you is not allowed to notify anyone? He said, well, they notify us. I don't know what the rules are necessarily on notifying anybody else. Okay, well, I'm going to show you your prior testimony to see if that refreshes your recollection, because you've been asked this question before. They went and looked at all his testimony he gave in the past. Take a look at this question and answer at the bottom and let me know when you're done. He said, I don't remember this testimony. Okay, fine, I'll read it. Question, Mr. Taylor. So this is a previous trial he testified in. Would you agree that, in fact, if you fail these tests, you could fail every single one of these tests, and the group that's monitoring you is not allowed to notify anyone other than you? What was your answer? He said, yes, I think that's correct. Yeah. So you claim you've never failed a test, but how would anybody ever know? Oh, that was your big one? That was your big one, bot? Okay. We've had analysts. He said, we've had analysts come in and look at all of the tests we've run. When somebody from our lab was going to work in another lab, an accredited lab, and they needed to find that out. And they came in and they looked at all the testing that we do. Okay, well, would you say that this is the same check and balance that's in place for an accredited lab? He said, no, it's different, because you're looking at different things in this process. The accredited labs also have to do proficiency testing, just like we do, and they have to get it right. Often they don't get it right, and they have to go send that person back for additional training. This is the same thing we would do under those circumstances, but they come in and look at other things in the laboratory. The fact that we've gotten all of our tests correct demonstrates that, yes, indeed, we are doing an appropriate job of testing DNA. You keep saying you got all of them correct, but nobody really knows except for you, because your audits aren't available to the public. He said, no, they're not available to the public, but we have shown them to individuals who have requested to come in and see the testing we've done. Okay, well, what happens if in an accredited lab fails one of these tests? He said, well, they would notify the accrediting body. Yeah. But there have been people in labs that have failed that go on working. So I'm not sure how that works because I haven't gone through that process because everybody at my lab always gets it right. So I can't really relate to whatever y'all have going on over there. Okay, fine. I want to ask you about the defense seminars. Do you ever attend seminars specifically for defense attorneys? He said, I have in the past. Yeah. And in fact, one of them would be the California Attorneys for Criminal Justice. He said, yeah, I gave presentations there. Is Sean Hawley on that? Somebody look it up. What about the California Public Defenders Association? Yeah. And in fact, you've done the capital case seminar. Isn't that right? Yeah. That was titled Addressing DNA That Implicates Your Client. That's correct. And is it your testimony that you were going in there as an unbiased witness, an unbiased expert? Yeah. Well, weren't you in fact going there just to drum up business from defense attorneys? No. He said I went there because I was invited to come and give a presentation. Okay, well, now I want to ask you about some testimony you gave just down the hall in Judge Arnold's court. Okay, so we have another judge on the scene. It's a past testimony from this expert. You were asked, isn't it true that part of your business strategy as president of your lab is to go out and do seminars in front of criminal defense attorneys and market yourself so they can hire you? And your answer was, you can say it's part of the strategy. He said, yeah. So do you go to these seminars and you talk as an expert to drum up business from defense attorneys? He said, I go to the seminars and I give presentations when I'm invited to come and give a presentation. There are many things that we have discovered along the way because of the research that we've done that hasn't been known to the rest of the community. I've given presentations also in general. For example, the judges in LA County invited me to come and give presentations with regard to this. There are a number of groups I've given presentations to, and I do it when I'm invited to do it. Okay, so one of the reasons you go there is to drum up business. So let's talk about how much money you make from this business. What was your lab paid last year? Let's say actually in a non-COVID year, because you said it was a down year, for testifying as a defense expert. The total number? He said, I don't know. Estimate. I don't know. You don't know how much money your lab makes from testifying as a defense expert? You wouldn't be familiar with those numbers? No. Ballpark. There isn't a major source of income. Isn't it a major source of income for your business? He said, yeah, but I mean, I don't have it broken down like that because we're doing testing. We're doing consultation. We're doing a number of things. I'm trying to remember the last tax return and what it was. We've had very high years in the past, but recently it's been really bad to the point that I'm not taking salary checks anymore. Oh, Lord, the spook is broke, y'all. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. Is it over $1 million? Can you tell me that? He said, no, not this last year. Nowhere near. It has been over $1 million. The judge wouldn't let the question. He's just going to strike it? No. Now, you testified as an expert for Los Angeles County as well as private attorneys like Mr. Magdesian. That's correct? Wait. He has testified for Los Angeles County before. That's prosecutors. And would you be appointed in those cases by the court? Yes. And how much did you get paid for testifying for defendants in a non-COVID year? He said, again, I don't have a breakdown on that. I would try to remember what the total gross income that the company had last year. I've got a general idea, but I don't know for sure. I believe it's about $700,000, which is not enough to keep the laboratory going. That's why I haven't taken a check this last year. Oh, okay. So that's just what you get from the county, but you also get paid by private attorneys on top of that. Oh no. Okay. So the county is they have the county running the defense public defender's office. Okay. But do you also get paid by private attorneys on top of that? Private attorneys, other counties, we do work all over the United States. Okay. Let's just start with today. You say you bill $250 an hour. Yeah. What time did you start billing today? He said a little bit before noon. And does that include your drive down here? Yeah. Does that include your lunch? He said, I didn't eat lunch. Does that include as soon as you start up the car? Do you start billing? He said, well, If I'm driving, I'm assuming I'm driving to court. It involves whatever work I do, perhaps prepping things for court, the drive to court, my time testifying in court, my drive home. Okay, so despite the majority of your income and your business, this is not what he said. He did not say the majority of his income and business relies on testifying for defense attorneys. That is not what he said. He said the majority of his business relies on reviewing and analyzing the DNA for the defense attorneys. He says he rarely gets called into courts. You maintain that you're an objective scientist. Yes. Yet, when the key theory in the defense's case is that a female touched the gun, you didn't even put that in your informal report. He said, yeah, but you're objective. He said, that has nothing to do with any kind of a prejudice we have for what I'm talking about. Most of our cases, so sandbagging DAs is not being prejudiced. Your Honor, I'm going to object as argumentative and racist. Wait. Is that a racism word? Which one? I guess it would have to be that. No, I don't want to say it. What's that? I thought it means like sabotaging. I didn't know it had something to do with a race. Okay, the judge just said, hold on, stop. Okay, it's just the objection sustained. You can't, what's the question? He's not allowing him to answer the question, Your Honor. Okay, don't talk over me, the court says. Let him finish his answers. He looks at the prosecutor. The objection is sustained. Move on. Okay, fine. I want to go through, this is the prosecutor. I want to go through some of the findings you made in this case. You would agree that the people's expert, Mr. Zapita, that we can say, would you agree with the people's expert that we can say whether or not the defendant can be excluded from the DNA profile from the handbook? He said, what? I don't know what this question is either. He's like, you said we can say that? I don't know what you're saying. Okay, he's going to try the question again. He's trying again. Mr. Zapata testified that Tory Lanez could not be excluded from the DNA profile generated from the gun. Would you agree with that? Yes. He said yes. So he may have touched it, but we don't know. The expert said that's correct. Yeah, he may have. We don't know. Okay, so you said something that I thought was interesting. That there were 4 contributors to that handgun and 4 contributors to the magazine. And you inferred that they were the same 4 people? Yes, I put a box around it, remember? Why is that? How would you possibly know that? He said, I didn't say that. He kind of did. He kind of did infer that. You said it could have been a coincidence, but the implication, I think, at least, that I was left with was that they were the same 4 people. Your Honor, I'm objecting. Okay, and he sustained it. Did you make any comparison? Did you say it was the same 4 people both times? No. I just said they found 4 individuals on the gun, 4 on the magazine. And on the gun, one of them they knew was male. And on the magazine, 2 of them they knew was male based on the amount of DNA there. I have no idea if they're the same people. So this could be 8 completely different people? That is correct. The judge said, next question. The judge is not letting them get anywhere near this forensics snafus too much, right? Like anything that could put somebody else's DNA somewhere, the judge is like, okay, move on. You indicated that the DNA could transfer easily from something like a handshake. Yes. So the hypothetical that defense gave you was if the gun belonged to his client, if he loaded it, handled it, and regularly accessed it, you would expect his DNA to be on the gun? Yes. If he didn't always wear gloves or something like that, I would expect his DNA to be on the gun. Yeah. Okay, but you don't know if the gun is his at all, do you? He said, no, I don't. Could it have been the security guard's gun? Wait, is this still the prosecutor? It could have been the security guard's gun. Who is the security? Jaquan, they're saying. Again, the judge is not letting any questions that can get anybody's DNA anywhere else or in the thought of the jury. And this is the defense's theory that someone else shot it. So again, I'm not sure this was a good call by the judge. New question. The point is, you don't know if it was his clients or how often he handled it or if he loaded it. You don't know any of these things. Whose client's gun? The point is, you don't know if it was his client's gun. Who would Tory Lanez' clients be? That's what I Thanks so much, Christy Green, for the $5 super chats. You're bringing the truth to light. I hope so. Did he slip up and girl, I don't know. The point is, you don't know if it was his client's gun or how often he handled it or if he loaded the gun. You don't know any of those things. That's correct. And would there be other things you could look at to see if a person fired a gun besides DNA, like maybe eyewitness testimony? He said, well, I mean, there's other areas. I've given evidence. The evidence of DNA testing has shown. I don't know what eyewitness testimony says. I don't know what any of those other factors that go along with the totality. I know a lot of mistakes are made in different areas like that. Eyewitness testimony, there's a lot of mistakes made. What about admissions by the defendant? You didn't look into anything like that? You didn't look into any of the other facts of the case other than the DNA evidence? He said, no. Just the general description of what happened. Nothing further. Okay, let's do the redirect. Have you ever worked with me before? No, I don't think so. So this is Tory's lawyer again. Is today the first time we've ever met? Yes. Have you been hired or assigned to be on cases by the court? Yes. Has the court assigned you? And has the court paid you to be an expert witness for the defense? Yeah, my company is on the acceptable list for appointments to cases. So the court has a list of experts in different areas. Isn't that right? That's correct. And one of these areas is DNA, right? He said, that's correct. And you're one of the experts on the court panel for DNA, aren't you? He said, that's correct. All right, let's talk about this. Counsel says you work for the defense side 90% of the time. You remember that? Sir, in criminal cases, do they rely on LAPD criminalists? He said generally either LAPD or LA Sheriff. So he's basically saying if you want to work in this county, you can't work for the prosecutors because they have their own stuff going on. They have their own. They have LAPD, they have LA Sheriff, just like they did in this case. They didn't have a private doctor come in. I mean, a private forensics expert. They had somebody who works for LAPD or the sheriff or whatever. So the prosecution has the police officer providing information, right? Yeah, that's correct. So in order for the defense to corroborate the prosecution's DNA analysis, we have to actually hire experts. Isn't that right? Yes, that's correct. So the defense has to hire somebody like you because the prosecution has LAPD or LA Sheriff's Department. Isn't that right? That's correct. And every expert that takes the stand, sir, do they get paid to take the stand? He said, yep, by salary or by time, yes. So when you take the stand, when the court appoints you, do you get paid for testifying by the court? He said, hopefully, yeah. Okay, so there was a lot of talk about you wrote a report yesterday. He said, yeah. Sir, let me ask you this. Did you and I speak on this case? And did I tell you I might not need you because there would be a stipulation? That's correct. And did I call you just a couple days ago to tell you that the people are not stipulating? And I'm going to need you to testify. Oh, they went back on their word. So he had to scramble. This whole trial was a scramble. Yeah, that's correct. Did you tell me that you can't testify next week and you have to do it this weekend? That's why I took you out of order? That's correct. Because until last week, you didn't expect to testify. Isn't that right? He said, that's correct. So let me ask you this, sir. The prosecution made a big deal that you provided a report yesterday. Sir, did you request for additional discovery? For you to evaluate the work that the police officer had done? He said, I can't remember if we asked for additional or not, but we got discovery, certainly. Okay. And when you did receive that discovery, Oh, sorry, excuse me. And when did you receive that discovery, sir? Oh, that I have no idea. I don't know. All right, let me take a step back then. Did you initially receive a report which would show in the report that the LAPD criminalist did a report and said there was no evidence of my client's DNA on the gun, for example? Did you get something like that? Yes. After receiving that, did you want a follow-up investigation report and documents, for example, like how the DNA was retrieved, whether it was contaminated? Did you want all of that follow-up? He said, yes, I did. And when did you receive that? Was it within this month? He said, I don't really remember, but it was recently. Okay. And when you received that, can you describe to the jury how many pages of discovery that was? Was it hundreds of pages? Yeah, it was hundreds of pages. And once you received these hundreds and hundreds of pages of discovery, did you review it? He said, actually, yeah, myself and one of my employees. And was your opinion consistent with the LAPD officer's criminalist report? Yes. And this is what I was trying to say earlier. It's like, I don't know why he's like, your lab is a podunk, unaccredited ass piece of shit. Because it's like, I mean, he's agreeing. It's not like he disagreed with anything that they said or any of their test results. The opinion was consistent with the other criminalist. The issue was, why didn't they do that same process with somebody else's DNA? Is your opinion any different from theirs? No. Then what the LAPD criminalist conclusion was the same conclusion as you? Yeah, okay, so they agree. So there was all this talk about accreditation. Exactly. There's all this talk about accreditation and qualifications, sir. But is your opinion the same as the LAPD criminalist? Yes. And sir, are you here lying for the defense to get more business for the defense? No. Sir, they talked about calling you. Do you remember that? This gentleman called you? Yes. And did you tell them that you can't speak to him because you're hired by the defense and there's an attorney-client privilege? That is correct. Okay, and you would only be able to speak to him once the defense okays you to speak to him because you're under the umbrella of the attorney-client privilege? So that's correct. Did you expect an attorney to know that you're hired by the defense and you fall under the umbrella of the attorney-client privilege and not to ask you any questions? Oh, this is a good point, right? Like he shouldn't have been calling him. It was prosecutorial misconduct. Right. Is this in the appeal? I'm starting to be a little concerned that some of this stuff wasn't. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I was about to say it was objected to and sustained, but why wasn't this, like, for example, specifically enumerated on the appeal? Because this is another, like, if you can get attorney misconduct, prosecutor misconduct, a lot of times you can get your thing overturned. And this is looking like a bordering on a misconduct situation because the prosecutor's calling the expert and it's like, right? You expect that guy to know the expert's hired by the defense and there's an attorney-client privilege, but the prosecutor just hit him up like, hey, send me your report. The guy was like, I'm hired by someone else, dude. The court didn't let the question be asked, though. Sir, counsel keeps saying about, okay, next question. This is Tory's lawyer still on the cross redirect. Sir, counsel keeps saying about the gun, touching the gun, you can't exclude Mr. Peterson. Sir, is there any evidence as you sit here that people can say, or that the people that, the state of California can say that Tory Lanez touched that gun? Is there any evidence as you sit here that he touched it? No. And is that the same opinion that the LAPD criminalist had? He said that is correct. Sir, again, I'm going to ask you this hypothetical. I'm going to leave out the fact that it's my pew-pew, okay? But if I just pick one up from inside of a vehicle, I take it, I get out of the car, shoot 5 times. I put it back in the back of the car, or I put it back in the car. Would you expect my DNA to be on it, sir? He said, I would. Yes, I would. Is my client's DNA on the gun? Not that we can tell, no. I have no further questions. Nothing further. They excused Mr. Taylor. Okay, so that was the end of the 15th through 16th. I read up through the 170s. Yep, that was page 174. So now let me see. Okay, so what else do I have in here? I have Sean Kelly interview, but is that from 2022? Hold on. Yeah. So I read the transcript from December 13th. I read it from the 14th. That was Kelsey Harris day 1. 15th, we just finished. We finished yesterday, Kelsey. And then the 16th, I think we just did. So hold on, let me open this one. I think we can move to the 17th. And the only thing I have for 17th is this interview with Sean Kelly. I think it was on a Saturday they interviewed him. Okay, so let's do this. We'll read Sean Kelly's. That one's only 13. Now, this is the neighbor that supposedly saw the incident happening in real time. Um, I think this is a Saturday. I think that they come back on the Monday. Okay, so okay, who's AB? Hold on. Okay, Alex Bott is AB. That's the prosecutor. KT is also prosecutor, and then SK is Sean Kelly. So they're having a little meeting, and this is the transcript. Okay, we're on record here. This is District Attorney Alex Bott and Kathy Ta and Investigator Jody Little. Jody Little shares a last name with one of the doctors on the so-called bullet fragment brigade, the bullet brigade. We're sitting at the residence of Sean Kelly. No, get out my house. No, I'll meet you at the station. Hell no, absolutely not. I'm not going to be having the feds in my freaking house. No, get out. Do you have a warrant? Come back with a warrant. We're sitting in the residence of Mr. Sean Kelly to discuss his interactions with the defense attorney in this case. So Mr. Kelly, I think this is where they were like mad at Sean Chapman Hawley or something. Or was it? We'll see. We'll get to it. I'm just going to sort of take it from here. Why don't you talk to us about what's going on? He said, well, I had several phone calls where his name appeared on my phone, but I never answered any of them. And finally, there was a text message, which I still have, which basically he declared who he was in the text message. And so I called him and he explained who he was and what it was about and asked me about appearing in court. And I told him that I wouldn't be able to be there until I take my son to school. And he goes to school very close, so possibly, 9:30, 10 o'clock at the latest. And he was quite polite at the beginning. He said, we'll do everything we can to accommodate your concerns. And he said, and I'll let you know. Then I got a second call. So this is Magdesian. He's like, then I got a second call. And this time he's like, look, we don't need you, but I need to talk to you to go through your statements. So the prosecutor butts in and goes, I'm sorry, what? You said he said I do or I don't? I do need to talk to you. Oh, okay. He said, I want to talk to you before we go into court about your statements and what we are going to say to you. And then Sean Kelly said, and then I said back to him, you can ask me any questions you like in court and I don't want to talk to you. And he said, no, we need to talk to you. We need to discuss some things that you said that possibly contradict each other. And I said, well, I don't want to talk to you. You can do that in court. So then the prosecutor says, was there a reason why you didn't want to talk to him? He said, well, I didn't want to talk to anybody, to tell you the truth. I don't want anything to do with this, if I could help it. So this is the same thing Kelsey's saying. Both of them don't want to have to be held accountable for what they previously said on the stand, one way or the other. So I just said, look, I really don't want to talk to you. I don't want to discuss it. I really didn't think I was supposed to because it was a court hearing. And so I said no. And he called again and he said, look, you're not coming to court today, but possibly tomorrow. I need to talk with you before you go in about your statements because we don't want you to perjure yourself. And I said, why would I perjure myself? And he said, and this is supposedly Tory's lawyer, well, you might perjure yourself because of the statements. And I'm like, okay, then, well, just ask me the questions in court. The prosecutor goes, I guess I'm just confused. So when he said something about you're going to perjure yourself, your response was, why would I perjure myself? Sean said, yeah. And what was his response to that? He just said, you will because of the statement. So Tory Lanez's lawyer tells him back, you're going to perjure yourself because there's some contradicting statements. And he said that the prosecutors are going to prove you perjured yourself. Okay, well, how did you take that statement? Sean said, I just didn't really want to talk to him anymore. So police asked me questions in court. Isn't that why I'm going to court? So you can question me in front of whoever needs to hear. And he starts to get a little bit like agitated and like a little bit more aggressive in his manner. And I said, look, it's done. And I just hung up the phone on him. And 2 days later, he called and texted again and again and again. And this time it was aggressive from the beginning. His nature and the way he was talking to me was like, I need to speak to you. I need to talk to you about this. I need to tell you what happened. And I said, I don't need you to tell me what happened. And he said, well, your statement. And I said, well, I don't need to discuss any of this with you. So then the prosecutor says, what do you think he meant when he said, I need to tell you what happened? Because to me, he seemed to be saying, Sean Kelly said, you were asleep while the shooting took place. So you never saw anything. And I said, that's not true. I didn't get up with my phone. I walked to the window. I was awoken by the shouting and the screaming, shouting. And I can show you all this where my bedroom is to help. And it happens a lot because this spot is people's phone signal stops here. So lots of people stop there to make lots of calls before they go up into the hills. And it was obvious that something was happening. There was foul language. It was a lot of screaming and shouting. And so I said to him, look, I got up, I opened the windows, he said. And he goes, you started your, okay. So then Tory's lawyer tells to Sean Kelly, and this is Sean Kelly retelling this discussion. So the attorney said, look, you started your statement that you awoke to the sound of gunfire. And then Sean Kelly says back to Tory's attorney, no, I didn't. Okay, wait. So was Mr. Magdesian suggesting something to you? He said, yeah. He was suggesting that I woke up when I heard gunfire and that I didn't see any. So I said, look, I don't want to go into all that, and you can ask me in court. I said, I woke up, there was a disturbance going on outside. I opened my windows, I looked down, and it became a physical attack. It went from aggressive words at each other situation to like starting to attack each other. They started to attack each other. This man is saying to the prosecutors, during, like, this is the middle of trial. I mean, they're not sworn in for trial. Like, this is like a recorded statement, not in trial, but it still is like an interview with prosecutors, just like that one, what's her name did, Kelsey. And they played the whole thing in court. And he said, apparently Tory's lawyer comes back and says, well, you were asleep while the gunfire. And I said, no, I never told anybody I was asleep. And I don't want to do this anymore. So Tory's lawyer started to catch this guy in lies and he flipped. I don't know if that's why, but like those two things seem to have happened. So there's the next question from the prosecutor. Somebody, Kaylee sent me this. I don't know who wrote on it, but this is somebody else's little note here. It seems to be important. How many times did he tell you that what you were telling him was wrong? He told me like 3 or 4 times, hey, it's wrong. You're going to perjure yourself. You stated you were woke up to the sound of gunfire. And I said, I'm not aware of that. I don't remember saying that. I said, look, I'm finished with this. He said, well, I've got one more question. And I just hung up because it just wasn't a pleasant exchange. It's not pleasant to be called on your bullshit. That's true. It was him saying, no, what you're saying is wrong. And okay, next question. So he said that if you said that, you were going to be charged with perjury. Yeah, he told me, the prosecution, you chaps. Okay, so this guy is not from the United States, as it is. Where's he from? The UK somewhere. The prosecution that said that you guys they're going to make you appear to be a fool. They're going to treat you this way. And I'm like, I said, I really don't care. I'm just going to, you ask me questions, I'll answer them. If they don't work, there's not much I can do about it. And that was it. I hung up and I did tell him, don't call me again, and hung up. So what was the feeling you got from these conversations? He said, I felt pressured, partly because I started to feel pressured. Like, you need to say this. Okay, but you felt it wasn't true? He said, yes, I felt that. It sounded as if he was saying, look, you never saw what you're claiming you saw. Okay, so be specific about what you saw, claiming you never saw. I don't know what this question is. He said, when I heard the noise, I woke up. This is Sean Kelly. He seemed to feel that the incident started when I called police. And that's when I saw, hey, something's happening. I'll call police. But it wasn't. It took several minutes before I called the police. It didn't happen like that. And I said, look, I opened the door. I was looking. My son opened his window. I can show you. He opened his look over to me and said, Daddy, what's going on? Did you go through most of what you saw with him? He said, no. It was just, he was saying he kept coming back to, you were awoken by the sound of gunfire. He said, and then he said, well, if that's true, I don't remember that. Okay. And just generally, next question, how did that conversation make you feel? What was the lasting impression? He said, I felt pressure. Each time I spoke to him, I felt pressured. I felt that it was aggressive. Wasn't a very pleasant man. It was, he even said something to me that was really crass. He asked me what I did, and I said, I'm a designer. And he said, oh, what sort of designer? And I said, oh, well, I do fashion. I work on movies and music stuff. Girl. I ain't even going to say it. I'm keeping it to my freaking self, okay? I work in movies and music and stuff. I bet you freaking do. Isn't that convenient? Oh, he said, oh, well, that's a shame because I was going to give you a job. I need an interior designer when I go and buy, da. And he said, and that's when I was about to say goodbye. And he said, no. I want to talk to you. Okay, next question. Did you feel the phone call was the series of phone calls where he was acting aggressively was in any way to influence your testimony in court? He said, now the little PDF is corrupting. All right, hold on. We got the PDF corrupted. Hold on. I'm gonna have to pull it back up. I was getting like the rainbow wheel of doom. Yeah, he's in the showbiz, y'all. Okay. Anyway, so then you hung up on him. Did you feel the phone call was this series of phone calls was in any way to influence your testimony in court? He said, I feel he seemed to get angry when I disagreed with him and said, no, I don't remember what you're trying to tell me I'm supposed to have done. Okay, the prosecutor said, and so we're clear. When you're talking about when you disagree with him, it was specifically about things you remember from that night. He said, yeah, he seemed to want to make me say I was asleep while there was a shooting. Okay, but you mentioned earlier, I know we asked you a couple times, you said you felt pressure. Can you explain what you mean when you say pressure? Like pressure to what? So they're like basically trying to do back to this lawyer what was just done to them because they're one of their star witnesses, Kelsey, who they're trying to protect. Clearly. She basically did the same thing to them just like 2 days ago on the stand when this was took. She's like, oh, I felt pressured by the prosecution. So now they're just trying to find a witness to put up there and say they felt pressured because they just got found out. He said, I felt like he wanted me to say something that wasn't truthful. His feelings, though, he felt. Nobody actually asked him to do that. It was a feeling. He was saying, hey, you're going to be perjuring yourself. I don't want you to be perjuring yourself. I want to go through the statements with you, point out where you're going to perjure yourself, and we'll say this. And I said, that's not going to happen. Wait, so he told you what you were going to say in court? He said, yeah, he wanted me to review the statements with him outside of the court. And he said, look, I'll show you where you're going to perjure yourself. And the you chaps, this is UK. Where's this guy from? Somebody quick. Where's Sean Kelly from? Because it ain't the United States. We don't say chaps. That's not what we say. This is a linguistic tell. So where's he from? You chaps are going to you're going to contradict what he said it twice. They're going to make you look like a fool. We need to go through it. I said, I don't want to listen to you. You just need to ask me the questions in court. And then he also told you earlier that we might charge you with perjury. He said, no, that you would accuse me of perjury and say I'm perjuring myself. And he said, look, it can get serious. The prosecutor said, okay, so essentially he wanted you to adopt his narrative. He said, well, no. Sean said, my understanding of it was he wanted me to look at the statements with him. And then he was going to say, look, this here, you need to say that. And that's how I felt. Again, there's just feelings. Nobody actually said that. I didn't see any reason to review the statements. My memory of the event was a phone call to the police when I was outside. The sergeant asked me to give the police officer a statement, and the DA got it. Oh, the DA got a statement too. And then a gentleman showed up at our house and said he was representing. He was the one, went around the back and said, where did it happen? Went around and talked it through, and then he's the one that said, okay, we're going to start recording. Can we start from here? What's this recording? He is from the UK, they saying. Mimi, stop. He's from UK. I knew chaps. They got the spooks and the freaking Royals cousins out here doing their dirty work. Went around. So somebody showed up at his house and went all around his house and stuff. That's crazy. He didn't record the whole thing. I told him what I said and then went, okay, we can start from here. So you talked through the whole thing with him. Okay. So this gentleman came to interview you. Do you remember anything about what he looked like? He was a tall black gentleman, very large. Tall black gentleman came to his house who was very large. Do you remember the name he gave you? Or, well, he came again because he was the person that was banging on my door to give me the subpoena. And I was like, you need to leave. And he was very, same thing. He was very aggressive. He was slamming on my door. He did not identify himself to me. When the door rang, he put his foot in the doormat and went, shake my hand. And I said, I don't want to shake. I don't even know who you are. He said, just shake my hand. And he was leaning in and I said, I don't want to shake your hand. Get away from me. Truly, don't come to my freaking house talking about shake my hand. Get off my front lawn. He said, I moved to the French windows and I just said, you need to leave right now. And he said, what's wrong with you? I just want to shake your hand. Get off my porch. Get off my property. The police are on the way. Somebody shows up on just shake my hand. I ain't touching you. Who is this person? Is it true? So some guy showed up. Oh my God, this is funny. I thought he was a serial killer. The prosecutor said, okay, so when you spoke with him, though, you said it sounds like you guys went through the entire event again. He said, yeah, the original. I mean, I was like, okay, I know who he is now. This chap from down here. And I said, look, you need to leave. So please leave. And he had his foot in the doorway. And I said, you need to leave. I really don't want to talk to you. I have nothing to say. And as I closed the door, he went up to the door and went, boom. Oh my God. And I sat and I just said to him, I said, really? You're going to do it this way? This sounds crazy. I don't know what this is. I wish there was Ring camera footage. Okay, so then so the time that he interviewed you, it sounds like you walked through what happened with him and then you recorded and then you walked through what happened with him again? Yeah, okay, sorry, go on. It's just I remember he said, "Okay, now we're gonna start from here. Let's start from here." Was there anything that you said the first time you don't remember was caught the second time, or you just repeated yourself? He said it's about the same. I don't know. Me personally, I don't know because you're saying different things. I don't know. Maybe there are. I'm not sure. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. He said, and I was pressured with down there. When I was down there, my son was up here and the police, and he's like, "Daddy, daddy." And I'm like, "Look, I need to go get my son." And they're like, "You're going to stay right here." And then I'm like, "No, I'm going to go get my son." And the sergeant is like, "You're not going anywhere." And I went, "Bye." And then he came up here and they sent police officer with me. The prosecutor said, "Just so you know, we just want you to testify truthfully, however you remember it. We're not trying to go over all the events you did give in prior interviews, and then it really isn't the purpose of this meeting. We just wanted to meet with you to follow up some other stuff." Yeah, that other stuff was trying to find some witness intimidation or something. She says, the prosecutor goes on, "As far as what you saw that night, you can testify on the stand. As long as you're testifying truthfully, that's all that matters to us." Um, I don't know if it's, and then, yeah, "Oh, sure. I'm so sure it's unintelligible. Yeah, I'm so sure. I'd rather not be there to tell you the truth." He said, "Yeah, I'm sure." Or no, she. So Sean Kelly, the guy, the eyewitness of the shooting, he said, "I'd rather not be there." And the prosecutor's like, "Yeah, I'm sure." He's like, "I don't want any part of this. I I got my I didn't even know what it was. I got my," and then he stops and says, "I didn't even know what it was." I don't think a lot of people like the idea of willingly coming to court. So this is like them kind of like probably passing eyes, passing looks to each other, like trying to not get it on the transcript, but they're probably like implying that it's like social media. Cause look, I haven't even looked at a single thing on it. That obviously to me indicates like social media stuff. And that keeps coming up at trial. That's one of the reasons I believe that. That's what they're doing here. They want to say it on the transcript. He said, "I think a lot of people like the idea. I don't think a lot of people like the idea of willingly going to court." The prosecutor goes, "Regardless, so it's understandable. Is there anything else we need to ask? Is there anything else that we missed? You met with this gentleman, like an investigator, I guess. You had the interview. Anything else we're missing?" He said, "The only thing I'm confused is everyone keeps saying there's way more statements than that. Everyone keeps saying." He says, "But I don't remember speaking to anybody. That when you speak to me, it appears that you're saying there's more statements given. I don't think we gave," he said, the prosecutor goes, "I don't think we gave you a number of statements, but you recall calling 911, right?" "Yeah." "And then you remember speaking with an officer out here?" "Yes, and he took notes." Okay, the prosecutor goes, "And then do you remember anything about a detective calling you on the phone?" He said, "I do." He said he was a detective for the district attorney. "Do you remember a male detective speaking?" "No." "But you do remember Jody Little talking to you, the DA investigator?" "Yeah." He said, "I know somebody spoke to me that said they were the DA or something from downtown. And if it was you, I asked if you could record it or something while we talked." The prosecutor's like, "Okay, do you remember, I don't know if you saw him in person or if it was over the phone, but it was, Detective Stogner. Does that ring a bell?" Nobody knows who Detective freaking Stogner is, and he's the lead detective. Nobody knows who he is, and nobody has talked to him. Where's that guy? He didn't come to testify. Does he even exist? We got another spook. What is this? He's like, "No, I don't know who that is." He's the lead guy. Nobody knows who he is. Okay, so then I guess that gentleman who you mentioned that came to the house, there was another one? Yes. So that's really what we're talking about. He said, "But I don't remember all that." The prosecutor said, "It's fine. We just want you to get up there and testify honestly, truthfully. That's all we're asking." He said, the only thing I was concerned about was that a lot of the times it's kind of amusing with the girls who work with me if we're going somewhere, basically they don't understand a word I'm saying. And, it's like, we'll go through the drive-through and say like, can I have a Coke? And they say like strawberry milkshake. And I'm like, unintelligible. Is this made on, what is, the prosecutor said, I will say when I listened to some recorded interviews, I would play it back again because I might have missed. It was hard to hear, but I think obviously speaking in person for you, to you is easier to kind of catch everything. Okay, so he has like, he's hard to understand. He talks fast, maybe has an accent. I don't, he definitely does if he's from UK and he says stuff like chaps. So maybe it's just that's why we're getting all this like unintelligible, like they're not recording what he's saying. He said, well, that was one of my concerns is that possibly somebody heard something and said, can you say this word instead? What? Okay, so he's basically, maybe he's saying like, I'm worried that, they were sitting there taking notes, but I don't know if they like wrote down every single thing that I said exactly right. And then the prosecutor's like, well, that's why we have, recording is always best. He's like, oh yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to remember it best as I can. And the prosecutor's like, that's all we ask. There's no right or wrong answer, just as best as you can remember. And he said, yeah, to me, it was horrible. I never seen men beat a girl that way before. Okay, so that's new. Never seen men beat a girl that way before. Men. It was a Saturday, December 17th. I do know that there are other statements that he made. Who got fired for DV? Stogner? And that's, yeah, y'all are saying that's the new part. It was just new to get it on the record real quick. Okay, I want to go to EJ's testimony. Has the time finally arrived? Okay. I think this is the right document. Let me pull it up. I'm going to read Sean's testimony too. I don't know if I actually like have it. I'm sure I have it, but I don't know if I have it in my, like marked out. It's probably like in my, yeah, it's in my email. I do know I did see it somewhere, but, what is this? Hold on. I'm on this page. I'm on this thing. What is this? Hold on. What is this? What am I looking at? Hold on. This is October 26th. This is like a pre-trial hearing. Sorry. The way I got these PDFs is like, there's just like, they're all mixed up. So, it would be cool to go back and read this pre-trial stuff, but I'm just honestly, what is this? This is somebody getting asked questions. Like about the lyrics, the muzzle, the rap, Jody Little. We already read Jody Little? They called her back. Wait. Hold on. I'm just trying to see what. This is the next day, allegedly. EJ's testimony is on here. Yeah, here. Okay. So this is when Sean Chapman Holly was still in the picture right here. So we'll start here. Okay. We're starting here. EJ is going to be on here. Yeah. Sean Kelly just makes stuff up. I mean, I don't know that. I don't know that to be true. I was just saying it as a joke, but it does kind of feel like he just makes stuff up. It was like a whole new story. I do want to mark that here. I do know that right, Jessica, exactly. There is like a lot of inconsistencies between what we just read on Sean's interview and with what he's going to say on the testimony, apparently, and with what he said previously in statements. I would like to get into those, but I do want to like just get through the trial and we can maybe like circle back to some of the pretrial stuff. Cause even like the beginning of this document right here, technically, if I'm just like opening documents and going straight through, I would have read that beginning one, but that was a pretrial. That was October. So, I will do it. I will do it. But, you know, I just got to pick somewhere to start and start there. I don't know if EJ still, I don't know if EJ still works for Megan or not. I don't know if it's like a works for or if he's like more of a freelancer. Truly. Like if he's like a Rock Nation employee or if he's just like a stylist who people work with or whatever. I would think so too. Ryona. He told the truth when police questioned him right after the incident, is what she said. I don't know what happened after that, child. Me neither. Something happened though, huh? This was the comment. No, he doesn't work for her anymore, they said. Right, I don't know which side he was on. After she messed up Tiana's house, he was done. Oh, I don't even know about that. Everyone left her after this trial. Right. Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Toki, her bodyguard stopped working for her in early 2021 too. I wonder why. Well, I don't know. Could it have had something to do with her backseat activities, as alleged by Emilio? What's the last name? Garcia, I think. Okay, so here we are, Monday. So what we just read was from this Saturday, December 17th. So now we're going Monday. The next Monday, the following 2 days later. This EJ, allegedly, supposedly. Okay, sorry, I had to check a text message and I also heard a noise. Okay, we're back on the record in the trial matter. We're rejoined by the 12 jurors and 3 alternates. Good morning, welcome back. We're ready to proceed. I'd like to call Officer Cabral. I already read that one. Right? I think I already read this one. Oh, it's additional questions. They're asking her more questions. I just wanted to go over some additional questions with you about your initial contact with some of the parties involved in this case. Now, going back to when you first arrived on the scene, is it fair to say that everybody who was ordered out of that vehicle was handcuffed? So this is one of the officers who was there on at the scene, not the scene where the shooting took place, but the scene where, you know how like they pulled Meg and them like all over, Jaquan and Tory and everybody, they pulled everybody over and then they were ordered to get out of the car and stuff. Well, This is one of those officers. And I think we did already read her testimony. We already did. She already came up and testified, but I think they just called her back because look, some additional questions. And we are, December 19th. So I was like, no, I'm feeling like I'm in freaking Down the Rabbit Hole or something. Shout out to Down the Rabbit Hole News. Okay. So I just wanted to go over some additional questions with you about your initial contact with some of the parties involved in this case. Now, going back to when you first arrived on scene, is it fair to say that everybody who was ordered out of the vehicle was handcuffed? Yes. And did that also include Megan Thee Stallion? Yes. Kelsey? Yes. Tory Lanez? Yes. And Jaquan, the driver? Yes. And were you responsible for handcuffing any specific individuals? She said, yes, I handcuffed Kelsey. And when you first made contact with Kelsey, could you describe her demeanor? She was distraught, crying. Okay. And at the time that you made contact with her, was she on the ground facing down? Yes, she was. And you handcuffed her. And as you handcuffed her, what happened next? I walked her over to the sidewalk. Okay. And at the sidewalk area, were there individuals also being lined up there in some particular fashion? Yes. And how was that working out? She said, well, so we had everyone exit the vehicle. Everyone was facing an apartment building where we took everyone's information, patted down everybody. And again, I was responsible for Kelsey. Okay, so with respect to the victim, that's Meg Thee Stallion, was she lined up was she facing the apartment building or was she taken to a different area? The officer said she walked over to the ambulance. Okay, and could you describe the condition in which the victim was, the condition that the victim was in as she was being walked over? Yes, she was limping. Was she bleeding? Yes, she was. And did she walk over? And when I say she, I mean the victim. Was she walked over past you while you were with Kelsey at the time? So she's standing there with Kelsey and Megan walks by her. Okay. Yes. And as that was happening, did you see whether or not Kelsey attempted to make any contact with? Okay. Kelsey attempted to contact Meg Thee Stallion. Okay. So what was the contact? I believe she asked her if she was okay. And was Kelsey still crying and distraught at this time? Yes, she was. Thank you. I'm going to show you a video I have marked as People's Exhibit 42. I do have a transcript. If I could have that marked as 42A. Okay, so she's going to play the video. Now, is it fair to say that this is an accurate reflection of your body-worn camera footage? She said yes. And I don't see the victim walking by in this footage. Did you review another body-worn footage that reflected what you saw in the victim when the victim walked by? She said, I did. Okay, I'm going to show you now People's 43. And if I could have the transcripts for 43, they're having technical difficulties. Okay, she's like, all right, while we're working on the technical difficulties, let me ask some additional questions. At some point later, did you happen to illuminate Miss Harris's body area, leg, and observe? So shine a flashlight on Kelsey's legs. Did you observe anything significant at the time? Yes. And what was it that you saw? She had blood dripping. So Kelsey had blood dripping on her shin. Okay. And the blood dripping on her, were you able to ascertain one way or not whether or not it was injuries on her, like a laceration on her? Did it simply appear to be blood dripping on her? She said, while reviewing the video, it appeared to be blood. So yeah, she doesn't know, she looked at the video, she didn't, blood dripping. It's inconclusive. So they play a video out in court from the body camera of this cop. So viewing this video, does this appear to be a different vantage point of what you earlier described, Kelsey walking by, the victim, Megan Thee Stallion walking by you as you had Kelsey Harris arrested facing the wall? Does this appear to be another vantage point, another different body cam? Yes. And then in that vantage point, as you said, as we were walking by, you could see Megan Thee Stallion appear to limp and bleed. Is that correct? That is correct. Okay. Now, the vehicle that was at the scene, would you describe it as a large SUV type vehicle? Yes. And with that vehicle, is there a kind of step rail on the outside? She said, I don't recall. This is the People's Discovery previously turned over. If I could have this marked as People's 44. It's a photograph. Okay, toward the bottom of that photograph, you could see there appears to be some type of bar or step right around there. Is that correct? That's correct. And is that basically a step or rail throughout the entire vehicle on the passenger side and the driver's side? That right? Yes. And aside from that, if you, let's say a shorter person, could either step on that or you could step partially inside the SUV. And by doing so, is it fair to say you could kind of reach over a door? The judge is like, shut up. You can't ask that. Okay, fine. If you were a shorter person, if you were stepping on either side, either the step rail or partially inside the vehicle, would it elevate someone? Yes. And now I'm also showing you a final all video. If I could have this marked as People's 45. Okay, having viewed that video, do you recognize what that is? Yes. What is it? It's Kelsey's foot. And is that, again, another vantage point from your own body-worn camera? She said, yeah. Okay, and is that how it appeared, again, when you saw her later and saw blood dripping down her leg? Yes. But the judge said that shouldn't come in. And is that what you stated earlier when you mentioned blood dripping down her leg? That's what you were referring to when you were watching this video? Yes. Nothing further. I don't really get what that point of the whole blood leg thing was. But here comes Tory's lawyer, cross-examination. Officer, let me ask you this. Once these 4 individuals were put in cuffs, they were taken over to the sidewalk, correct? Yes. And when they were taken over to the sidewalk, they were put in handcuffs, correct? Yes. They were already in handcuffs prior. No, she said they were already in handcuffs prior to being taken to the sidewalk. Okay, so they were standing in handcuffs next to each other, right? Yes. And you agree the person who was standing next to Kelsey was my client, Tory Lanez, Daystar Peterson? Yes. And my client, I think you saw in the video, was standing there with his head down. When Megan or Kelsey was brought next to him, he was standing there with his head down. And they were standing next to each other. Do you remember that? Yes. And you were with Kelsey, weren't you? Yes. And you heard the conversation between Kelsey and my client, didn't you? Yes. So she heard a conversation between Kelsey and Tory Lanez. She said I would have to review the video to pay attention really to what they were saying. Okay, well, you came here to testify today about what was said in your body cam as to what Kelsey said, right? She said yes. And you agree with me. Kelsey is standing next to Tory Lanez, my client, and they were speaking to each other. She said, I don't recall. Was there an Officer Walker there? She said, I believe so. Was Officer Walker standing next to my client? Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach? No. The judge said no. He's tired. He's hungry. He's tired. He's like, no, she can answer that. He said, I don't. The officer answers and says, I don't know if that was who was next to him. What do you mean you don't know who was next to him? You don't know if the officer was talking to my client? She said, I would have to review the video again. I wasn't paying attention to that at the time. Okay. Did you hear my client telling Megan, objection, Your Honor, hearsay? Okay. Now they got to go up to the sidebar. Now we're at sidebar. Tory's lawyer says, as to the rule of completeness, now I can establish that they brought up what was being said by Kelsey at that moment. The court said, this is an entirely different statement. I think I told you the only way I can see this as admissible is an excited utterance. but there's no foundation. I mean, I guess Kelsey is crying. She's distraught. I have evidence of that. But I don't have any evidence that your client was distraught or acting under the stress of the moment or anything that is foundationally required by that statement. The DA, and Your Honor, I'm asking the court to shut down this line of questioning completely. Counsel is backdooring. Oh, isn't that interesting? What is this weird fucking backdooring? Can we talk about that? It seems like it's only this one group of people that likes to do litigation warfare that loves this word backdooring. Like, what? Backdooring? Oh, and they also said sandbagging. Oh, apparently that's racist. You're not supposed to say that. Well, I mean, I don't know. Somebody tell me. Did y'all tell me? I want to know about the fingernail. Me too. Some courts will not let you call the victim a victim. Kelsey's blood was in the car. They didn't even check that. It was addressed with multiple objections, including in camera earlier. Okay, so in camera means only the judge got to see it. We don't even know what they talk about. Despite the court repeatedly saying that that is hearsay, counsel has attempted to go into it. I mean, I made several objections. The court said, okay, Tory's lawyer, let me just hear you out on what your theory on the admissibility is. He said, first, I believe under excited utterance, it comes in. Number two, if Kelsey's statement is coming in to show that she is checking on Megan, but they're trying to make it sound like, oh, Kelsey asked that to see how she was doing. My client asked the same question. What's the difference if my client asked Megan, are you okay? The court said, but that's not the part of the statement you're trying to get in. That's true. He said, I haven't even asked the question, Your Honor. My question is, did my client say anything to Megan? It's the same thing. He says, are you going to be okay? He asked, are you okay? It's the same question. The court said, yeah, but the situation here is there are portions of that statement that are hearsay and portions that are not. So I think the portion we talked about previously was where he said, I was just trying to help my shorty. Tory's lawyer said he never asked that question. I didn't even go there. I was trying to establish, they brought this witness to establish, because Kelsey said, Megan, are you okay? They brought this, Your Honor, they brought this witness in here. Okay, I see where he's going. Your Honor, they brought this witness in here. The whole reason she's back in here is to say, she heard Kelsey say, Megan, are you okay? So now I can't ask, did you also hear my client say something? She's the one sitting up here saying, I don't remember. She remembered the Megan, are you okay from Kelsey, but she don't remember what my client was saying. So you got to let me play it. That's his argument, I think. The court said, but if you just bring out the part that your client asked, I think that's admissible. Oh, and this is already like longer. This is already more than what the judge previously had allowed in. So then here's Miss Ta, the prosecutor. I don't have any recollection that his client even asked that. That's my concern. I don't have that transcript. I don't recall having heard that. Tory's lawyer said, just play the recording then. The court said, let her address the question. If your client said that, you can ask her what he said. If he didn't say that, he didn't say it. Prosecutor said, I will say, the answer to the specific question is the witness said she wasn't there. Counsel is now suggesting something other than what was said with his question, despite this witness already testifying that they were not privy to the statements. Yeah, but the fact that she keeps saying I wasn't privy to it is going to allow this lawyer, because remember, it's all just gamesmanship. What is Tory's lawyer really trying to get in here was the on the curb discussion between Tory, I guess Megan also, and Kelsey. Oh, I forgot her name all of a sudden. The court said, let's just see what she actually knows. I'm saying if he asked if she's okay, then he asked if she's okay. But let's actually get it out. Tory's lawyer said she also said she had her body cam. The court cuts him off, doesn't let Tory's lawyer finish, and says, you can ask her if your client asked Megan about whether she's okay. Okay. Thank you. So they're back on the record. Excuse me. They're back in open court. Officer, you reviewed the body camera, right? Your body cam, you were testifying to that? Said correct. In fact, you testified that you looked at another body cam, correct? She said, we looked at two. Yeah. This morning. Yeah. So the second body cam was not your body cam, right? It was another officer, correct? She said, yeah. And you did all that to come here and testify truthfully, right? Yes. And your intention is to be a neutral witness here, right? To testify about what you saw? She said, yeah. Is that what you're doing here today? Yes. Okay. So when you were standing next to Kelsey, did you hear my client and Kelsey speaking to one another? Meaning, so when your job was to take care of whatever Kelsey was doing, did you ever hear her talking to Tory? I don't recall. If it was caught on the camera, it was caught on the camera. That I was paying attention. What I was paying attention to was what it was caught on camera. That I was paying attention to what Kelsey and your client were saying. I was not. Okay, next question. So, since you listened to the body cam before coming and testifying here, it would refresh your memory. If you listened to the body cam, wouldn't it? This is good. Why? Because you're really not supposed to be able to do this. But the judge just let the other ones do it. Playing that whole video with no transcript and all that. Thank you, Kill with Kindness 84 for the $4.99 super chat. LAPD plays a sinister role when it comes to celebrities. Look at their track record, and backdooring means well, I know what it means, but you know, like I don't know if y'all know this or not, but I have like an autistic level of interest in linguistics. I actually am, you know, like earlier when he was like, I got a master's degree, but I didn't do the dissertation or whatever. Same here, but with linguistics. So I went to graduate school. I actually got into PhD programs, but didn't get funding. So I didn't go. I wasn't able to go. It was too expensive. But I actually got accepted to PhD programs straight out of undergrad for linguistics. So that's why I'm like real nitpicky with like words and like the dance B thing. It's like, who says that? Like, I like can't shake the details. Like, chap. Like, I've never heard Sean Kelly talk in my life. He does sound Irish by the name Kelly. I mean, Sean and spelled like that, Kelly is very Irish sounding, but he could be from anywhere over there. And he's saying chaps. He's saying chaps. We don't say that over here in the US. I mean, clearly we do say it in the US because he did say it while he was in the US. But you know what I mean? Like, if you grew up in the United States, it's unlikely that you would be using the word chaps as an adult over and over again. You have to have some UK tie. So this is kind of what I like to look into. That being said, yes, I do see the sinister role that not only the LAPD, but also like the coroner's office, the sheriff's, you know, like all of these. And then, you know, don't even get me started on their ties. Don't even start with their ties to Scientology and the Nation of Islam. Don't get me started. Thank you for the $4.99. Yeah, Cherie saying at the same time as me. Same. We must be cousins. Same mothership. Same mothership downloads. Okay. Well, since you listened to the bot, oh yeah, right. So this right here, why is this important, and why am I smiling about this particular part? Is because he's been trying to get this damn body camera on the side of the road on in the trial all day. I mean, all week. He's been trying to get it since the whole week last week. Finally, looks like he's gonna get to put it in the trial as some kind of thing right here. This is a refresh your recollection. Now, normally, you would refresh your recollection or refresh your memory by just looking at something, reading it to yourself, and it doesn't go to the jury. But if you will recall, the judge done let all kind of stuff get played that normally don't get played to refresh somebody's recollection. So now he's going to kind of have to do it here. Well, maybe he won't. It doesn't seem like he's really been fair. Anything's possible. I do know they do know how to send a private investigator to somebody's house. Well, you listened, this is Tory's lawyer, to the body cam before coming and testifying here. It would refresh your memory if you listened to it again, right? She said, yeah, if you have the video. Well, you already looked at the video, right? She said, I did, but I was focused on this clip that we viewed today. Okay, so immediately at this point, this is when Megan is walking past my client and Kelsey is standing, correct? So Megan Thee Stallion is walking past Tory. Kelsey's just standing there. Yeah. And when she's being helped to walk, that's Megan, on the sidewalk toward the corner of the sidewalk where she stands and sits. Yeah. Did you hear my client asking Megan how she's doing? Is she going to be okay? No, I did not. You did not hear that? No, I did not. Did you hear my client talking to Kelsey? Objection, Your Honor. It's a yes, no question. I did not on the clip that we viewed. No. You saw my client's demeanor also, right? He seemed distraught and upset himself, correct? They all did, right? She said, oh, no. I couldn't really gauge much from him standing there looking at the wall. I didn't talk to him, so I don't know exactly how his demeanor was. But you were standing right next to him, weren't you? I was standing next to all of them, but my focus was Kelsey. So Kelsey was standing, and my client was standing next to Kelsey. So Kelsey was standing there, but Tory was standing right next to her, right? Yeah. And then it was Mr. Jaquan Smith, right? Next to him? Yeah. Then it was Megan down the street, corner of the street, about to get in the ambulance? Yeah. So you were right next between my client and Kelsey, right? So it was like Tory Lanez on one side of her, then the officer, and then Kelsey on the other side. In the body cam, could you see my client had his head down? Yes. Could you see him that he was distraught from what just happened? She said, I mean, he was standing with his head down. I don't know if that means he was distraught. I didn't speak to him. I didn't hear him crying like I did for Kelsey. So I don't know what his demeanor was. Did you hear him speaking to Officer Walker? No, I did not. Did you hear him speaking to Kelsey? She already said no. Ma'am, did you speak to anybody before coming to testify here today, like the prosecutors? She said, I don't know what you're asking me. I'm asking if you spoke to the prosecutor before you came and testified here today. Yeah, she said. And were you told that I may be asking you about my client being distraught? Yeah, this. I think she was. Because the judge already said the only way it could come in is through this hearsay exception called the excited utterance rule. And it's where somebody just blurts something out because they're just state of mind. They don't even have time to think it through. And that was the only way it could come in, the judge said. And now they're saying, no, I don't know. He was looking down. I was standing right next to him. He didn't look distraught to me. Were you told that I may be trying to get into some areas of communication between my client and Kelsey? No. Are you being truthful here that you did not see my client's demeanor? Yeah, she said. How long did this investigation take? She said, I don't know, a couple hours. And in those, how long would you say you're on the street on Hollywood Boulevard? I don't know, 20, 30 minutes. And in that 20 to 30 minutes, are you telling us you did not see my client at all besides his head down? She said, like I said, I saw him standing. My priority was Kelsey. Each officer spoke and took each person's information, and so I wasn't focused on your client. Okay, but when you were taking Kelsey's information, my client and Kelsey were talking to each other, right? He doesn't let that be answered. Did you see my client look upset? She said, I did not. He seemed happy? She said, I didn't see. You didn't see? No. How far was Kelsey and my client standing from each other? A couple feet? She said, probably. And you were standing between them, correct? You were questioning Kelsey about some of the information you were trying to get? Yeah. You didn't see my client's demeanor. You didn't hear anything. She said, not enough for me to make or say how his demeanor was. No. But when you were testifying today, you were asked to look at the body cam, right? Yeah. And even when you looked at your body cam, it still didn't refresh your recollection as to what my client's demeanor was, his attitude was, how he was looking. She said, yeah. And you can't tell us one way or another what his demeanor was. She said, like I said, I saw him standing with his head down, just like we saw in the video. Again, that is not enough for me to describe his demeanor, if he was distraught or not. Okay. And you didn't hear him ask Megan anything? She said, no, nothing specific. And even when you listened to your body cam, you didn't hear him ask, not Meg, but Meg-O, you're going to be okay. You're okay. You didn't hear that? Assumes facts not in evidence. Sustained. So that wasn't allowed to be asked. Ma'am, are you being truthful here today? She said, I am. And you didn't hear or see my client in those 20, 30 minutes, his demeanor? Correct. She said, I saw him standing there. Okay, no further questions. So he's not going to be able to get his body cam in. They send the Cabral off. Damn. Jody Little again? Not again. Not again. I do think it comes up in a few more pages. Hold on. Oh, wait. Maybe I passed it up. Not again. No. Okay. So it's going to be coming up on page 63. We're on page like 47 or something. So we got to go back to Jody Little got called up again. But that's okay. We're going to get to EJ. Thanks so much to Heather Austin for the $20 super chat. I'll keep paying this white lady because she is brilliant. Y'all saw that? That was crazy. Thank you so much for that $20 super chat. Oh, I want to remember this. I'm going to take a screenshot. Hopefully I remember. Thank you, B, the unicorn. The channel, the truth is, I do want to see what this is. In-depth breakdown of Chapman Holly's behavior. Okay, I'll take a look. Okay, back here. So they call back up Jody Little again. Having been previously called and having been previously duly sworn, resume the stand. Okay, so she resumes the stand. She's already been in here. It's one of the investigators from the scene. Please state and spell your name, Jody Little. Prosecutor is doing the direct examination. Did you review? Okay, here we go. Okay, this is another little nugget that I've been wanting to get into. I've been waiting for it to come up and I kind of forgot about it. But now here we are. And it is the rap lyrics. Okay, this is one of the grounds for appeal. Or stated grounds for appeal. I'm going to tell y'all the thing I'm the most used to and I know the most about is the Brady stuff because I did that internship that one summer about prosecutorial misconduct. I will tell you, I do not really know that much about the rap lyric jurisprudence. Truly, what I can tell you is, this is not legal advice, but don't be surprised if you write a rap song and you're criminally prosecuted and the rap lyrics come in. Usually they're coming in. That's one thing I can tell you. So just don't write the rap lyric and sing the rap lyric because usually they find a way to get it in and they find a way to use it against you. So it's just kind of, I mean, that goes for any lyric, but it for sure, they do like to pick on the rap songs. And I think there's room for criticism of a lot of rap and hip hop and things, but I think there's room for criticism with a lot of music. So, I'll just leave it at that. So did you review a rap song in this case by an individual named Kelsey Harris? Diss track is coming in. Oh shit. Okay, this is the same Kelsey Harris that you interviewed with Mr. Bott and myself back in September 2022. So now, Kelsey's credibility is completely and utterly freaking wrecked. And she wrecked it herself because she didn't tell the truth in September, which made her put in a position where she was going to perjure herself to tell the full truth on the stand. Does that address you? The word just escaped my mind. Does that include, girl, I don't know. I felt like I had Alzheimer's for 1 second. Like the word I was about to say just went away. Okay. Anyway, again, this is the same Kelsey Harris that you interviewed with us 2 months ago. Yeah. Okay. With respect to the rap song, this Kelsey's diss track. Should I read the lyrics? What's the name of the song? Yeah, they're going to do it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not even trying to say, yep, that's the dirt. Yep. I'm not even trying to say it's a good thing. When I'm out here telling y'all stuff, a lot of times it's really not even because I'm trying to say I agree with it. I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to tell you, like, isn't it nice to know? Like, they're going to get the lyrics in and they're going to use it against you. Bussin' back. Okay. Bussin' back Kelsey Harris lyrics. Oh, Kelsey Nicole. No, please don't start autoplaying. My God. Okay. Did I ever? Oh, Faith Faith Evans is in this song. Tory Lanez is in the song too. Oh yeah, it was a joint. Wait, this is not real. Hold on. Who I'm taking shots at, bitch? I'm busting you. Brah. It says brah. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Samples. It's samples. Who I'm taking shots at, bitch? I'm busting you. Brah. Take money. I'm talking to that same bitch that crashed that boat on 42. Who crashed the boat on 42? It's like a LSAT problem. Take money, huh? It's a shame we here today, truth be told. It's because of you. Couldn't control your little feelings. Look what D word is costing you. Oh, well, I mean, honestly, rubber glue, bounce back, stick to you. Because like this, all of this applies to her too, right? Hashtag projection. That should be the name of the song. It was all good, yeah, about a week ago. Shout out to Bobby Shmurda, but this bitch is really tweaking, bro. Please, if I was the one with the gun, you would have heard about a murder. R.I.P. Oh, I would have killed you. That's what she trying to say. Said her back was turned, but that girl know who really hurt her. I ain't hurt you, bitch. I never been a jealous friend. And the people really know it. Nah, never been. If you would have kept it silent, then I would have been told it. I feel like I'm like listening to like a medieval riddle. And everything's a code for something else. See, I really thought I knew you. Thought that you would keep it G. See, this is the downfall of everyone that has a downfall in Hollywood is because of this reason. You really think you really know people and they not. They don't keep it G. They don't. They keep it X. They keep it F for fail. You know, they keep it B for betrayal. All right. They don't keep it G. That's for sure. If you want to talk gangsta bitch, I'm really from the streets of Victoria, Texas. Imagine lying to the DA. Ooh, that aged poorly. Saying I took some hush money. Huh? No! Stop. What are y'all saying? Oh, it's alcohol. Okay, got it. Hold on. Let me go back and read it knowing that. I'm talking to that same bitch that crashed that boat on drinking. She was drinking. She was drunk driving the boat and crashed the boat. That's true. Tisk, tisk. Imagine lying to the DA saying, I took some hush money. Put a muzzle on your friends. Y'all acting like some crash dummies. I think this bar wasn't too good. They could have did something else. Money and dummy, crash dummies. No. Got my chain snatched. Damn, here you go lying. How she's lying when we saw the chain in the street, girl. The chain was still in the street. You didn't know where the chain was till the next day. You didn't know you were missing the chain till the next day. You did get the chain snatched. The chain was snatched by something or somebody. Was it a stallion? Was it a demon? Was it a stallion-demon combo? Was it somebody got hold of the wrong stuff, climbed up a tree playing the leprechaun? I don't know. Okay. To be an A-list celeb, you doing too much trying. Every time I read a diss track lyrics, it makes me want to write a diss track because I feel like I could do it better than anybody. Truly. Where I get this money from, bitch? You knew I was a hustler. Way she did 1501. Shoulda knew I couldn't trust her. Ooh. No, Dr. Seuss could never. What's 1501? This must be somebody that Megan already did something bad to. Oh, girl, I'm gonna have to read the next. Wait. I need I need my slime outfit, y'all. I need my North Face. It's an old label. All right. I'm gonna read hers next. Okay. This is my favorite part of the song right here. Girl, I don't know what's wrong with me. A lot. Okay, so her old label. The way she did her old label, I should have knew I couldn't trust her. Protect black women, huh? But you sending threats to me? Damn. I thought that you was solid. Now the joke's on me. Damn, I ain't want to have to do this. But you steady shooting shots. Oh, too soon, Kelsey Nicole. Too soon. No, girl. Whew, now. Then she said if I spoke. Okay, this part right here. Can we talk about this? Does this get talked about enough? Damn, I ain't want to have to do this, but you steady shooting shots. Then said if I spoke that a sex tape could drop. I bet you it's with Meg Thee Stallion if I had to guess, and if it's true. I don't know if it's true or not. I wasn't there, and if I was there, I'd run away. But I could believe it. Was never supposed to be against each other. This what y'all made it. I'ma still live it up with my immunity. Yeah, I know y'all really hate it. Ha! Oh, sucking private part. Oh, girl. Oh, behind my back. Who really on they knee? Well, she would have to get, let me stop. You an overachiever. All you do is, I can't even repeat. Claiming you a pimp, huh? Wait, there's a red flag. There's a red flag on this one. Claiming you a pimp, huh? But you slipping on your mackin'. Damn. Are you lying to your label? Do they really know what happened? They do. They know. If anybody in the world knows what happens, it ain't even the people there. It's the label. If anybody in the whole world knows for sure what happened, it's the label. Even if they weren't in there. Who shot you? Because I know it wasn't me. It was 10 toes down whenever you had beef. It's a goddamn shame. All you had to do was clear your best friend's name. Yup. All you had to do was keep it real and stay the same. But you switched up on me for the money and the fame. Who shot you? I thought a bitch from Bexar County said something. You a H-Town hottie though, huh? F out of here. All right. Okay, so some important, things I found interesting, which is why she claims she's a pimp. I'm starting to feel like we don't need to just throw the pimp word around so lightly anymore, because I think there's Hollywood's actually infested with them. She did her other label dirty, and then of course, if I speak out, then a sex tape's gonna leak. I mean, that one was. Anyway, somebody tell me what is Meg's song's called? Bussin'? Meg Thee Stallion diss track. Hiss? Which one is it? Ooh. That's how Nicki Minaj gets brought in here? Is it Hiss? Is that the diss track? Somebody tell me. Shots fired. Right. I've heard that. Okay. Oh, it starts out with bow. Oh my God. I've probably heard this song. These songs I've probably heard, but who knows what these people are saying half the time. Okay. I'm personally, I think you get stuck whatever age, whatever you were 15 to 25, the music that was out. I think we just get stuck there. And it's oh, Meg Thee Stallion, she's kind of new. I'd just rather listen to I don't know, that Kanye West album where he made Amazing. Remember that one? It's amazing. I'm amazing. I know he's canceled and stuff, but I'd rather listen to Lil Wayne from 2007 to 2010 or something. These people are kind of new. It's kind of new. I kind of don't listen to the radio anymore. If I hear something new, it's because somebody sent it. My sister sent it to me or something. And it's like, do you listen to that song I sent you? Listen to my song I sent you. You had to send me that about 3-4 times. So it's nothing personal. Maybe Megan Thee Stallion is great at music or whatever. I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. I'll be the judge. I'll be the judge of that. Hold on. I'll be the judge of whether Megan Thee Stallion has bars. Drawing this court meeting to order. Okay. Oh, I'm not going to be able to say all these words. Okay. Just so I'm seeing already. Okay. So imagine people lying about shooting a real bitch. Huh. Just to save face for rapper people you chill with. Imagine me giving up. It was your birthday. Fuck you. Oh my God, girl. This is a burn book territory. I don't care about your birthday. Okay, wow. So what we just read, just so y'all know, was actually like we went in reverse order. I didn't know. I mean, I did kind of know. I just never like, let me take this off the screen while I'm talking. Yeah, all right. Des said if she spoke, oh my God, girl. Oh my God. I think y'all are on like a delay. I think we're on a delay because I feel like I am like 2 minutes ahead of y'all. Okay. There's stuff on here that's nasty. This is nasty. And I will say, Meg Thee Stallion's lyrics do appear to be just a little bit more unhinged and deranged just out the gate. I mean, I know like, you know, y'all not best friends with either one of them, but just like if we could do a compare contrast, like we in English class in 8th grade or whatever, 6th grade or whatever, like, oh, like this stuff you can't put up there. Like Kelsey's little ad libs at the end were like, brah, brah, ah, hell yeah. And these are like words I cannot literally not even say. Like, what the hell? This is Megan Thee Stallion first song called Shots Fired. Okay. And then the one we just read, the other one by Kelsey, that one was like a, but this one, busting back was the response. She's like, and Kelsey's like, we didn't even have to break up as friends. You're the one that hurt me. Okay. So here's Megan's original Shots Fired. Shots fired. Run and tell that. Say it to my face though. Not behind my back. Won't be long till you share it in a group chat. And when I call you up, you're going to backtrack. Anyway, shots fired. Okay. So now Meg says, you in your feelings, I just thought it was another Thursday. Now imagine me blank blocking people on some dry stuff. What? I don't want you on the bench. Ooh, I feel like that's fighting words somehow. I don't know what it means, but it feels mean. Believe you wouldn't have been invited. You wouldn't have been invited if it weren't for me. I think she knows that. Same week, you would have been indicted. Should have let him lock your ass up. You offered M's not to talk. I guess that made my friend excited. Offered money, not to talk, $1 million. I guess that made you excited. You little money grabber is basically what, I think this means. It's my analysis. Now y'all in cahoots, huh? Okay. You a puss in boots. Ooh, what's that mean? You shot a 510B with a 22. Was it a 22? I don't think it was. Talking about bones and tendons like them pews wasn't pellets. I don't know what that's about. Maybe he made a song too. A corruptible person with a pew in his feelings. Okay. I'm taking a little bit of liberties here. I'm not going to be saying all the words verbatim. Okay. He in the back seat. Oh, evidence. And he keep calling me a B word. He a B word. Oh, girl. We all know the stuff I could have came back with. Lil ass person, dude. He talking about his followers, dollars, and goofy shit. I told him you're not popping. You just on a remix. Ooh. You just on a remix. Stop it, Jesus. Okay. Now here we are 28 months later, and we still ain't got no justice. Leave Breonna Taylor's good name out of this, ma'am. No. No. Objection. Order. Leave Breonna Taylor's good name out of this drama, ma'am. Anybody on that guy's side is a clout chaser. Anybody on Tory Lanez side is a clout chaser. Okay. A B who he having relations with, or a corruptible woman that he's paying. Y'all like my translations? Imagine me. Ha ha ha. What a bar. Oh my God. Best bar of the song. Imagine me. Ha ha ha. Woo. Imagine me entertaining you goofy people and goofy B words. Bra, 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 bra. Okay. The guns are firing. Bah, 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 bah. Who you taking shots at? Goofy ass. Keep your broke ass out of a rich bitch. Hold on, stop. Hold on. I got impeachment, Your Honor. Order in the court. We have an impeachment, moment of impeachment, because just a couple stanzas above, ma'am, she was taking M's. She got M's or she's broke. If she got M's, she a rich girl too. So which one is it? I don't know. And I still think I could write a better diss track than this. The thing is, I don't want to really have beef with nobody. You know, I'm kind of over it. Like, I have enough beef, but like, I really feel like I could have entered, you know, the arena on the diss track. I do. Keep your broke ass out a rich bitch business. And that go for you bitches too. That's trying to get picked. She's talking to the pick me's. I know none of them is in this chat, so. Talking blank, I'll slide on you, thinking that you slick. Oh, shoot, it's a lot of weak people in this B. They confused, they hate me, but watch my videos pleasuring themselves. This is just a disgusting song. Who a snitch? You're the snitch. You're the government star witness. It was you. It was you all along. It was you all along. I ain't never went to the police with no names. It's like a lot of double negatives here where I think if you actually sort it all out, she went to the police with names. That's the funny part. I thought a bitch that got her chain snatched, which she did, I have to agree with Megan on this one, caught a loss and had something to say. AA. I be speaking facts. They can't handle that. They want me to be the bad guy. Let me put my mask on. Is it one that you go into one of them freak off parties, or it's this different type of mask? I'm just curious. Is it COVID mask? Maybe. Let me put my mask on. Maybe it's that. I was chose. I ain't asked to be this MFing cold. Still the brightest star, and not just the ones that's up in this Rolls. Okay, so she's saying she got a Rolls Royce that somebody's, you know, financed for her or whatever, and it's got stars on the ceiling. Maybe she rented it from Big Joe Sherman or something. Keep it pimpin' always. Don't know. Can we stop with the pimpin'? I'm kind of done with that. Actions do the talking. I know you want the clout, so I ain't saying y'all name. Oh, you out here balling, huh? Who you get that money from? Wait, I thought she was a broke bitch in the same paragraph. She was a broke bitch in a rich bitch business. Now she got the Patek. 10 toes down for whoever get the Patek, huh? It's like a nice watch. I be so content because I know I'm a real bitch. And anything I say, I'm never scared to repeat it. Oh. You'd think I was a killer. How these people are scared of me. I pull up one deep, but people bring their whole clique. Hey, hold on. No, you didn't pull up one deep to Kylie's. Oh, pull up one deep, except when it's at Kylie's. I could do it. I could do it. The devil on the shoulder is giving me ideas. Woo. Okay. Who you taking shots at? Goofy ass bitch. Watching me succeed from your knees. Doing S acts. I know you want attention from the people that I get. Oh, this is low down. She is a low down friend. Note to, go public service announcement. Nobody be friends with Megan Thee Stallion. She ain't a good friend. Patek Philippe. That's how I say it. That's how you say it when you're from the trailer park, girl. I've never seen one in real life. Rolex, I can say. Rolly. I know you want attention from the people that I get. I'm a steak, and you are a side plate of shrimp. Stop. mistaking you a side plate of shrimp. Who approved that? Who let her keep that? Stop. I hope that gets asked. Oh, girl. Oh, girl. Wait. Sometimes I just want a side plate of shrimp, though. What's like, she should have been like, you moldy, crusty, dusty, you under my shoe. Like a side plate of shrimp. Like, I might get that as my meal. You know, at the Texas Roadhouse, I'll take the shrimp on the garlic bread appetizer. Like, that's delightful. What do you mean? It's not always like steak hours. Yeah, she should have been like, and you're like, I don't know, the demon possessed encrusted hobo down the street or something. Like, she should have said something else. Like, it's delicious. Yeah, like, what do you mean? I'm the steak, you the shrimp. I already know this woman is a freaking clown after what she did at that Kamala Harris rally. Okay, that's all I needed to see. It's because she's short. She's a little shrimp. Leave the shrimp out of this. Please. Oh my God. It's giving like, I don't know. Something about it is just no. Okay. Stay in your place where the little shrimps go. Well, I'm gonna be with the little shrimps too, because I'm not that much tall. I mean, what's her name's like 4'11". She's really short. Kelsey. Real bitch, yeah. I ain't selling fairy tales. Oh, that's true or not? That might be perjury. FaceTime my man while my other man laying there. Oh. B-word thinks she's sabotaging something, trying to run and tell. Bitch, I got a bond with my guys, and they all aware. Oh, is these guys the ones whose DNA is on the gun? And not Tory Lanez's? I don't know. Who you taking shots at? Shut up with your scary ass. No profile pic. Bitch, your mama shouldn't had. Ooh, okay, finally. We had to get to the end of the song for one that's like, ooh, shit. You know, that's like a classic rap battle moment. You know, your mom should have aborted you. Best part of you, you know, ran down your mama leg. Like something about your mom, something about mama shouldn't have had you. Like now we're starting to get a little bit, I guess some of it is a little bit like you slept your way to the top. That's a little bit, but like watching me succeed from your knees, it's like, well, girl, I mean, please. We all saw you in WAP. We know what you're doing at these parties. Allegedly, because I'm not at them. I don't know. She said, kick me while I'm down bad. I remember all that. Next person sends a shot. I'ma send it right back. Pew, pew. Bra, 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 bra. Shoulda let them lock your ass up. Female reproductive organ. Okay, well, that was sufficiently traumatic. I rebuke. Okay. So now I guess we can we can go back to the court testimony. That was fun. Y'all, the side of shrimp is too much. It was too much. Okay. This is the same Kelsey Harris you interviewed. Yes. Okay. So with respect to the rap song, was this one that was released in November 2020? Yes, that's correct. And when you did a search for this song, did you specifically search for this song under rap song Kelsey Harris or diss track or any of those words? That's correct. And having pulled up the song, is this song titled Bussin' Back? Yes. And having reviewed the song, did you listen to the entire song? Yes, I did. Oh, well, she can say more than me because I didn't listen to it. I don't want to get copyright struck. Yes, I did. And as you listened to the entire song, did you review the lyrics to the song as well? Yes. And is one of the first lines in that song, who I'm taking shots at, bitch, I'm busting you? Yes. And are there other verses and other lines to that song? Imagine if that was the whole song. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as People's Exhibit 46. That's one page of lyrics. I'll show you this verse. This is one of the verses. Never been a jealous friend, and the people really know it. If you would have kept it silent, then I wouldn't have been told it. See, I really thought I knew you, thought you would keep it G. If you want to talk gangster, B, I'm really from the street of Victoria, Texas. Imagine lying to the DA, saying I took some hush money, put a muzzle on your friends, y'all acting like some crash dummies. Is that one of the verses of the same song? Yes. There was another verse. Who shot you? Because I know it wasn't me. I was 10 toes down whenever you had beef. It's a goddamn shame. All you had to do was clear your best friend's name. All you had to do was keep it real and stay the same. But you switched it up on me for the money and the fame. Who shot you? And is that also another verse from that song? Yes. Okay, so those verses again, does it accurately reflect other verses within the same song that has the line, who I'm taking shots at, B, I'm busting you? Yes. And having reviewed those lyrics, does it appear to be a diss track against Megan as far as you can tell? So, sustained. Can't ask that. Okay, nothing further. Okay. So they just were reading rap lyrics in. Okay, so now it's time for cross-examination of this same detective who, for some reason, they needed a detective to read rap lyrics. Good morning. Okay, would you agree with me there's more in those lyrics than the verses that counsel just went over? Yes. And there's talk about imagine lying to the DA. Do you remember that? Yes. There's talk about you lying about my chain getting snatched. Why my chain? Got my chain snatched? Then here you go lying again. You remember that? Yeah, something to that effect. Yes. Is there mention of a person by the name of Dez? Womp womp womp. This is Desiree Perez, y'all. I would have to review the transcript to confirm that. I missed it. I've like completely missed the Dez lyric. They should have played Megan's District. Y'all, I know, I'm definitely getting copyright struck. A horse, a cow, a shrimp. What is this animal world? He was probably not bopping. He was probably like, this is responsible for the downfall of our civilization. Can we sing about something divine? Can we have love songs back? I mean, I'm ready for like, Keith Sweat to come back. Can we get songs about just like getting married and loving your spouse again? Can we sing songs about anything that isn't who shot you? Brop, brop. I'm from the street. You playing like you from the street. Brop, brop. Shoot, shoot. Bang, bang. Pew, pew. I mean, and that's not just rap. There's one of the biggest propaganda songs of all time is a country song. We'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. I know y'all know that one. Even people that don't like country songs is because they put the sauce in that one. That was the one where they go, how's it go? It's like Uncle Sam put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty is shaking her fist. Something about guns, something about pew pew bombs and rocket red glare or something. Girl, I mean, it ain't just rap. So don't take it as if I'm saying that, because I'm not. TB said, can we listen to my songs for a cleanse? Yeah, let me at least get through this witness. Maybe we can do one of mine. I won't copyright strike me. Tennessee whiskey's a good one. That one's okay. See, yeah, that's wholesome. I mean, it is still about alcohol. Like, we just can't escape it. Horses, snakes, butterfly, cow, and shrimp. Dang, all of it. She's a bird. You got bird in here. You miss bird. Cat eyes. She's a sick bird too. Snake. Don't forget snake. Well, she had said snake. Okay. I would have to review the transcript if there was, to see if there was somebody named Dez. Do you remember talking about what Dez said? Do you remember about releasing certain things? Like if she spoke, Dez was going to release a sex tape? No, that does not sound familiar. It doesn't sound familiar? Okay. Would it help refresh your memory if I showed the lyrics of the song? Yes. He said, Your Honor, I have it on my phone. The court said, okay. Do you have a copy here? Do you just want to use this? He said, yeah, we have a copy. Okay. Does he have a copy? I have a copy of lyrics. Okay. Can I approach? Yes. Okay. Does it mention somebody by the name of Dez? He said, yes. Do you know who Dez is? No, sir. Do you know who's Megan's manager? Who is it? Who's Megan's manager? Is there a threat? She said, no, I don't know who Megan's manager is. Is there a threat in there that if Kelsey speaks something will happen? Is there a threat to Des, a threat to Kelsey? Hold on. I got to go back to look at the lyrics again because I missed this Des thing. Or did they just take it out? Hold on. I definitely, no, it's not found. They didn't put it in here? Hold on. Live investigation. Is the reason I didn't see the Des lyric because they literally took it off the lyrics page? Hey, Alicia, J. Alicia Lewis. The witness right now is Jody Little, or we should just got off the stand. It's about to be EJ soon, and we're gonna be going over EJ. But I'm like, I'm like throat deep in freaking like neck deep in diss track lyrics at the moment. Welcome, and they took it out. They took it out, y'all. The Matrix glitching in real time. They erase stuff and then make you feel crazy. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember the movie with Sinbad called Shazam. Because they try to act like that never existed. Like, please, you're not going to gaslight me. No. You can gaslight me sometimes, but no. There was a Shazam and there also was a whatever one with Shaq. There was one with Shaquille O'Neal. There was one with Sinbad. There was 2. They were both genies. They try to act like the one with Sinbad called Shazam never happened. Like, we know it happened. We were all there. Thank you. They typed it out wrong. So what is it? It's the tape. Let me see. Tape. Yeah, it doesn't say Des. Damn. I ain't want to have to do this, but you steady shooting shots. Brr, brr. Then said if I spoke that a sex tape would drop. I bet Des sent a cease and desist. Bet you was what was going on. Yeah, I mean, there is the Mandela effect, but there's also just like they're lying to our face. Definitely we watched that. Like some of it's like, oh, some people actually remember it being different. Like some people like are like, no, I remember it happening this way. And some people are like, no, like the cornucopia thing. Some people are like, I genuinely never saw a cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom. And some people are like, I genuinely always remember seeing one. And then there's differences. But then sometimes it's just like, oh no, I never heard of that movie versus like people that are saying absolutely saw that movie. I think they lie to our face. And I also think there's like dimension hopping. I don't know, girl. Yeah. Like, yeah, there used to be a cornucopia. I remember the cornucopia. Check them DM said he had the VHS. I will give you $1 to send me a picture of it. I might give you $100 to send me the VHS just to rent. Okay. Because I just, it's one of my Mandela effects that I'm like, no, I'm not going to be gaslit. The cornucopia, the Bernstein Bears, how they spell that. I actually just think they were spelling it wrong. That one I don't think is a real Mandela effect either. I think they just spelled it different and nobody really ever bothered to check until more recently. Okay. Shazam was real. I know y'all saw that movie. I know y'all saw. They're not gonna. No. I love the live theater lyric read aloud. Please. Okay. Shazam was real and I'm from London. Exactly. Jay Alicia said, threaten me with the tape. I don't care. I would let him release it because I don't care. I'm gonna look good. Exactly. I mean, actually, don't. I don't, to my knowledge, I have no tapes, but I'm not about to be like, yeah, release it. No, don't. I will sue you. I don't have no tapes, y'all. It would probably be AI. I don't put it past them. I told y'all yesterday, somebody sent me a AI of one of my ops trying to get me to share it, I think. Okay, I'm pulling up the transcript back up. Hold on. So there was a lyric about Desiree Perez got took out. Took out. That's crazy. I mean, like y'all saw me read it live. I'm like, oh, I missed it. No, it's because they didn't put it in there. Okay, so good thing we do have this historical transcript moment. It's all AI. Yeah, it's all AI. They stated the lyrics wrong on the internet. T what Tia said. Okay. Do you know who Des is? No, sir. Do you know who's Megan's manager? No. Is there a threat in there that if Kelsey speaks, something will happen? Is there a threat to Des, a threat to Kelsey? Withdraw. Okay. So based on what you reviewed, new phrasing of the question. Was there a threat that Kelsey's talking about that Kelsey speaks, Des is going to do something? She said, well, if that's in the lyric, then yeah. And this talks about the reason they were fighting is because you were sucking blank behind my back. Who really on their knees? She said, if that's in the lyrics, then yeah. Okay, well, but did you listen to the lyrics? She said, yeah, but I didn't really like, she's like, I didn't memorize them. Girl, hopefully. She's like, I got memory wiped after that. That was too much. Do you remember talking about being on her knees and sucking D word? Do you remember that? I didn't commit the lyrics to memory. I do have a copy if you would like me to reference this specific line you're referring to. He said, sure, look at it. Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't memorize the song either. Like if they just, drop the beat right now, I would not be able to tell you what the song was, but I definitely remember knees and the D word. I definitely remember that part. So she looks at it. Which line? Okay. If you're referring to line 22, then yes. And that's where she says Megan is lying. She mentions numerous times, Megan, you're lying. Overruled. Was there any mention in the recording that Kelsey is claiming Megan is lying? She didn't remember. He said, you don't remember that either? She said, again, sir, you're looking at a transcript. What line are you specifically referring to so I can confirm or deny what you're asking me? He's like, ma'am, let me ask you this. Prior to you testifying today, were you asked by the district attorney? You work for the district attorney's office, right? Yes, sir. And you knew you were coming in to testify today, right? She said, yes. And the district attorney created the transcripts, right? She said a transcript was provided in addition to me listening to the lyrics. Okay, and you read the transcript, right? She said, yeah, and I have a copy right here. Yeah. So all I'm asking you, ma'am, in these lyrics, do you recall numerous times Kelsey referring to Meg lying? She said, I cannot confirm or deny what you're asking because you're looking at a transcript and I'm asking you to refer me to the correct quote. She's stupid. This is stupid. Stupid. She needs to be fired. And I don't consent to my tax money paying her. Okay. So her answer is, you have the transcript. Okay. So do you, dumbass. You're up here on the stand to literally just like, okay, fine. I would just say, can you read the transcript out loud of the song? Can you read the lyrics out loud? Just read them since you can't remember shit. Now, cancel. Okay, so now it's he got so frustrated he left. He's like, goodbye. So now they're going to do the redirect, which is the prosecutors coming back and asking their questions to this. This is just like a police. They just have like a random investigator sitting up here, the DA investigator sitting up here for literally no reason because she didn't even answer any of the questions. Okay, so here's the prosecutors back up here again. Now, counsel, I think the Tory's lawyer, asked you whether or not there was a lyric about you lying to the DA. Do you recall that? Yeah. Okay. Now, is there only one actual line or lyric about lying to the DA? And it's reference to saying that she was accused of taking hush money. Okay, she don't remember being on the knees and D word, but she remembers that there was only one time. Hold on, this lying ass. See, they got the little devil on my shoulder coming out. I rebuke. All I'm asking you, I went back a page. This is Tory's lawyer. All I'm asking you, ma'am, in these lyrics, do you recall numerous times Kelsey referring to Megan as lying? I cannot confirm or deny what you're asking because you're looking at the transcript. I'm asking you to refer me to the correct quote. Okay, well, all of a sudden her amnesia got cured. The amnesia was cured moments later. Whenever she said she believes so, when asked, is there only one actual line or lyric talking about lying to the DA? And it's reference to saying that she was accused of taking hush money. Now, all these details she specifically remembers all of a sudden. Okay, I'm going to give you 47. These are excerpts. I'm going to show you 2-page document. Do you recognize what it is? It's a transcript of the lyrics. It's the entire lyrics to the song. We'll have this marked as evidence. Nothing further. Okay. Tory's lawyer came back up. He's now consulted ChatGPT. Oh, that didn't exist yet. He's now consulted his own mind and thought of a new way to ask his questions. He said, ma'am, I asked you, excuse me. She said the only time they mentioned about lying was hush money and you said correct. Is that what you just testified to? She said, yes. So the only mention of lying in that transcript is about the hush money? Is that what you're trying to say? She said, I'm testifying to the lyrics that you have in your hand. Yes. So in the lyrics here, it's talking about lying, right? Yes. And counsel asked you, the only mention of lying was about the hush money. Do you remember that? Yes. Do you agree with me? There's more mentions of her lying. She said, I do not agree with you because I do not know what specific line you are referring to. So he says, what about line 24 referring to lying? No, she says that. The witness. Yes, line 24 refers to lying. Okay, and in that line, it's not about hush money, is it? She said, well, but you're walking away. He goes, didn't you just read it? She said, can I read the entire thing? I mean, I read two words. He said, sure. Read it to yourself, ma'am. Don't read it out loud. Is there anything else you would like for me to read to myself? Right now, that's what I want you to read to yourself. Okay, let me read it again. Okay. So next question. So is there other mention of her lying, ma'am? Yes or no? Other than what I just read? No. Other than the hush money. Other than that hush money. You just sat up here and said the only time she mentions lying in the song is hush money. But that's not true. That's false. So is there other mentions of lying? I need you to say yes, because that's accurate. She said, oh, that line does not mention hush money. Ma'am, do you agree with me that there's mention of lying about the hush money? She said, sure. Oh, no. You don't need to approach. I'll refer to the line here. Ma'am, do you see this? I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 46. Do you see that right here talking about imagine lying to the DA saying I took hush money? She's mentioning lying about the hush money, right? Yes. So you agree with me then. That's line 10. All right. So there's line 10. Line 10 is about hush money. Now we're going to go down to line 24. Is she talking about lying again? Yes, sir. Yes. Is she mentioning that you lied again besides the hush money on line 24? She don't even respond. She's too stupid. She's too stupid to respond. The second word, she said, well, that's not what that line says. Are you lying to your label? Is she talking about her lying? Yes, but it does not mention hush money, and that's what you're asking me. I guess I'm not being very clear, lady. I don't think I was trying to ask whatever it is you believe I'm trying to ask. I'm trying to say there's more than one time she mentions lying. And in the several times she mentions lying, they're not all about hush money. It's just like the one hush money, line 10. They won't even let her freaking answer it. Okay, let me just ask you this. You interviewed Mr. Sean Kelly, didn't you? Yes. You also interviewed Mr. Sean Kelly? Yes. And you're a neutral investigator in this case? She said, Of course I am. And you were neutral when you interviewed Sean Kelly, right? Of course. And you know Kelsey is an independent witness in this case, don't you? Yes. And you went within there after my investigator had interviewed Sean Kelly about the incident that we're here for. I don't know what this question is. And you went within there after my investigator had interviewed Mr. Kelly about the incident. Yes. And you were trying to be honest and try to find out if Mr. Kelly really observed what happened and testified to what he had seen that day, right? Or tell you what he had seen. She said, I'm going to object to what you're saying when you say I was trying to be honest. I was honest. He said, oh, you're going to object to my question? Because only people allowed to object technically are the lawyers who are examining that witness. Yeah, you're objecting my question? She said, yeah, you're alleging I wasn't being honest. Okay, I didn't know you had the power to object to my question. Ma'am, your first question to Mr. Kelly. Okay. Ma'am, did your first question, Mr. Kelly, objection calls for hearsay, and then he's like, hearsay, it's her question. It's her freaking question. It's what she asked. That's not a hearsay. The court's like, y'all need to come up to the sidebar. This is beyond the scope. He said, well, if you want me to bring her back, I'll ask her one question. The court said, what's the question? He said, it's going to show that after he was interviewed by my investigator, she goes and says You were woken up by what you believe to be gunshots. Then the witness says, I saw them arguing and then I heard gunshots. So basically, he's pointing out that the story of Sean Kelly is starting to change. Tory's lawyer says to the judge at sidebar, she's trying to trick him into saying he woke up to the gunshots. The judge said, but you have to wait until after Mr. Kelly testifies. Then you can bring her back. Just bring her back, the judge said. Tory's lawyer said, okay, we'll do. But she's only here for this morning, said the one prosecutor. The other prosecutor said, oh, she'll be here. The court said, what else do we have this morning? The only thing we addressed was perhaps amending to add the witness intimidation to conform to proof. We do expect to rest because then we need to talk to the jurors. Okay, all right. Okay, so back in open court. Is there any further questions? He said, yeah. Your Honor, Mr. Sean Kelly will be here this afternoon. I would ask this witness to be on call to me. The court said, Miss Little, just make sure you're available. So when we call you back, we'll call you back when we need you. You can step down. So they work right around here. I mean, they can come in, she can come back. The court said, I think that's what we have for this. That's what we have for this morning. I do have one on redirect. Sorry, she has another question. Okay, so they're going to do the redirect, but they're almost done for the morning time. We're about to get to EJ in a couple pages. The stylist. Again, for almost 4 hours in, and we're just going to finally get to the thing I thought we were getting to today, but here we are. Further redirect. Okay, so this is a redirect by the prosecution. Thank you. I'm going to try to get you off the stand soon. Having reviewed the lyrics to this song, is this song about being accused of taking hush money and not actually being a shooter in the case? Your Honor, please. Tory's lawyer, I got to object. This calls for speculation. The judge is like, true, sustained. At any point, new question. At any point in the lyrics of this song, does Miss Harris say that she shot Megan? Those words are not in the lyrics, no. Thank you. Nothing further. Okay, so then the cross comes, recross comes back. This is Tory's lawyer. But you remember that question, right? Yes, sir. I guess there's no... What question? Oh, the Sean Kelly question. I guess. I don't know what this is about. So she's done. And okay. The prosecutors had not yet rested their case. Again, we're back from lunch on December 19th. This is the second week of the Tory Lanez trial in 2022, and it was this is a Monday. The prosecutors have not rested their case yet, but they pretty much are done. They may call one more witness. They don't know. But then they're like, okay, but we're going to call some defense witnesses just so we can use the time. And then they call EJ Culberson. Okay, so here we are. Isn't that interesting? Oh, right. She has clear recall when the state questions her, but vague with the defense. Agreed. Raise your right hand. Okay, so this is EJ. Eric Culberson, apparently is his official name. Sir, have you ever made any statements in this case? No. And is today the first time you were able to, over the last 20, 30 minutes, is this the first time you were able to speak to the prosecutor and the defense about this case? Yes. Okay. And has any police officer or any detective Stogner or any detective at all reached out to you, sir? No. Why haven't you made any statements, EJ? He said, I wasn't asked, but really, I didn't want to be involved. Who wants you to be in court here today? He said, who wants to be in court? Oh, sorry. Do you want to be in court here today? Do you want to be here today? He said, who wants to be in court? Okay, and are you subpoenaed to be here today? Yes. Were you subpoenaed by my office? Yes. I want to talk to you about an incident that happened July 2020. Do you remember being with some people at Kylie's house? Yes. Who did you go to Kylie's house with? He said Megan and Kelsey. Who else was at the house? Corey Gamble, Kylie Jenner, security, and some of her friends. Okay, EJ, if you could just speak directly into the microphone, you can adjust it closer to you. Thank you. Okay. Now, you said you went there with Megan and Kelsey in 2020. How long had you known them for? He said, like a year and some change, like a little bit more than a year. Okay. And what would you say your relationship, what did you do for her? He said, so I was Megan's stylist and friend. Okay. And besides her stylist, for example, on that day in 2020, you were also driving for her. Not right? He said, correct. And usually when you traveled with Megan, and I think you told us this earlier, you have security. Yeah. Say that one more time. Yes. You usually have security, right? Yes. And what happens? Well, are there times when you don't have security? Have you ever, are you also her security besides being her friend, stylist, driver? Have you ever acted as security? He said, no. Okay. Is Megan a friend of yours? Yes. Somebody you care for? Yeah. Someone you were very close with? Correct. Now, what did you do on days where there's no security and you're out with a celebrity like Megan? What do you do to protect yourself or your friend, Megan? What did you do? He said, I mean, we protect ourselves, basically. Well, excuse me, what does that mean? He said, we would protect ourselves. Yeah, but what does that mean? Like I said, protect ourselves. I don't know. I mean, as far as, well, let me say, new question. When you're talking upstairs with all of us, you talked about some of the stuff you did to protect yourself, right? He said, yeah, we would normally have like a little taser, mace. Okay, so is this kind of like trying to imply that Megan Thee Stallion and her security would have something to protect herself, like maybe an olive green gun in the car? I don't know. Would you carry that taser and that mace in your bags, duffel bags, or any other bags? Correct. Correct. Okay. And besides a taser and pepper spray or whatever, is there any times when you may have seen any other weapons? He said, not that I recall. Have you ever seen a pew pew? Not that I recall. Sir, when we were upstairs just a few minutes ago, do you recall stating you have seen things that look like handguns? Oh, yeah. I mean, looks like. But like I said, if I picked it up, no. But something like it, yeah. Okay, well, let me ask you this. Oh no, they already said what that pew pew was. What oh man. I had the funniest thought. Okay, anyway, moving on. Well, let me ask you this. You may have not picked up. You may not pick that up, and you're telling us you don't know if it's an actual working firearm, right? He said, right. Okay. Have you ever seen anything in any of the bags or at any time that you've been without security? Have you seen anything that resembled something that looked like a weapon or a firearm? Possibly, yes, Eric said. What do you mean possibly? Is that a yes? He said, well, possibly. I mean, I don't go through them to check for a firearm, but I may have seen stuff in bags that I packed. But like I said, I haven't, you never ask questions, right? You never ask, what is this? Is it a firearm? He said, no. Okay. Sir, have you ever asked what is that? No. Why not? Say, because it's not my business. Okay. And you said that you protect yourself, right? Yeah, he said. And in the back of your mind, were you always aware that there's protection? He said, in a sense, yes. Okay. So could you tell us about that? What did you believe you had? What type of protection did you have? I mean, to me, he said, I just feel like where where we're going didn't need it, but if we had it, it was a taser or a firearm or okay, so he didn't say firearm. That was like something the lawyer said. Okay, objection. At this point, would I be able to take the witness as a hostile witness? Sir, beside the taser, have you seen any other weapon? No, not that I can recall. And I'm talking about when there's no security. Right. So explain to us when you said you protected yourself. What did you mean? You said you protect yourselves. Are you when he's with her and there's no security? He said, I mean, there's never been a case where I needed to protect her. But if there was something, I mean, if we had it, if it was something in the bag or something close to looking like a taser or a mace, I know we had mace. I know we had things to protect ourselves if we needed to, but there's never been a time where I actually needed to protect. Okay, so next question. I know there hasn't been any times when you needed to, but has there been any times where anybody told you we have a firearm? He said no. Let's talk about what time did you get to Kylie's house? He said we got there around 3-ish, maybe 3 o'clock. And who was there? Kylie, some of her friends, Corey Gamble, her stepdaddy, and her security. Okay, and at this point, when you guys got there, what was the first thing y'all started doing? When we first got there, Kylie showed us to a room. So this is 3 o'clock, 3-ish. Kylie showed us to a room to put our bags at. Me and Kelsey walked downstairs, and then Megan walked downstairs. Kelsey almost instantly started playing like beer pong. They were already playing a game of beer pong out there. Who was she playing beer pong with? Some of Kylie's friends. Okay. And where were you? EJ said I was sitting at a bar that she had in the backyard. And okay. At some point, did Megan come and join you guys? He said probably maybe 15 minutes later. Megan finally came out. Okay. And what were you guys doing at this point when Megan came out and you were out there and Kelsey left? EJ said by the time Megan came outside, they had been playing a game. She just kind of joined in the game. And then everybody, it just became like sort of like a party. Oh, God, don't let Kelsey hear you say that. It was not a party. And then ended up getting in the pool. Were you guys drinking at this point? He said, I wasn't drinking. I don't drink. But Kelsey and Megan were. How much would you say they were drinking? He said, a good amount. Okay, what's a good amount? He said, I mean, they went through a few bottles of alcohol. It was, I mean, a good amount. From the time we started the night, they went through some bottles. And this is all before Tory got there, right? Yes. Now we'll talk about Tory, but from the time they got there, you said they got through a lot of bottles. Can you tell us about how many bottles you think they got through? The court said, are you speaking of the two of them that night? He said, I am speaking to Megan and Kelsey, or just how many bottles the party went through. He said, I'm just asking about who was with you in your group. Okay, Megan and Kelsey. And who else? Was Kylie with you guys? Yes. Who else? Kylie's friends. How many? There was a girl, like maybe 3. She had 3 friends. Like 3 friends? Okay, so is it fair to say like, 5 of them total? He said, yeah, I mean, it was really intimate. So it was probably like 6 or 7 people total. And were you drinking? He said, no, I don't drink. Okay. Was there anyone else that wasn't drinking, if you know? He said, no, not that I recall. All right. So of those 6 or 7 people, how many bottles would you say they went through? He said, I remember making a statement like, damn, that's a lot of bottles. So maybe it was like 6 or 7, 6, 7 bottles. And this is all before Tory got there, right? He said, correct. And at some point, did you see Kelsey at this point after when you made that comment, that's a lot of bottles? Did you see Kelsey's demeanor? Yeah, when I said that's a lot of bottles, yeah, Kelsey was in the pool. What about Megan? Megan also in the pool. And did something happen that you went to speak to Kelsey or Megan at this point? He said, I seen Kelsey kind of like floating on the opposite side of the pool. She was on a raft. Like she was on a floaty. But Megan and Kylie were on the left side of the pool. And then, okay, so Kelsey, she's floating down at the end of the pool, floating. And then Megan Thee Stallion and Kylie, just fresh off the WAP music video, they in the pool too. So then I saw Kelsey kind of like almost look like she was just asleep. I remember I walked and I went off to Megan. I went off to Kelsey and I was like, yo, let's go upstairs. And I took her out of the pool and took her upstairs because she was pretty much passed out on the raft. She was pretty much passed out. Yeah, she like blacked out. Okay. So when you took her upstairs, what were Megan and Kylie and her friends doing at this point? Megan and Kylie were still in the pool, still drinking. Okay. And at some point, did any of the other friends, the other two friends, leave? EJ said, yeah. So by the time I came back downstairs after putting Kelsey to sleep, people were starting to leave the party. And I want to say it became like a Kylie's friend left, some of the other party people left, and it was just, who's the party people? They're just there to party? I mean, what is this? And it was just Kylie, Megan, and one of her friends downstairs. I still want drug tests. I want to know what drugs they were on, if any. And it was just Kylie, Megan, and one of her friends downstairs. Okay, so a lot of people left. Kylie and Megan are downstairs and just one friend. So EJ comes back down. For the members, yesterday have a matter. I don't know, the judge interrupted him with something. Anyway, back to the question. Now, you said one or two of the friends left. You took Kelsey upstairs. Did you see what Megan and Kylie were doing at this point? She said, EJ said, yeah, they were in the pool and they were still drinking. Yes. And at some point, did you see Tory there? Yeah, Tory had gotten there. It was a little time after, but Megan called Tory. When she called Tory, he had gotten there probably from the time Megan called him to the time he got there. It was like probably less than 30 minutes. So did you see Megan call him? Yeah. Was that a phone call, FaceTime? Yeah, Megan FaceTimed Tory. Who else was in the FaceTime? Anybody? Or if you remember, it was just Megan. Okay. And after she FaceTimed Tory, you said he came about 30 minutes later? EJ said, yeah. Because I remember Corey. Uh-oh. I remember Corey Gamble kind of asking, hinting to is this a wrapping up type thing? He didn't really ask, but he was almost insinuating like the party was wrapping up, because at this time it was like only Kelsey. I mean, it was only Megan and Kylie and EJ. So by the time Tory got there, it was just us. Okay. So at that point, it was you four and Kelsey, but Kelsey passed out. Right. And did Megan continue to drink? No, they had all actually stopped drinking by that point. Okay, and then when Tory came back, did they start drinking when Tory got there? He said yes. When Tory got there, they did start drinking again. And what time would you say Tory got there approximately? He said, I don't know, like 9:30 p.m. Wait. So Tory was there for like 7 hours after Corey Gamble was like, it's time to wrap it up? This is weird. Tory gets there around 9 and Kelsey is still asleep. Megan and Kylie are in the pool. So EJ says, when Tory gets there, Corey Gamble left. When Tory got there, when Tory Lanez got to Kylie's house, all of a sudden Corey leaves. And Kylie and Megan were in the driveway, like at the door. And Megan was twerking, like towards the driveway. Okay, so Megan is twerking. All right. I don't know if y'all knew this or not, but Megan's twerking towards the driveway. Poor thing. She only knows how to do 3 things, and twerking's one. So then they all walked in, and Kylie walked everyone inside. Everyone walked in. Okay. So question, that's when Tory got there. He walked inside with Kylie and Megan, right? EJ said, correct. Did Tory have his security there? No. Did somebody drive him there? Yes. And did that person come inside or stay in the car? He stayed outside in the car. Now, did they get in the pool or did they stay out of the pool or where did they still continue the drinking at? Kylie was out of the pool. Megan was out of the pool. And when I went back, I went upstairs to check on Kelsey. I came back down, then Tory was in the pool. This is like a pretty good friend. He's going to check on Kelsey. He was the one made sure she wasn't going to drown in the pool. Who else was in the pool with Tory? Kylie Kristen Jenner. Where was Megan? She wasn't in the pool. I don't know where she was. but I knew she wasn't in the pool. And then when I came back down, she ended up getting in the pool a little bit after I came back down. She got back in the pool. Then Kelsey came down. Kelsey woke up from being passed out and she's back downstairs. Now we all back down there. Okay, and when Kelsey came down, did she get in the pool also after being passed out? Yes, she did. And did they continue, all four of them, to drink? Yes, they did. Kelsey didn't drink as much, but she did start to drink too. Yeah. Did something happen where you needed to go speak to Megan? Yep, her wig was slipping. And when you saw that, what did you do? Well, to know Megan, she hates her hair messed up. So I noticed it slipped and I told her. She was in the pool by the edge. I leaned over on the pool and said, Megan, your wig is slipping. And she kind of like just adjusted it and she had kind of like swam back. When she came back to the edge, the wig was now like in the middle of her head. So like the top of her head? He said, yeah. So I guess it had like fallen back because she was swimming, which is understandable. Like, I'm not going to shame somebody because the wig slipped in the pool. You shouldn't, I said it the other day, you shouldn't have to leave because of a wig slip. Just take that shit off and keep swimming. But like, I mean, you know, other factors are involved here. She had kind of like swam back. She came to the edge. The wig was now in the middle of her head. So I'm like, Megan, let's go to the bathroom. And so we went, and good looking out. This is a good friend. Everybody needs an EJ. I don't know. Maybe he's not a good friend, but like if all this stuff he's saying is true, this is the friend you want. You want him to save you out the pool when you passed out. You want him to go check on you upstairs, make sure you didn't asphyxiate in Kylie's house. You want him to say, girl, your wig, girl, let's go to the bathroom. Like, if you can't fix it yourself, I'll fix it for you. Let's go to the bathroom. You know, that's a good friend. And once she realized the wig wasn't like able to be fixed, I kind of convinced her like, cool, let's just go. Let's just like, you know, leave. Then I told her that I was like going back to get the bags and I was going to put them in the car. Okay, let me stop you right there. When you told Megan, let's leave, was she okay with leaving? Did she want to leave? She did want to leave, but she said, let's get Kelsey and Tory. She didn't want to leave Tory there. She invited Tory and wanted Tory to come back with her. This is all starting to like seeing all the different perspectives and tellings of the story. It is kind of all starting to a little bit add up. Thank you so much, Kill with Kindness. Okay, why is Corey Gamble lurking around at Kylie's house and not with Chris? He's always in the shadows. I think he is like a type of security, like a type of overseer. It's interesting to me he had left right as Tory got there and Corey left. That's interesting. Thank you for that $4.99 super chat. Thank you to It's Always Corey Handler Gamble. Corey, It's Always Me Gamble. Thank you, New Life Plan, for the $10 super chat. She only wanted to leave if Tory was leaving with her. Handler. Let me stop you right there. When you told her let's leave, was she okay with leaving? Did she want to leave? Well, yeah, I mean, she wanted to leave, but she wanted Tory to leave. She said, go get Kelsey and Tory. Oh, she wanted Tory to leave with you. Is that correct? Correct. Oh, is that a yes? Yes. Now, you said you went upstairs to pack the belongings, correct? Did you pack the belongings? Yes. Sir, when you packed the belongings, did you see anything did you look for anything in the bag? No. Did you just get whatever clothes were there and threw them inside the luggage? Yes. Besides the luggage, was there any other bags? He said there was a Louis bag, and then there was like a Louis bag and like a purse, and then like a little travel suitcase. Okay. Did you check in the Louis bag or any of the bags? Did you check to see if there was a taser or a gun or anything? No. Okay, but I think upstairs earlier you said in the past you were aware that there was stuff they kept to protect themselves, right? He said, right. So in fact, you said you believed you saw, Your Honor, objection, leading. It's leading, sustained. So he wouldn't let to ask the question. Sir, did you state upstairs that you had seen a firearm in the past? He said, well, it looked like one, yeah. But you never picked it up and checked it, right? Right. But you had seen stuff in the past that did look like a firearm. Yeah. And on this occasion, did you look in those bags to see what was in the bags, or did you just throw everything in the bag? He said, no, I just threw everything in the bag. Okay, so after you put everything in the bag, what did you do next? He said, I took them and put them in my car. Okay, and after you put the bags in your car, what did you do next? I put him in my car, went back downstairs to Megan to let her know I put the bags in the car. Okay, did you tell her to leave at this point? He said yes. And was she willing to leave? EJ said she was hesitant, but she was making her way. So she asked where Tory and Kelsey were. And what was her demeanor at this point, sir? EJ said drunk. She was pretty, like, loud, I guess, or I don't know. It got a little aggressive because I was ready to leave with or without Tory Lanez. But she only wanted to leave if it was with Tory. I was willing to drive, but she didn't want me to drive us. Did you offer to take her home, EJ? He said, yeah. And what did she tell you when you offered to take her home? She said Tory was going to take them home. Okay, so was there any agreement when you got to Kylie's house that you would drop them off back home? He said, no. Oh, was there any agreement when you got to Kylie's house that you would drop them off at Kylie's house? He said, no, I would never have dropped them off. I would never just drop them off. Why would you say that? Because I took us. This is, yes, this is Southern rules, but I'm told, I don't know, y'all can comment in the chat. Apparently, this is not only Southern rules, but it's also like, you know, raised in the South rules, but it's also apparently rules among sects of the Black community. Y'all can tell me if this is true or not. You go there together, you leave together. It's not conceivable. It's not conceivable you would just leave your friend that you came there with. You don't do that. That's the rule. Let me know. All rules. So this is it transcends the races. Okay. People that's got home training. Come together, leave together. It's the rule. That's the rule. It's just one of the rules. Okay. So EJ is kind of, yeah, true. You don't leave your people. And then when they drunk and their wig is coming off, hell no. I would have never left my friend in that condition, is what EJ is saying. I wouldn't even considered it. Unless they want to stay and it's 4:30 in the morning and you ready to go. Right. But even then, sometimes it's like, come on, girl, you still try to get her to go. You still try to get her to go. But yeah, exactly. I mean, at some point you can't force somebody. Born in Michigan, raised by Southerners, you arrive together and you leave together. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, girl. I mean, if we go somewhere together, y'all, and it's 4:00 in the morning, I could have brought your ass there, but you need to get in the car and we leaving. Okay. Get in the car. We are going. This is crazy. I agree, Becky. I'm so baffled how Meg's best friend was just blacked out laying in the pool and the stylist checked on her, not Meg. However, I do think Meg was just the same state, you know. Apparently yes, it's racially transcendent. You come together, you leave together. That's just good home training, as it turns out, especially in Hollywood, period. But she couldn't leave Tory that night. He was her mission impossible, Relly said. She leaves him, her mission would have been incomplete, and she'd have to deal with her handlers. Ooh. Interesting theory. Okay. So he's like, I would never, here's this lawyer. What? Why would you say that? You would never drop them off. What? He said, because I took us. So I went. And Tory wasn't part of the plan. I didn't even know Tory was coming. So there was really no notion that she was going to leave without me. So when she asked me to take the bags, I asked Megan twice, are you sure? I'm not drunk. I haven't drank anything, so I can take us. She's like, no, Tory's going to take us. And I told Kelsey, I said, Megan wants me to put the bags in Tory's car. Kelsey's like, all right. So I did. I walked outside. The way Kylie's driveway is set up, his car was parked on the opposite side of mine. And so I just asked the gentleman in the front seat to open the trunk, and that was Jaquan. And I took the bags out of my out of my back seat, and I put them back in Tory's trunk. Okay. And when you did that, after you put the bags in Tory's trunk or his vehicle, what did you do next after that? Wait, he put the bags in Tory's trunk? First of all, is there a trunk? I mean, there's that like back glass thing on the Escalades, but it was an Escalade, right? Or was it a Navigator? It was like a big black SUV thing. But the bags were found like in the back seat, not in the trunk part. I don't know for sure. Don't quote me. I still have to look at all the evidence pictures again. Okay, so next question. When you did that, after you put the bags in Tory's vehicle, what did you do next after that? He said, I went back inside to go get Megan. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Because Kelsey did not, yeah, Kelsey said she didn't go back in like this. Oh, it was the second time. Okay, so we're not to the second time yet. Okay. And when you went inside, did you speak to Megan? Yes. What did you tell her? I said, the bags are in Tory's car. And at that point, did you see if she was ready to leave? Yes, she was ready to leave. What was her demeanor at this point? Irritated, EJ said. Okay, so when you say irritated, she wanted Tory to leave? Yeah. Tory didn't want, and did Tory leave? No. Who left at that point? Kylie and Megan. He must mean Kelsey and Megan. He's saying Kylie and Megan left at that point. Now imagine that being true. Whose car did they get into? They got into Tory's. Was Tory in the truck? No. Who else was in there? The driver. So the driver, they left. The driver drove. I mean, it says Kylie, but I do think it's Kelsey because this matches up other people's versions of the story where they had actually left one time. Then Megan's going to forget her slide and they're going to come back. Who else was in the truck? The gentleman that drove Tory. Okay. And where were you at this point? He said, I was across from them in my car. Okay. And when you saw Megan and Kelsey in the car, in Tory's car, did you see them pull out and get out of Kylie's house? He said, yes. I pulled out behind Megan. So when she pulled out, we pulled to the left. Kylie lives in the canyon. So she went left. And then I went right. But before I left her, I said, hey, text me just to let me know you made it home. This is good friend with good home training, if true. He's making every step is right. Okay. Now, if somebody said you weren't there, so that's why they left with Tory's driver, would that be a true statement? EJ said, no, that would not be a true statement. No. Did you leave before Megan got into Tory's vehicle? No. And that actually irritates me. The lawyer said, excuse me? He said, no, it irritates me to know that. The lawyer said, what irritates you? He said that it was made to believe I left because I wouldn't do that. See, he's standing up for his good heat. See, it's really important. There's certain things you just know you would never do. So when people are out here saying, yeah, he just dropped their asses off and left them there. I would never do that. I would not do that. I do what I want, said Meg used to drink bottles of liquor with a straw. The rule is come together, leave together. But if my friend ain't listening because she's too drunk, and Meg is huge. Exactly. She could pick me up like a little Barbie doll and throw me. Like, no, thank you. No, thank you. Jay Alicia said, slides equals Tory. No security, no swimsuits. They swam in their underwear. No car, EJ left. That's interesting. A lot of them are saying they had like bikini changes and stuff. Kylie did not testify, and she should have. She should have been meant to. She should have been made to. Okay. Megan was drunk. Okay, so what irritates you, sir? He said that it was made to believe I left because I wouldn't leave. I wouldn't leave Megan because I knew Kylie before Megan. And Megan was drunk. And once Megan kind of made a slight comment to Kylie, I was more on alert. Like, all right, it's time to go. So he's like, I already knew Kylie. She was already my friend or acquaintance or whatever. I knew her before I even knew Megan. And then once Megan started acting crazy to Kylie in her house, I'm like, all right, we got to go. Let's go. Because I'm the one brought Megan there. So I brought her there. I definitely am trying to get her out of there. Okay, again, home training. He knows how to act. These are all rules that I would have been taught for sure. I don't know. Maybe I was taught wrong. But right, like you bring somebody to somebody's house and they're acting drunk and a fool and crazy, like you definitely got to bring them out for a whole separate reason than come together, leave together. So once we got there, got in the car, I then texted her and say, hey, please text me and let me know if you made it home because I think Kylie lived like 15 minutes away from Megan's. So I was adamant about, I always tell her, like, let me know when you make it home. So to the point where in the middle of the party, around a little bit after Kelsey blacked out and Megan said she had said some things to Kylie, I remember hitting up Ferris, which means like, send him a message or talking to him or whatever, Megan's manager, and saying, hey, like, I think it's time for us to go. I think we should leave. And so I was already on alert. This is like right after freaking, what's her name? Kelsey blacked out. So like lots of stuff happened after that. I think we should leave. So he texted Ferris. He said, I also was already on alert. I was already just kind of feeling like Oh, he said, with all due respect. So I guess EJ is black too. He said, I don't like feeling like the last black people in somebody else's house. That type of vibe. He said, with all due respect. He's sweet. I like EJ so far. I mean, I don't know. Maybe y'all don't like him, but all I know about him is like what's been said in this trial and transcripts, really. I don't even know what he looks like. I just found out right now, 500 pages in, that he's black. I didn't even know that. He said, with all due respect, I don't like feeling like the last black people in somebody's house. That type of vibe, especially since Corey was kind of like, are y'all leaving? And Corey, if you don't know, is also a black man. So he's like, Corey was kind of like, are y'all leaving this house? You need to get out. So I was overly like, all right, let's go. That type of thing. So you were kind of on your toes, in other words. Yeah. And was that because Megan was intoxicated? Objection, leading. The judge is like, ask it a different way. Why were you so on your toes, sir? Because Megan's energy shifted. The demon took hold, everybody. The stallion demon. From fun Megan to like irritated Megan, like she was acting kind of like catty and rude. Okay, so you had seen Tory Lanez in the past, hadn't you? Yes. And when did you meet him? Oh, he met at the Rock Nation brunch too. What in the hell is these Rock Nation brunches? Is it the United Justice Coalition Rock Nation brunch? I want to know. So he met them there too. I met Tory Lanez at the Rock Nation brunch the same day Kelsey and Megan, apparently, I'm assuming, had met him. And after meeting Tory at the brunch, had you seen him with Megan several times? He said, yeah, Tory would come to Megan's house, or I would drop her off, or yeah, I would drop her off at Tory's. Had you ever seen him with a pew-pew? No. Had you ever seen him when he comes to Megan's house, take anything out, put his gun away or anything like that? No. And you said you're overly protective of Megan? Yes. So was there times you would drop Megan off at Tory's house? Objection, sustained. Okay. It's not leading, because he did say earlier, I would sometimes drop her off there. Look. Tory would come to Megan's, or I would drop her off. He literally said it. So it's not leading if he just said it. Earlier you said, 2 questions ago, you said, okay, so then he comes to Megan's house. Do you take anything out or put his gun away, anything like that? No. You're overly protected. Okay. Can you tell us if there had been any times when you dropped her off at Tory's house? Yes. And how did that make you feel? Were you concerned in any way? No. Why not? He said, because we had been with Tory, all quarantined, so it wasn't unfamiliar for Megan to go with Tory. She took trips with Tory. I dropped her off at Tory's without her security. It was normal. Okay, did it ever seem to you that Tory was dangerous? No. Did he run around with guns? No, he said, and I guess that's important to me. Because before I knew a little bit more about Tory, I thought Tory was an a-hole. I didn't care for him too much. But meeting him and seeing him interact with Megan throughout quarantine, I kind of was like, he's okay. He's a good guy. All right, next question. Since this incident, have you spoken? Have you talked to Tory? He said no. Since July 2020, has Tory ever reached out to you? He said, I never spoke to Tory. Have you spoken to Tory's defense attorneys? No. Today was the first time when we all spoke upstairs, wasn't it? Yeah. Now, I want to go back to what you said earlier about when you don't have security, okay? And I want you to think about this. Now, you said you protect yourselves, right? Yes. So I want you to be honest. Has there ever been a time where you saw a handgun in any of the bags? No, I said no. I can't recall. Excuse me? He said, you said a handgun. I think I've seen something like it, but I can't tell you verbatim. You can't tell us for sure it's a handgun, but you've seen something like a handgun. Is that fair to say? Yeah. And on that day, you didn't check the bags. You just threw the bags up. Yes. He doesn't recall if there was a weapon in the bag that day. You don't recall or you don't know? I don't know. Okay. But in your opinion, when there's no security, and in the past, when security hasn't been around, you guys protect yourself? Sustained. You can't ask that. Okay, no further questions. Cross-examination. Okay, so here comes the prosecutors. They're going to do their turn on EJ. Now, I want to go back to July 11th, 2020. That's the day that you, Megan, Kelsey went to Kylie's party, right? Yes. Do you recall how that day started? Were you all together? He said, I picked Megan up from her house. About what time? Probably like, I don't know, maybe like around 1 p.m. And what time did you grab Kelsey? She was already at Megan's house. Yeah, they were living together. So you picked up Kelsey and Megan. And where did you go? Straight to Kylie's. Okay. So that afternoon, when you picked up Megan and Kelsey, did you ever see them with a gun? No. When you got to Kylie's house, who was there when you first arrived? Kylie, Corey Gamble, some of Kylie's friends, and her security. Where is this house, if you know? It's like the Beverly Hills Canyon almost. Don't know what street it's on. Up in the hills, down closer to the basin. Okay. And at that time, Meg was staying near Runyon Canyon, right? Yes, the top of Runyon Canyon. Okay. How long did it take you to get from Meg's house to Kylie's house? He said like 15 or 20 minutes straight down Sunset. So pretty short for LA. Yeah. Now, at some point at Kylie's house, did more people start to arrive? Yes. And what time did that happen? Well, we had been there for like an hour or so before like the first group of people started coming. And who was in that group? He said it was, I don't know, the gentleman that first came. It was this white guy that Kylie knew, and then Odell Beckham Jr., the football player. Okay. And so at this time, with the white guy and Odell Beckham Jr. group, the new group, how many people do you think were at her house at that point? Maybe 10, 12. Okay. And about what time was it at that point? Probably like around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, because it had started to kind of get like, by the time we all started getting in the water, it wasn't too much longer till like the sun started to set. So maybe 4 or 5 o'clock. Okay. And you testified earlier that the group was going through several bottles of alcohol. Yes, sir. And was that entire group drinking those bottles or just certain individuals? He said, I mean, the party was drinking. The party was drinking. And it's fair to say Odell Beckham Jr. is a big guy, right? He said, yeah. The thing is, Odell didn't drink. He wasn't drinking? No. So you weren't drinking and Odell wasn't drinking. He said, yeah, because I remember talking to him and him being like, I was talking about us not drinking. So he was probably sober. He was probably doing a sober thing. He probably don't drink or didn't drink at the time. Maybe he might have been on probation. I don't know. How many people do you think? I'm thinking of not Odell. You know who I'm thinking of? Lamar Odom. The O was in my mind. Odom. No, not Lamar Odom. Odell Beckham Jr. Okay, I got him in my mind. I know who that is. Okay, how many people do you think were drinking? I mean, everybody, because it wasn't Lamar Odom married to one of them Jenners. What's her name? Kardashians. Chloe. No, Chloe. Chloe was married to Lamar, I think. In my mind, he was lurking around the pool party this whole time. It's Odell Beckham Jr., different person. Okay. I don't recall any of his friends drinking either, but pretty much the rest of the party was drinking. So Odell and his friends don't drink. Shout out to them. There was like 12 people in the party. Maybe 8 were drinking. Okay. And you said they were playing a game. People were playing beer pong. It's like a ping pong table they were playing on. Was Megan ever making food? She was making tacos. Did she ever make nachos? No. So it was taco night. Yeah. But we never ended up having them. Oh, It was supposed to be taco night and no tacos ever happened. Oh my God. That's when Megan walked outside. After Kylie and everybody was making a bunch of noise, and Megan walked out and was like, "You guys are having too much fun without me." And then she just kind of stopped making the tacos and joined. Okay, so this was just out by the pool. Yeah. Okay, now, how close in time is this to when Kelsey passed out? Kelsey passed out a little later because by the time Kelsey passed out, it was almost dark. So maybe a few hours into the party? Okay, and at this point in time, everybody had been drinking quite a bit? Yeah. And were people talking pretty freely? Yeah. What were Megan and Kelsey wearing? Bathing suits. And did either Megan or Kelsey was Kelsey being chatty? Yeah. Did either Megan or Kelsey tell anybody in this group when they were intoxicated, like bragging about having a gun with them? No. What time did Kelsey pass out? I don't know, maybe 6:30 or 7. I'm just trying to base it off because I want to say sometime, I don't know, Kelsey was out for a while. So it was pretty earlier on in this party, but late enough for it to be dark. So in your approximation, it was about 6:30 or 7? Yeah. Okay. So Kelsey, she's pretty drunk. She's passing out, right? Yeah. And we always talk about, or you hear, tequila makes an angry drunk or a happy drunk, or what kind of drunk is Kelsey? Oh, Kelsey is a party starter. So Kelsey and Kylie hit it off pretty fast. That's interesting. Kelsey and Kylie hit it off pretty fast. And Megan and Kelsey are party starters, but Kelsey's just a little Tasmanian devil. Now we have Tasmanian devils for whoever's keeping up with the animals. That we're sick birds, Tasmanian devils, snakes, butterflies. Okay. She's just short and loud. Oh, guilty. Guilty. And she was really just like the life of the party. Okay, so fair to say she's kind of like a happy drunk. Yeah, but she can get like she has a lot of bark, so she gets, like cuss you out. But it's like if she's irritated or she's in that space, then yeah, but most of the night she was really well, because her and Kylie were hitting it off so well, she just wasn't in that space. So so that's another reason why I think Megan Thee Stallion was jealous. Because I think she was jealous of Tory getting with, Kylie in the pool. She was jealous of Kelsey getting with Tory at the after, the after. She didn't want Tory with nobody. And I still do kind of believe she has a jealousy against Kylie as well. And yeah, exactly. Are y'all leaving is like, you might as well just say, get out of my damn house. I mean, the Southern way, that's the Southern way. You could do it that way. Y'all, well, I don't think you would say, are y'all leaving? I think you'd say, well, and you'd slap your knee. I guess I'm gonna get off to bed. And then whoever's in your house needs to leave. Once you start turning TVs off, once you start turning lights off. But yeah, no, I mean, are y'all leaving is like, get out of my house. The fact they left without pudding. Oh, Wright said she has another theory that Kelsey and Meg were also getting down in another way. And what is a Dorito chick y'all keep saying? I think that the Amber yeah, there was no food at the party too. Amber, I think they just put that because it's like, you gotta watch what you say, like for algorithms and stuff. She probably felt like, why is the help getting along with everybody? Who's the help? Thank you for the $4.99 pound super chat. She probably so you're saying Meg would continue. Luke's like turning the TV off. Yep. She probably felt like so you're saying Meg would have seen Kelsey as if she was subservient, like Kelsey's subservient to her. I mean, I guess she kind of is because she's her assistant. Not the hell. I wouldn't use that terminology. I'm reading the comment, but like, her employee. My mom says, let's go to bed because the visitors won't leave. Exactly. this type of belittle you to make it. I think she was jealous of Kylie and Kelsey too, like getting along and liking each other and having fun. And she's like, y'all are having too much fun. Like, gonna steal my best friend. Yeah, the help would be the non-famous individual. Right. Interesting. Okay. He's like, okay, but sometimes she can get wound up and have some bark. Yeah. Have you ever seen her with any bite? No. She has like very little. No, she just passes out. So in the time you've known her, you've never seen her get like physically aggressive with anyone? No. So where did she pass out again? Oh, well, it was on a raft in the pool. And it was at the other end of the pool. So I went down there and I'm like, Kelsey, let's go upstairs. She was able to walk, but she was like, her eyes were closed and she was like mumbling. And so I was like saying, Kelsey, let's go lay down upstairs. And the room that we were in was to like the far left of Kylie's house. So it was a little bit of a walk. It was two city blocks to get to the bedroom. Okay. So she had a lot of stairs to get up. And did you have to help her up the stairs? Yeah. And this is the room where the bags were? Yeah. So he says, but just because the room is kind of like this weird room. So there's like a bed and then there's like a living room area. So it's like a suite kind of thing. And he said, and then there's also a patio area. And I put Kelsey in the bed, still in her swimsuit. The entire night of the party, was she in her swimsuit? He said, yeah, up until the very end when it was time to leave. And then I don't remember what she was wearing. I just know when she woke up, she was a lot more alert. She was kind of like back to Kelsey, more lucid. He said, but I want to say she put a shirt on right when I said it's time to leave. Because Kelsey had got back in the water. So when she came back downstairs from being asleep, it was, I think that Kelsey, Tory, Megan, when Kelsey came back down, Kylie, Tory, and Megan got out of the water. Okay, so how long was Kelsey passed out, you think, or asleep? He said like at least an hour and a half, maybe 2. She had time to really like sleep it off, maybe 2 hours. Okay. So she woke up and she said she was back to being Kelsey. Yeah, but she was still drunk, but she was a lot more, she wasn't slumping over, she was able to have a conversation. Okay, and you said everybody got back in the pool? Yeah, he said. So EJ said, so Kelsey kind of actually, no, they all got back in the pool, yeah. And at this time, was Tory there? Yes. And I think you testified Tory's driver, Jaquan, dropped him off, but he came inside the house alone. Yes, Tory came inside the house by himself. Now, how well did you know Tory at that time? He said, well, I knew him enough to where he seemed familiar. Like I stated, as far as me being me and in this business as a gay man, I just kind of let Megan be with her people. You know what I'm saying? So I would just drop Megan off at Tory's house. Okay. Had you ever been, for example, inside Tory's house? He said for a split second. Yeah. And that was just one time. He said, yeah, I dropped Megan and another friend of ours off at Tory's and I went in for a little bit because Megan wanted me to take a picture of her. Had you ever been in his car? No. So is it fair to say you kind of just knew him as you dropped Meg off at his place or when he would come to see her? EJ said, yeah, he became familiar because, quarantine, it was just a small group of people. So it wasn't a lot of people at Tory's house. It wasn't a lot of people. It was really just Megan because Kelsey was in Houston. Okay. And this is a point of contention here. Or not contention, but it caused, a little drama because I think that's whenever Megan might have swooped in on Tory. He said, so when I would take Megan, it would just be me and her and another friend of ours named Munchie. Munchie? Who would go? And it would just be just us. And so I would walk her in, make sure she got in, and I was ready to leave. Okay, so you never hung out with Tory without Megan? No. So he never hung out with Tory Lanez alone. It was like a mutual with Megan. Okay, so it all sounds like you didn't really know him very well at all. He said, no, I knew he was a cool enough person that myself and Ferris and Justin felt comfortable with Megan leaving with him, Okay. He said, because we were such a small group of people And Kelsey wasn't there, so it wasn't like there was another friend that was with Megan. So when we would take her somewhere, we would be like, we know you're safe. We know you're good. Okay, so Kelsey's awake now and she's back in the pool. Tori's there. Who's in the pool at this point? Just Kelsey, Tori, Megan, and Kylie. 4 people in the pool. Kelsey, Megan, Tori, and Kylie. Okay. Now you said you were talking about Megan's demeanor. What was Megan's demeanor like at that time? The time Tori got there? Yeah. By the time Tori got there, they were, Kelsey, Kylie, Megan, they were happy to see Tory Lanez. Oh, especially Kylie. Kylie was happy to see him because she had asked a few times, is Tori coming? So when he got there, everything was fun and a good time. I think for me, I was more on the edge of pressing like, hey, it's time to leave. Yeah, I mean, because somebody had already asked you, like, really, frankly, like the kind of like the man of the house at that point. Corey Gamble, like him or hate him, as an archetype of a family dynamic, he's the dad of the house. That's been Kris Jenner's boyfriend for over 10 years. I know, if my stepdad's in my house asking people, are you leaving soon? That means get out of my, stepdaughter's house or whatever. So EJ's picking up on that and is like, okay, this is great. This is cute, but like, we need to go. I just think for me, I was more on the edge of pressing like, hey, it's time to leave. Question. And that was because, like you said, you think Meg's wig was coming off. He said, yeah, I know I had known Megan long enough to kind of know like her tipping point, So by the time Tori got there, she really had been drinking since 3. So to keep drinking when Tori got there was just going to make it worse, make it more difficult for everybody to kind of like leave out Kylie's house. You know what I'm saying? Okay, now, at what point do you pack the bags, EJ? He said, I packed the bags after me and Megan came out of the bathroom. About the wig. Was Meg with you to help her or was she downstairs? No, she wasn't helping pack the bags. She was still downstairs in the pool. So you went up into the room where Kelsey had slept to pack the bags, correct? Were the bags open? Yes. Interesting. That's an interesting line of questioning. So you went back up to the room where Kelsey had been sleeping for 2 hours to pack the bags and put them in the car? EJ said, yeah. Were those bags open? Meaning a pew could have been in there, I think is the point. I think it's the insinuation. So you had to open the bags or they were already open. He said, no. By the time we got there, the suitcase was closed. The duffel bag was open. I think there was just some purses were there, just purses. Okay. And the girls were downstairs in swimsuits, right? Yes. So what did you put in the bag? He said, well, there was a change of clothes that Meg wanted to change into. And then Kelsey had a change of clothes. And then I brought them because, well, we were originally supposed to go somewhere else. There was 2 options. So I had laid the options out. And then, but the bags, the bag that had the most stuff in it was the Louis bag because that's the stuff. I put a lot of stuff, Megan's stuff in the Louis Vuitton bag. Wow. Because Megan said she don't know whose stuff that was. I have a lot of bags. I have a lot of purses. I don't know whose that was. See, when I pack, I don't pack Kelsey because Kelsey was Megan's assistant. So I would pack Megan's stuff, particularly because I would never touch Kelsey's stuff. But because they had took the clothes out of them, I was just putting everything back in and zipping it up. Interesting. Okay, so Meg's bags, before you went to the party, did you pack her bags? Yeah, I put bathing suits in there and a change of clothes. So you packed Meg's bags. Did you pack a gun? No. And when you were packing the bags upstairs, you included Kelsey's stuff, didn't you? He said, correct. Did you ever see a gun anywhere in any of those bags? He said, I don't recall. No. You don't recall or you didn't see? I really don't recall. I mean, I don't remember seeing one. No. So you didn't see one in any of those bags? Mm-mm. Have you ever seen Kelsey with a gun? No. Have you ever seen Kelsey talk about guns? No. Did you ever see Kelsey with a gun at any time that night? No. Did you ever see Meg with a gun anytime that night? No. Now, the prosecutors were asking you a lot of questions about what Meg would do if she was out without her security. Do you recall that? Well, I don't know if that, we might be on redirect. That might be the other lawyer, Tory's lawyer. And you said over and over again that she would carry things like mace and pepper spray, right? Yeah. And you said you've never seen her with a gun? No. So as far as you know, you've never seen Megan carrying a gun, even when she's not with security, not in her possession, not on her person. No. Have you ever seen it in any of her stuff when she was out without her security? He said, I may have seen something kind of like that looks sort of like a gun. Yeah. But there was like, I've seen one particular like taser, but I really think I just thought everything was the same. So if I had seen it in the bag, I wouldn't touch it. Because to me, if I touched it, then if it was needed or something happened like that, like if I moved something, I just wouldn't want to be responsible. So if I had seen it, I would just pack right there on top or carry it along. But it's not something I would have picked up or I didn't physically see. But it was your impression that that item was a taser. He said, yeah, I thought it was a taser. Would she talk about having tasers with her when she was out without her security? No, not often, no. But did it come up from time to time? He said, yeah, from time to time, maybe earlier in our relationship when we first started. But like I said, we would travel with security or without security sometimes, but it wasn't an often thing. Most of the time we did have security, so it wasn't really like a constant conversation we were having. Okay, did you ever get into a situation when you were with Meg and without security where your group got into some sort of physical altercation with another group? No. So there was really never any event where you had seen Meg or anybody in your group having to use the taser or the pepper spray, right? No, he said, no, never did. Okay, so now you mentioned something about a slight that Meg made a sly comment to Kylie. Do you recall that? Yeah. What do you mean by that? Oh, Kelsey had told Kylie, okay, here we go, y'all. Kelsey, Meg's BFF, told Kylie, I think like, oh girl, you really fun. You're a vibe. And Megan told Kylie, I'm glad because I thought you were lame. I thought you were a lame. Then why are you at her freaking house? I mean, I also think she's lame and a lame, but I ain't going to her pool party with my friends. The devil on the shoulder one. She said, oh, I'm glad because I thought you were lame. I thought you were a lame. How did Kylie take that? Kylie kind of like laughed it off. I didn't really, and she really didn't say much about it, but I think that's kind of like, that was my alarm. Like, okay, it's time to go. All right. Next question. You said you loaded the bags. You took them from the room where Kelsey had passed out and you put them in the car that Tory had arrived in? Yeah. Where was Tory's driver? In the driver's seat. Did you know Tory's driver at all? No. You don't know anything about him? No. You don't know where he lives? No. How often would Tory be with him? No. No details? No. He said, because anytime that Megan would be with Tory, that we dealt with her, either we dropped her off or Tory picked her up. So it wasn't, I mean, I know he had security. So I just kind of just chalked it up to being security or somebody he had. I mean, I didn't know enough to talk to him. Enough to kind of connect him to anything. Okay, so did the driver ever come into the house at any point during the night? No. Where do they use the bathroom, these drivers, when they're just sitting outside for hours? Did he talk to the driver at all? He said, well, the time I asked him, can you open the trunk? And then I asked him, he told me he was going to take Megan home. Okay, but other than that, you had no conversations with this man? No, because I was inside the majority of the night. And was this driver Jaquan? He said, I take it as so. Oh, okay. I don't know if you, I didn't know. Okay, okay. Okay, so did you put this stuff in the car that was driven by Tory's driver? Did you look through the car at all? No. So if the driver had a pew pew in the center console, you wouldn't know? No, because I wasn't in that part of the car. Okay, and then you said you saw I think on direct you said Kylie left with Megan, but I think you meant Kelsey left with Megan. Yes. Sorry. Okay, I just want to make sure the record was clear. Yeah. Okay. Kelsey. Yeah, Kelsey and Megan left. Okay. So it's Tory's driver, Jaquan. Then you have Kelsey and Megan. Just those three people, right? Yes. And then they left in the car that Tory had arrived in, right? Yes. Did you see Kelsey and Megan get into the car? Yes. What were Kelsey and Megan wearing? Swimsuits? Kelsey, I want to say Kelsey put on a shirt. Megan was in full swimsuit. Did you see Kelsey with a gun tucked in her bikini bottoms? No. Did you see Kelsey or Megan carrying a gun when they got in the car? No. You worked with other celebrities in the past, right? He said, yeah. Have you been around security guards? Yeah. And are those security guards, in your experience, carrying pew-pews? Sustained. The judge is like, you can't ask that, so that's good. Okay, now the prosecutor goes on. Now, you said we talked about Kelsey when she woke up. Oh, wait, we talked about Kelsey. When she woke up, she was back to being Kelsey. How did she seem when she was leaving with Tory's driver that first time they left? EJ said, well, she was a little faded, but a lot more coherent. Were you able to have a conversation? Yeah. Was she able to follow instructions? Yes. And he said, well, she was a lot more coherent than Megan. Instructions with Megan was more difficult than me telling Kelsey, let's go. When I told Kelsey, let's go, she kind of jumped to it. Okay. So next question. I think you testified on direct that Megan, or maybe, I don't know, maybe you told us this upstairs. I don't remember, but Megan is able to handle her liquor pretty well. Yes. So was she falling over drunk? No, she wasn't falling over, but she was loud and aggressive. Okay, but could she get to the car without help? Yeah. He said, I didn't have to walk her to the car. No. Okay, but EJ goes on, but she was barefoot. And I asked her, and she just got in the car. She was barefoot? Yeah. Was Kelsey also barefoot? I think Kelsey may have had her sandals on. Yeah, I think Kelsey may, because when I told Megan, let's go, it was more from the pool out to the car. Kelsey was a little more out of the pool by that point. So I told Kelsey, Megan's wig is slipping and we got to go. So Kelsey went, told Megan, hey, I think we need to go. Kelsey was a little bit more prepared to leave. Okay. Next question. Now, I just want to make sure I got this right. The bags. You put them in the trunk of the car driven by Tory's driver? Yeah, this guy had me hung up too. The trunk of the car, the back, it's like an Escalade or whatever, like a Expedit, whatever. It's like a black SUV and you pull up the back thing. It's sort of like a trunk, but it's not really a trunk because it's not a car. It's all one big compartment. Now, I don't know. I mean, maybe these famous people Escalades, I never really been inside of it even. I don't think I've ever been inside of Escalade at all. But maybe they have them set up like a limo and maybe there's a trunk and maybe there's a partition. I really don't know. Maybe it's one of those. But in the pictures and stuff, I thought the bags were in the front of the car, below that, in the passenger, on the floorboard in the passenger. Sorry, not the passenger, the back seat. The back seat floorboard. I just want to make sure I got this right. The bags, you put them in the trunk of the car driven by Tory's driver? Yes. So at that point, next question. At that point in time, Megan left with Kelsey and the driver, and then you left as well, right? He said, yep, I followed right out behind them. And have you seen Kelsey or Megan since that night? He said, no. Oh, actually, I did see Kelsey once, but I have not seen Megan. And the only time I saw Megan was at events, and I haven't seen. Oh, so he's seen them at events. When did you see Kelsey again? I went to Houston for a concert, and she was at the concert. Did you guys interact? No. I told her, hey, and we kind of just caught up for a little bit, and that's pretty much it. Was she the life of the party that night too? Objection, Your Honor, relevance. He was like, I was working. So, okay. So the judge didn't allow that question to be asked. Was she the life of the party? You don't have to answer that. All right. Okay. Redirect very briefly. Okay. So here comes Tory's lawyer. He said, I just want to follow up with a couple questions. You said you don't pack Kelsey's clothes, right? Yes. But you pack Megan's clothes? Correct. So you don't know what Kelsey packed for that day, correct? No. So you didn't go into her luggage, her Louis Vuitton purse, and find what was in there? No. Now, there's a lot of questions about seeing Tory in trunks or Megan in her bathing suit and anybody seeing guns and anything in their bathing suits. Do you remember that? Yes, sir. Did you see Tory in his trunks with a gun or anything like that? No. Tory had on drawers. Tory was wearing his drawers. Oh my God. Where is EJ from? He's got to be from Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, or raised by somebody from there. Because he said he had on drawers in court. The lawyer never understands. He's like, what? Excuse me? He said, oh, excuse me. Let me code switch. Tory had on boxers. Trunks with the boxers? He said, no, it was drawers. It was underwears. Did he have any gun hidden under his drawers? No. Or his boxers? No. No. Okay. Now you said EJ was done with her. EJ knows Meg lied on Tory. Because they were moved, they saying. Yeah, pulled from the back. Right. Like a back hatch. Thank you, Monica. Like a back hatch. Thank you. Ugh. Words escape. He had to do the code switch. He's like, no, he was wearing drawers. You mean swimming trunks? No. Boxers, underpants, undergarments. Drawers is the funniest way to say it. And sometimes you can say draws, but like, you know how it goes. Okay. She probably felt like, why? Oh yeah, I already read the part. Thank you for that £4.99 pound again. Life's mod. Just like, okay. And this is Tory's lawyer asking these questions. Now, you said that you've seen, and counsel said you've seen pepper spray and mace. Mm-hmm. You've also seen a taser. Mm-hmm. Yes. You've also seen items that look like firearms. Have you ever seen anything that looked like a firearm? Wouldn't let him ask it. Now, do you know exactly what was in those bags? The stuff I put in there? Yes. But you only know what you put in the bag, right? Yes. Do you know what Kelsey put in the bag? No. Did you put in the luggage? Do you know what was, do you know what you put in the luggage in the duffel bag? The duffel bag. Okay. Now, you were asked another question about seeing Tory's security. Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. Had you seen that gentleman before? The gentleman who was in the car? No, not to my knowledge. Had you seen Tory's regular security in the past? He said, I think so. Yeah. But that wasn't the same person, was it? No. Now, there was a lot of questions about when Megan or Kelsey were still coherent or when Kelsey was doing better. Was Kelsey still drunk? He said, I wouldn't say drunk because she slept for like 2 hours, but so she was a lot more aware, but they really had all been drinking since like 3. So she wasn't like completely sober, but she was a lot more alert to talking to her. Yeah. Talking to her. Yeah. She was a lot more alert than when I put her to bed. Cause when I put her to bed, I couldn't talk to her. All right. So your definition of being drunker is if you could have talked to them and they would comprehend. He said, yeah, I mean, if she could comprehend what I'm saying, yeah. Okay, so you agree with me that after she woke up, she was still drinking? Yes. And I think you said Meg's a different person. Yeah, that's that demon that takes hold. Different person when she drinks. Yeah. She acts more aggressive, you said? Yeah, I mean, EJ said, once she's past the faded point, yes. Okay, and was she past the faded point on that day? Yes. Okay, EJ, I'm going to now show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 16A and B. Is this the luggage that we're talking about that you packed? Yes. Do you see the Louis Vuitton bag behind it? Yes. Do you see the center console? Yes. Do you see the front seats? The front driver's seat? Yes, sir. Do you see the 2 back bucket seats? Mm-hmm. Do you see where the luggage is? Is that a yes? Yes. Is that where you put the luggage? Oh man, I am too good. I can issue spot like nobody else, okay? I knew it. Is that where you put the luggage? No. Has this luggage been moved? Yes. So when when the prosecutor asks you if you put the luggage in the trunk, this is actually where you had the luggage? Is this where we're looking at right now where you put it? No. Okay. Let me show you another picture. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 16B. You see the center console again? Yes. You see the driver's seat? Yes. Do you see the back passenger behind the driver? You see the doors are open? Yes. You see a seat there, a bucket seat? Yes. Do you see where the luggage is in this picture? Right next to the center console? You see that? Yes. Do you see the Louis Vuitton bag right here? Correct. Yep. Is this where you put items when you left and you moved the luggage? He said, no, I told you I put them in a trunk. All right, next question. All the times that you had seen, how many times would you estimate you had seen Tory approximately in those 7 years? 7 years? Months. It was months. He said maybe like 10 times. Okay, and in those 10 times, did you ever hear Tory talk about a gun? No. Have you ever seen him with one? No. Ever seen him have a bag that had some weapons in it? No. Okay, so this is interesting because actually you can't even say the same thing about Meg, right? Have you ever seen Meg, the stallion, with a bag with weapons in it, whether it be pepper spray, mace, whatever? The answer is yes. But here he's saying no. I've never seen Tory Lanez have anything, even have a bag with a pepper spray in it. Have you ever seen him discuss anything about firearms? No. Has Megan ever told you, hey, Tory carries a gun? No. Has Kelsey ever told you, hey, Tory carries a gun? No. No further questions. Okay, back with Recross. So they're not going to let that be the last word. Here comes back the prosecutors. Now, you said when Meg is with her security, that's for her protection? Yes. This is the prosecutor again. And that's armed protection? Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's outside the scope of my redirect. Overruled. If you know, you can answer it. He said, I'm not sure what that means. All right. Now, we talked a lot about bags. Did you ever look through any of Tory's stuff that night? No. Did you ever look through any of Tory's driver's stuff that night? No. All right. Next question. Okay. So Tory's lawyer asked about feeling safe with Tory. Is it fair to say that you felt safe for Meg to be with Kelsey in the same way you felt for Meg to be safe with Tory? He said, yeah, well, because Kelsey's Meg's assistant. Okay. The prosecutor, Tory's lawyer asked you if you were ever seen. Wait, who is this? Recross. Yeah, this is the prosecutor. Now, Tory's lawyer asked you if you've ever seen Tory talk about pew pew or have you ever seen him with guns. Do you recall that? Yes. Do you see the big, okay, this is the point of appeal. This is so egregious. This is one of the grounds of appeal that they're appealing on. Tory is appealing on, and this will be argued on Monday. I guess we have one more day to catch up on the rest of the trial testimony. And maybe, I don't know, maybe I can go on Saturday. Maybe we'll do a weekend to make sure we're caught up by Monday. Now, counsel asked you if you've ever seen Tory talk about guns or you ever seen him with guns. Do you recall that? Yes. Do you see the big gun on Tory's chest, tattooed on the center of the chest? Now, where's the freaking objection? That's what I want to know. George, what's his name, should have came across the pew. Objection! That's what he should have said. He should have been possessed with the objection, divine power. Okay, I'm shocked I don't see a objection here. This is nuts. With the cat got the tongue? Did he get possessed with the stallion demon? Do you see the gun on his chest? Objection, Your Honor. This is why I didn't want this picture coming in. We argued about this last week 3 times. Is what I would have said, but that's why I'm not a lawyer, because I am a lawyer. Stop. I am a lawyer. That is why I am not a licensed attorney, because no. I'll be done came across the pew. He said, I haven't seen that. No, I haven't seen his body. Well, you testified you never saw Kelsey or Meg with a gun. Did you ever see what happened after they left Kylie's house that night? No. And you testified that they at some point came back to the house, right? Because Meg left a slipper. EJ said, yeah, I mean, I guess she left the shoes, but you weren't there when that happened. He said, no. So you don't know if they moved the bags around at that point? Correct. Okay. So this prosecutor is basically trying to say, oh, they were moving the bags around because Meg had to find her chupples and they weren't in the bag, so they had to go back because they didn't want Kylie stealing her Louis Vuitton slide. I think those about $300. Okay, so that's how hard up Meg got it. Maybe they're $7. I don't know. Calling somebody else a broke bitch. I mean, that's the only reason I bring it up. She won't call somebody else broke, and she's worried about a little $700 pair of slides. Okay, all right. Sir, have you ever been around Kelsey? Okay, so this is Tory's lawyer back up. Sir, have you ever been around Kelsey or Megan when they're fighting over a man? No. Do you know how they act when they're fighting over a man when somebody is backstabbing? No. No further questions. Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. Okay, goodbye. Okay, and I guess that's it. That's it for that day. Crazy, crazy, crazy things happening. So improper. I do believe that it is. Yeah, no, I mean, I do agree with y'all. I think it's a very strong argument. Coloring the jury's perception. You can't just bring gun stuff up for no reason. Why would she not claim her own bags that I would imagine she carries quite often? I don't know. That's a great question. I was a licensed attorney and I gave it up voluntarily. I never had a single complaint on my license. There was never an investigation. But I studied enough of these cases that I started realizing exactly what they come after. Exactly what they come after whenever they want to take you down. And, you know, the first thing they do is, hey, you need to report her license. Report her license. No, fuck you. You're not reporting shit. I don't even want to be in their stupid club. I don't even want to be in it. I can't play the Gorianna song. Wait, hold on. Maybe I can. Hold on. But she never came back with the slides. It's so much going on and nothing happening at the same time, Mimi said. Hold on. I think I can bring it up. Because the issue with playing like videos is unless I like load them into the StreamYard, I have this crappy speaker. It just don't work. I mean, it does work, but it doesn't sound good like in a live stream. Hold on. I'm going to. Oh, maybe it's not. Or maybe I don't have it. Okay, let me try another way. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm just trying to find any way to like put up one of my little songs as a palette cleanse. I wasn't really prepared to do this. I don't have Starfleet on here, so we'll have to just. I don't know where my video is. Here, y'all.
Take it back to the hometown. At 225. They don't make 'em like this no more. Take it to the dance floor. Really never heard it like this before. My DJ and your DJ, they sat down on a bio. My DJ don't play no game. He throw that fire. He throw that. Echo, echo, one day. He throw that. Chakamudinani. He throw that. My DJ and your DJ, they say echo, echo, one day.
Draws. Okay, wait. Can we talk about this? They got a Punjabi truck stop in Hammond, Louisiana. Y'all see it? Wait, I want to make it full screen. That is in Louisiana right there. Look at that. That is too cool.
Already sat down on a bio. My grandma say you're pirate. I set this camp on fire. Talk about it now. I go one day.
Lay me down, I can do this all day.
I could do this all day.
That means let the good times roll. If y'all didn't know, laissez les bons temps rouler, Misha.
This all day. Back to the hometown.
I came with them.
Show
I
one
want combo.
Show
Play
one
one
like
like
this.
this.
It's that 225. It's that 318. That 504. That overdrive. Little pump, big fish. One shot, don't miss.
Shots
Heard it
fired.
like this before. Back to the dance floor. Hey now, hey now. It's that 225. I go one day. Hey now, hey now. I go
Okay,
one
wait.
day.
Somebody said something I wanted to address. Hold on. She didn't want to claim the bag because it's her pew, pew, pew. Diana, who's Diana? Said it belonged to Justin, but gave it to her for protection. Hence what EJ is saying.
Hey now, I go one day. Hey now, hey now. Hey now, I go one day. Hey now, heard it like that before. I go.
Wait, I want to stop. I want to do a little tour. So, okay, this is actually Maryland. I'm doing like Indian dance in Maryland. Nothing patio. This is Lake Providence, Louisiana. That's Maryland again. That's my dad's hometown, Oak Grove, Louisiana. Right there. That's my daddy's hometown right there. That's the Hammond gas station. Or it's like a gas station restaurant.
My grandma, y'all already sat down on a bio. My grandma say
Again, you know, obviously, we got the American flag Ford tractor. Shout out to
you're
that.
alright. I set this camp on fire. Talk about it now, hey now, hey now, hey now. I go one day.
That's Oak Grove or Lake Providence.
They say let them don't relate me shy because I can do this all day.
Hey, you want to take a picture by the car?
No, thank you. He was nice. He saw Prim had the camera and he stopped. He's like, what are you doing in front of that weird mural? Do you want to take a picture by the car instead, this cooler car? And I was just like, there was like cops like kind of lurking right down the street. So I just didn't even want to bother. Yeah, he said, you want to take a picture by the car? You should have come to Lafayette. You know where I did come, Shat? I went to the Kentwood. Some of those, I should have done like a site check. Let's see where we are here. Okay, that's the Johnny's Pizza. The only place that Prim can eat when we go to my family reunions is the Johnny's Pizza. Okay, and then because he's like more vegetarian. Wait, why is it? Oh, it's like ultra widescreen. So this is the Louisiana Cotton Museum, and there's a whole section for the sharecroppers. And you know, that was like the Irish that were working out in the, you know, basically they'd be like indentured servants. They'd be like, oh yeah, I'll work for you. And then before you know it, they just owed the owners like so much money. So basically they ended up being, they couldn't leave either. But anyway, so this is the Louisiana Cotton Museum, and this is a little church house they used to go to church in. Isn't that cute? The sharecroppers and unfortunately the enslaved people, which is not cute. And probably, you know, people went to hell over it for sure. And they deserved it. Yes. Wait, your sister's a big deal in Baton Rouge? Who is she? Okay, we're still at the little church house. That's me running through the street in Lake Oak Grove. Oak Grove. Oak Grove. Okay, also, my Uncle Howard did not actually give me this car. Okay, I was joking with him. He had just brand new got that car. He didn't even let me sit in it. You see them big pants I had on? They were full of mud. That's my one like sophisticated uncle. I think he might be a Freemason or something. Don't like don't like fact check it or whatever, but like he also is like my most sophisticated, you know, like he's like the one that like me and him will sit at the family reunion and we're just kind of sitting there, you know, eating crumpets or whatever. But I'm like, oh yeah, look at this guy. He didn't let me sit in the car. Okay. So no, he didn't really give it to me. I was just joking. I was trying to aggravate him. You know, you do that. Oh, my uncle, he just gave me this new car. And it's like, no, he worked his whole damn life in the potato fields to buy that car, actually. It's not my car. I was just joking with him. I'm telling y'all where the places are. Okay, that field is Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton, Mercer County, whatever. This is like in front of that big gate thing. This is like some battlefield. A battle was fought here. Okay, Cotton Museum. See how there's like a lake? There's like this over here is a lake. So this is like on Lake Providence. That's me behind a tree. If y'all go to the okay, I think it's all the same scenes over and over again now. I just wanted to show y'all the Cotton Museum. Who's filming this? Different people, mostly Prim, my fiance. Shout out to people that like the song. I have a whole nother, I have many songs. I have Squirrel is Acting Up, music video coming out really soon for that. And I have a Squirrel Acting Up merch launch. Now, what I'm really trying to figure out, is it time to just do the Squirrel Acting Up remix at this point? Or do I put out a music video to the Squirrel Acting Up original? Because I never did put out a music video. But I do have some Squirrel Acting Up merch coming. It's going to be fun and exciting. No one says Sha. So it's fun to know it's a Louisiana thing, right? Misha. So yeah, I'm engaged, girl. I didn't buy this for myself. One day I'll be able to, you know, get married and all that. But all right, y'all. It's about, you know, that time. It's about that time. I'll probably be back on. I might be back on tomorrow, but it won't be like a all day thing. I do have to do some things in the afternoon. So I might come on in the morning, or I might make a pre-recorded thing. But make shirts for guys too. All my shirts are like just regular t-shirt size. So it's like they're all just like unisex, you want to say. They're all kind of like men sizes or whatever. But turn the TV off. I'm turning, y'all got to listen. All right, it's getting to be about that time. Y'all leaving soon? So yeah, all right. Somebody did ask, am I gonna be coming on here on Monday? Yeah, I'm going to be coming on here on Monday. I got makeup on me. Like on the wrong spot. That's why you gotta get the waterproof, girl. I'm gonna come on Monday after. Okay, so if you follow Kaylee, there's a couple other accounts. Stick with the facts, I think. I don't exactly know the exact handle, but there's people online. Kaylee has for sure like posted link or something. If not, you can find a link yourself, but you can actually watch as a member of the public. You can watch the oral arguments on Monday. So you can watch those and then we can all reconvene here. After, you know, stream A Squirrel is Acting Up by Gorianna. That one's called Iko Hometown by Gorianna, Gorianna. Amanda is Awake has some parting words for y'all. Still not sure exactly what happened on this night in the trial. Same. Still not sure what happened. But I only know it sounds like Tory shouldn't be where he's currently residing. Alexis, you got me when I'm like really brain dead. Okay. So I did have some thoughts on this. I will, since y'all are here and asking, I will answer this question. Then I'm going. Okay. I did read the court's reasoning for the writ denial, and I actually think the reasons are good. Why is it? I mean, it's a good question. This guy wrote that statement in August 2024, but it wasn't until June this year that they decided to give the court that statement. That wasn't timely. Maybe it was like, when did that law pass? Maybe there's there is a trap door there for, I need to know, there's a missing link on the argument here on the reasoning is that when did that new law with the new evidence adjustments, the amendment, there's an amendment. When did that come into play? Did it come into play after or before the elite security guard submitted a statement? Why did they wait so many months to try to amend the habeas petition? Like, because a habeas corpus petition supposedly is supposed to be like a very extreme thing, right? Like it's very extreme remedy. Like, holy Your Honor, you gotta let this guy out. They completely botched this thing. He's being held against his will. There's no question at all whatsoever. Egregious, horrible, trapdoor, extreme. So if it's so extreme that he needs to be let out right now, why is the lawyer sitting on the letter since August till June? If it's so much of an emergency, why you sat on that letter? That's weird. It's something you could maybe bring up in the appeal, but it's not the same thing as bringing it up in the habeas petition. Now, what I really want to know, and I do have the motion for a new trial, but what I really want to know, and I'm told that there's been no amendments, is whether or not the judge is going to let, because I told y'all, I think the most important thing is those fingerprints not being turned over. The fingerprints weren't on the gun, and Tory's lawyer didn't even know that until halfway through the trial. Holding it maybe could have delayed appeal process. Could have that could be. And sometimes you do have to make strategic decisions as a lawyer. And sometimes they end up, helping in some ways. Sometimes there's like other side effects. You're kind of always doing this splitting the baby thing. Everything you do as a lawyer, there's like, a downside. So there's an upside, there's a downside. And then there's all kinds of hidden traps and things that you could fall into. You don't know. Now, I'm a little concerned that the lawyers didn't specifically say in the motion for the new trial, the stuff about the fingerprints. But that doesn't mean that they haven't filed something else. They haven't had in-camera meetings. And that doesn't also mean that they can't still say it was just part of the cumulative unfairness of the trial was the fingerprints. But I don't think that's strong. I think it's Brady. It's exculpatory. If I'm writing that brief, the first thing I'm saying, Your Honor, there has been a grave miscarriage of justice. This person did not get a fair trial. My client did not get a fair trial. And the reason is because we didn't even know his fingerprints weren't on the gun. There's a smoking gun in this case, a smoking gun. And there's two people who could have pulled the trigger. Come to find out, the DNA for one of them two people wasn't ever run. And now we can't run it. Come to find out, we don't know whose fingerprints were on the gun, but we know for a fact my clients weren't on the gun. This is a Brady violation. I didn't find it out till halfway through the trial. I couldn't say it in closing. I couldn't say it in opening. That's how I would start that brief. It's not even mentioned in the motion for a new trial. I'm scared of that. But look, listen, y'all, don't base any of your cortisol through the roof off anything I say. I don't, and have never practiced appellate law for sure, which is extremely sophisticated area of law. It's extremely sophisticated area of law. There isn't even one single appellate lawyer in this whole country who can tell you with certainty how this will turn out, unless it's rigged. But like, it's just anybody acting like they just know for sure they don't. They lying. They don't. They might not be lying because they might think they do, but we just really simply do have to see. And the appeals court isn't the final appeal. You could appeal to the Supreme Court. And I actually do think there's a chance the Supreme Court would hear this case because I believe it implicates Brady versus Maryland. Thanks so much, Alexis, for the $4.99 super sticker. They do not need to hire me because I am not practicing law. I'm a girl on the internet. I told y'all. Sean Kelly's 911 call is also sealed. That's Brady too. Well, is it sealed from him or it's sealed from us? You might be right. I don't know. I don't know about the 911 call, any specifics. Now, if they want to hire me as a consultant, just to hear my opinion, $333.33 an hour. Maybe $3,333 if I got to deal with demons. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Exactly. It implicates the precedent set in Brady versus Maryland. Exactly. I think, y'all, I'm just a girl on the internet. Okay. I don't know. That's what I think. It's sealed and it wasn't played in court. Okay, that does seem like Brady to me, if that's true. Yes, I agree. It seems like it to me. I mean, again, I'm not an expert. The sealed 911 call is very interesting. Now, they did play it in court. I thought they did play it in court. It wasn't played in court, no. Huh. Wow. But they did play some 911 calls in court. Okay, anyway, I gotta go. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow or something like that. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. Love you, mean, okay, bye.